Lylin covered her mouth in surprise and said, Candleman's betrothal gifts are truly impressive. I've attended so many banquets. Does she really never wear the same accessory twice? At this moment, Lylin felt nothing but admiration in her heart. The Villainess is such a cool woman, wearing different gems to parties every day. So handsome, so cool. Aelin looked at Lylin and began to question her. The ducal house is indeed remarkable. Remarkable enough to warn Miss Alice not to make the mistake of wearing the same dress twice. But the strange thing is, you yourself have worn the same accessory twice. Lylin didn't get angry, but instead smiled at them. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Aelin. I was just worried. What happened at the party a week ago made me very concerned that the noble ladies might become extravagant and wasteful because of it. So I decided to solve this problem myself. Lylin glared at them, thinking to herself, I'll show them. Many people follow my lead. My every move affects them. It becomes news, just like how Alice secretly wore the rosemary dress I had prepared. Aelin smiled, as expected of the Duke's daughter. It's wonderful that you have such proper thoughts. The next moment, Lylin aimed her fan at her. Miss Aelin, it is not your place to judge whether my thoughts are right or wrong. Before you accuse others for their thoughts or actions, you must first consider if your status allows you to criticize them. Then, consider whether your criticism is of any use to others. And finally, you must consider whether you will offend the other person when expressing your thoughts. Lylin slowly walked towards Alice and spoke coldly that I hope you will remember what I said. Alice clenched her skirt in anger. Aelin could only bow and apologize, but not without a sarcastic jab. I will keep it in mind. I was worried that someone of high status and power might not listen to others' advice. Lylin let out a soft laugh. That is not for you to worry about. I have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. However, Miss Aelin, it seems you need to improve your judgment of character. To think that you not only associate with someone who does bad things, but also believe her one-sided story. I had high hopes for you. What a pity. Lylin showed a triumphant smile. Then she waved her hand, signaling for the two to leave and not disturb her peace. After they left, the young ladies at Lylin's table all began to criticize Alice's behavior. Actually, Lylin had indeed bullied Alice quite badly before, although it was because Alice had made a move on her fiancé. Because of this, Alice became a thorn in Lylin's side and was constantly bullied by her. Lylin sat in her seat, lost in thought. I can understand both of their actions. The only thing I don't understand is, what's the point of fighting like this over a man? Lylin complained helplessly, I really don't get it. Unexpectedly, a man appeared behind her at that moment. Speaking slowly, Lady Duchess, what do you mean by that? Lylin looked back and was surprised to see it was Lucas. Seeing that it was Lucas, Lylin was very confused. When did he become a nobleman? The next moment, Lucas bowed to Lylin. I am Lucas. I was fortunate enough to be granted the title of Viscount by His Majesty. Lylin was somewhat surprised that a Hyles Viscount. Lucas shot a charming glance at Lylin. You may call me as you please. Lylin asked curiously, what are you doing here? Lucas shrugged, glanced at Alice in the distance, and said, I spotted a suspicious person and followed them here. Lucas suddenly leaned closer to Lylin and said, I'd like to talk to you about her. Lylin covered her mouth, somewhat surprised. That guy Lucas, how did he escape Alice's net and come to approach me? Lylin smiled faintly. Let's find some time to talk later. Lucas smiled slightly, then excused himself and left. Lylin sighed as she watched Lucas's departing figure. The noble ladies started screaming, scrambling to ask Lylin, who was that man just now? When and where did you meet? Is he married? Does he have a fiancé? Lylin was about to get a headache from their questions. These young girls are all deceived by his appearance. After the banquet ended, Beatty asked excitedly, you rarely attend a banquet. Did you have a good time? Lylin said it was not bad, but inwardly, she was very dissatisfied that it was just a children's party with no alcohol. I don't understand why the Villainess liked it so much. At this moment, a long-haired man nearby chuckled and said, a woman who is too assertive has no charm. A man in a suit added, are you talking about Lady Lylin and Miss Aelin? Did you see them earlier? The way they were competing with each other was just like a dog-eat-dog fight. But then again, the Duchess of Tandemuen has always been known for being assertive. The man in the suit waved his hand dismissively that I really can't appreciate that type of woman. I prefer a gentle and quiet lady. For example, Miss Alice. Lylin stood behind them and spoke coldly. Are you implying that I need to strive to meet your standards? When the two men saw the Duchess in person, they were frightened to death. Lylin continued, should my every word and deed be subject to your approval? The man lost his nerve. We were merely discussing the proper etiquette for a lady. Lylin scoffed. So you find me unladylike? You certainly have loose tongues. How can men be so reckless with their words? If I had your tongues pulled out for the crime of insulting me, at least you'd become quiet, pretty boys. At that, a nearby guard drew his sword and aimed it at one of them. Lylin taunted, afraid already? Why didn't you consider this outcome when you were running your mouths? I was merely chatting with Miss Yuan. I have no idea why you would call my conduct unladylike. Hearing this, the men's legs turned to jelly, and they began to apologize and beg for forgiveness. Lylin walked past them and said disdainfully, I look down on you as well, so I will let you off this time. But if I hear you spouting such nonsense again, you won't get to keep your tongues. Lylin returned to the duchy in her carriage. Just as she stepped out of the carriage, a leopard bounded towards her. The leopard seemed to grin with joy. Lylin smiled and asked, Harvey, were you waiting for me? Let's take a walk before we head in. Seeing that Lylin was walking with some difficulty, Betty offered, shall I fetch you a more comfortable pair of shoes? Later, as Lylin and Harvey walked in the garden, she thought, even though I was born into a family of wealth and power, I still can't avoid being scrutinized like that. No matter how hard I fight to protect myself, this world still belongs to the Crown Prince and Alice. A sharp pain from the morning pulled Lylin from her reverie. So the two of them sat in the gazebo, enjoying the cool evening breeze. Lylin stroked Harvey's head. She said, I truly wish I could always do as I please, just like now. Why does everyone have to hurt one another? Hearing this, Harvey immediately sat up as if to ask, did someone bully you? Lylin hugged Harvey and said with a smile, if I don't make trouble for them, will they let me be? But the moment I think of Alice's cloying smile, Lylin seethed with anger. Spare them? Not a chance. He was just vowing revenge today. It's all a sham anyway. Who cares about the original story? That settles it. I'm going to destroy them both. Nobles value their honor above all, don't they? In that case, I'll nail you two adulterers to the pillar of shame, so you can never show your faces in public again. I remember now. There is an opportunity to deal them a fatal blow. It's about what they did before my engagement was broken off. That time they so openly flaunted their relationship. When did that happen? Lylin muttered to herself, I can't recall. At that moment, Betty gently placed a cloak around Lylin's shoulders and swapped out her shoes. Lylin thanked her sincerely. Betty, flattered, replied, I'm just doing my duty. A thought suddenly struck Lylin. Since I'm a main character in this novel, I must have been present when those two were flaunting their affection. Until then, I will cherish this tranquility with the people who truly care for me. Having accepted Lucas's invitation, Lylin went to the appointment with her handmaid and knights in tow. Lylin was no longer fazed by the dashingly handsome Lucas. She asked him directly, what is it about Alice that you find so agreeable? Lucas obsequiously pulled out a chair, inviting Lylin to sit down and talk. He then asked for her opinion of Alice. Lylin said coolly to Lucas, I'll answer after I've heard your thoughts. Lucas responded, I merely want to see if we're on the same page. Lylin didn't buy it. After all, in the novel, despite knowing Alice and the Crown Prince were lovers, he was the foolish supporting character who still helped her. While Lylin was curious to hear what Lucas would say, she could live without knowing. She looked Lucas straight in the eye and said, if you want to know what I think, you'll have to be candid first. Otherwise, we can consider this conversation over. With that, she rose to leave. Lucas anxiously reached out to stop her. Why be so cold? He said with a laugh. There's no need for such formality between us. Lylin replied with a smile. I'm not so idle as to chat with a man who has his own agenda. Lucas felt helpless. This woman was so difficult to deal with. He then said, what I found agreeable was Rosemary's dress. The day I went to help her buy it, I happened to see the dress you had reserved right in the middle of the dress shop. It was all quite the coincidence. Lylin thought for a moment. Alice was in the textile business. She must have known that Lylin had commissioned a dress from Rosemary's. Lucas believed that Alice was using him to defeat her rival in love. However, Lylin still wasn't inclined to believe Lucas's words. This annoyed Lucas. He had been so sincere. How could she still think he wasn't being genuine? It seemed he had no choice but to use his trump card. Lucas abruptly stood up and left. He said seriously to Lylin, "Then I'll show you my sincerity." A moment later, a waiter brought over a bowl of strawberry shaved ice. Lylin asked, "Is this complimentary?" The waiter told Lylin that Lucas had specifically paid for it. Lylin said with disdain, "Is this what you call sincerity?" Lucas roared in his heart. This was made with expensive ice. And there are so many strawberries on top. Do you know how much this cost me? As expected of the pride of Kandamiwan Palace, she remained unmoved even by strawberry shaved ice. The next moment, Lucas pleaded, "Just tell me, what do you really think of Alice?" Lylin said slowly, "I don't understand why Alice would choose the crown prince. I'm so famous. Isn't she afraid of me?" Lucas seemed to understand. If Alice hadn't chosen to be with the crown prince, perhaps they wouldn't have had a conflict. This was indeed strange. Anyone else, even if only to avoid being bullied by the duke's daughter, would have chosen to stay away from the crown prince. But Alice not only provoked Lylin, she even used him to win. Lylin looked at Lucas and asked, "Don't you like her?" Lucas shrugged and said, "If I liked her, I wouldn't care about this sort of thing." Lylin stared at Lucas. This guy really didn't seem to like Alice. Lylin put on her veiled hat, preparing to take her leave. When Lucas saw that Lylin was leaving, he immediately strode forward to stop her. Lylin covered her mouth, feeling a bit emotional. Could it be that after I transmigrated, I also gained the superpower to make everyone fall in love with me? Will the next part of the story be about me stealing all of the female lead's men? However, Lucas was holding the strawberry shaved ice, begging pitifully, "Are you really not going to finish this before you go? It's very expensive." Lylin was completely speechless. What kind of weirdo was this man? She left in a huff. It would have been better if he had fallen in love with me. At least then, I would have the fun of choosing a consort. However, Lucas watched the departing Lylin with a happy expression. As the saying goes, 3 chance encounters make a destiny. Lylin asked Betty what she thought of this saying. Betty thought for a moment and said, "Does that mean you are destined to be with all the nobles you met at the party?" Lylin sighed. It seemed not all sayings were true. Just as Lylin had walked a few steps, the sound of a dispute came from nearby. A man was pointing at Cassowin and yelling, "You think just because I'm dressed like this, I'm a commoner like you? Do you know who I am?" Cassowin looked at him and said calmly, "I know you are Baron England. To investigate the truth, I need you to come with me to the security team's office." He reached out his hand to take Baron England away, but England violently slapped Cassowin's hand away. "How dare you order me around? Who do you think you are?" Lylin watched the scene and thought to herself that sometimes certain nobles act without restraint just to show off their status. That in turn makes them seem even less like a noble. Betty thought Lylin would step forward to help, but Lylin turned her head and said, "Cassowin is on official duty. Besides, we don't know each other well. This is not something we should interfere in." Lylin decided to ignore it, buy a gift for Harvey, and then go home. However, just then, England actually started to get physical. He slapped Cassowin across the face. His face instantly turned red. Lylin was furious. That bastard. Cassowin clenched his fists, controlling his emotions. England tried to throw another punch, but Lylin arrived just in time and grabbed his wrist. Lylin roared, "Take your hand off him," then stood in front of Cassowin. England disgustedly pulled his hand away. "Who told you to touch my hand?" Lylin glared at him. "Who are you?" Her guard drew his sword, giving Baron England a good scare. England shouted angrily, "How dare you insult me, a nobleman, like this?" Lylin said mockingly, "Oh, so you're a nobleman? I couldn't tell from your words and actions." The man tried to act tough. "I am Baron England. Nobles usually don't interfere in each other's business. I advise you to stay out of this." Lylin pointed to herself and asked him, "Don't you recognize me? Since you're a baron, you should know who I am. Or perhaps you're not worthy of knowing me. In the entire empire, there's only one noble with mysterious purple eyes and hair as black as the night sky." The man was stunned. "Could you be Lady Kindermawane?" Upon seeing Lylin, Baron Ingram's arrogance was instantly extinguished. He claimed it was just a small misunderstanding. Lylin stared at him and demanded, "The Imperial Knights are furious and believe you are suspicious. Shouldn't you obediently cooperate with the investigation? Don't be the one rat that ruins the reputation of all nobles. If you think you've done nothing wrong, you should cooperate all the more with the city guard's investigation to prove your innocence." Cashin bowed to Lylin, expressing his thanks. Lylin thought to herself, "It's great that I could help a handsome guy. But what's the deal with this baron?" Cashin explained that the man had dined and dashed. Ingram was furious that a noble such as myself is willing to eat you commoners' food. You should be grateful. Lilan looked at Cashin and said she hoped this man would get his due punishment, and that there was no need to apologize for what happened today. But Cashin still bowed. Lilan turned and walked over to Betty's side. At this moment, she deeply regretted her actions that I shouldn't have helped. Although she didn't know Cashin well, if he was the type of person who took great pride in his work, he would surely be upset that she had suddenly interfered. Moreover, in his entire life, he would probably never be able to handle problems the way I can. Cashin, who came from a commoner background, had become a knight, but he was not a noble. No matter how hard he tried, he was just a commoner looked down upon by the aristocracy. Therefore, when Lilan used her noble status to help him, it was undoubtedly like saying, I can easily do what you could never achieve in your entire life. Betty, who had grown up in this hierarchical system, said, but you were a duke's daughter. Shouldn't that knight be grateful for your help? Lilan sighed inwardly. If that man hadn't laid a hand on him, she wouldn't have intervened. How dare he touch that face, which is like an intangible cultural heritage. She then said to Betty, seeing a living person standing there, getting slapped in the face in public, how could I just stand by and do nothing? I shouldn't have hoped to get on good terms with him. I always end up making him hate me. Betty asked with a grin, weren't you just thinking he's handsome and you wanted to take him home? Lilan didn't deny it, of course. He's so handsome. However, every word of Lilan's exchange was overheard by Cashin. Cashin's ears turned red. Lilan turned and left, planning to buy a gift for Harvey. He should be at home waiting obediently for me right now. If I get back too late, he'll definitely wail and cry. Standing in the corner, Cashin watched Lilan's departing figure, lost in thought. A tingling sensation spread through his limbs. It seems I was wrong again. As a commoner knight, Cashin held the rank of a knight, but also had the status of a commoner, which made him a convenient pawn. Therefore, Cashin naturally became the city guard's tool for dealing with nobles. Baron Ingram, who had been brought in, threw the documents in Cashin's face, roaring, get someone else in here. I don't want to talk to someone of your low birth. However, the knights of noble birth didn't want to get involved in matters concerning other nobles. So the best method was to have a commoner like Cashin handle it. For Cashin, this kind of abuse was commonplace. But he was still very unhappy, because no matter how badly he was bullied, these so-called nobles would be released soon enough. Nobody cared about his feelings at all. Cashin stood by the window, recalling Lilan's words. At that moment, she had stood in front of him without any hesitation. And yet, she felt guilty for interfering, thinking it might have hurt his pitiful pride. Lilan made Cashin feel ashamed. He had thought Lilan was no different from other nobles. So he had been blaming her in his heart. But he never expected Lilan to be such a kind person. He had been so narrow-minded. Cashin decided that this time, he had to tell Lilan his thoughts. He couldn't help but recall when Lilan said he was handsome and wanted to take him home. Suddenly, Cashin snapped back to reality, his face instantly flushing red. What on earth am I doing? Meanwhile, in a children's shop, Lilan was picking out a gift for Harvey. After choosing a necklace, she paid and left the store, ready to go home. Unexpectedly, she ran into a breathless Cashin who had rushed to find her. He was panting heavily, then shyly began to speak. I've been looking for you. I saw you here and ran over. I have something I want to say to you. Lilan said happily, whatever you want to say, just say it. Cashin hesitated, unable to get a single word out for a long time. After a long while, Caxowen finally spoke. Are you not upset? Lilan was confused. Upset about what? All right, is your face okay? Caxowen shyly covered his face with his hands, saying he was fine. Lilan stole a few more glances that it's so red. It must hurt a lot. Caxowen mustered his courage and spoke again that I'm sorry. You helped me just now, but not only was I not grateful, I was also very disrespectful. Lilan blushed and waved her hand. That's my fault. I suddenly interfered while you were on duty. At this moment, whenever Lilan saw Caxowen's face, her heart would beat faster. She thought she was the one who should be apologizing. What was wrong with Caxowen? He was frowning and seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Could it be that he's angry because he was hit? That makes sense. Who wouldn't feel wronged after being hit for no reason? Thinking this, Lilan moved closer to Caxowen to encourage him. Keep it up. It might sound strange for me to say this, but life isn't always smooth sailing. There will always be times when you feel wronged and frustrated. As long as you keep trying your best, you'll meet someone who understands you. And you're already working very hard. So, before you meet that person who understands you, don't you ever give up, okay? However, Lilan was screaming internally, do you want to come to my place? The next moment, Caxowen knelt down. He sincerely apologized to Lylin. If I am ever disrespectful to you again, please be sure to punish me. Thank you for your constant care and tolerance. I'll see you next time. Be careful on your way. With that, Caxawin turned and left. Lylin was deeply moved. I'm that kind of magnanimous and merciful person. Beatty spoke up. You are indeed very tolerant towards that knight. Lylin realized it too. Could it be because he's handsome? But why am I not like this with Lucas? Beatty strongly agreed that Caxawin was handsome. Perhaps that's the reason. Caxawin, who hadn't gone far, struck a pose, holding his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This noble lady is really different from what I imagined. After buying gifts, Lylin was having a good time playing with Harvey. Suddenly, she was told that the crown prince had arrived. Lylin, who was leisurely petting the leopard, was furious. Can the crown prince just show up without any notice? Beatty said, usually, one must make an appointment before visiting. Lylin then instructed Beatty to tell the crown prince that she was busy and he should go back. Beatty was a little worried, but that's the crown prince. I'm afraid you'll be criticized for doing this. Lylin smiled intimately and said, have I not been criticized enough? I'm the daughter of the Duke of Cadmea. Even if he is the crown prince and my fiancé, he cannot be this rude. The crown prince had cheated on her out of dissatisfaction with their engagement. He neither dares to refuse the engagement, nor is he willing to be the one to break it off. Yet he always acts so high and mighty, thinking he's all that. There's no need for me to cater to someone like that. After hearing this, Beatty recalled the crown prince's past behavior toward her lady and also began to feel angry. Lylin pondered for a moment. This scene wasn't in the novel. Why did he come this time? Suddenly, Lylin thought of a reason why the crown prince might have come to see her. She called out to Beatty that I will see the crown prince today. Lylin had Beatty inform him that she needed some time to prepare. The scene changes. The crown prince, waiting alone, heard footsteps. He said in a low voice, "You're late." Lylin appeared, her hair as black as ink, wearing a blood-red evening gown, looking spirited. Lylin was stroking Harvey. She walked in nonchalantly and said, "Didn't I send word ahead?" The crown prince was very disdainful of the beastmen. Where did this animal come from? He then slowly turned around. Those blood-red eyes and snow-white hair momentarily stunned Lylin. Before seeing the crown prince, Lylin had wondered, what if he's a good person? What if he's very good to me? What if he does everything a fiancé should, and I, as a transmigrator, end up ruining their lives? Just as Lylin was lost in thought, the crown prince leaned in close to her ear. He reached out, lifted her chin, and said viciously, "How dare you ignore me?" Lylin's expression changed instantly. What right does he have to treat me like this? The nerve of him. Lylin angrily slapped the crown prince's hand away and shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" The crown prince looked at his hand and sneered. Lylin was disgusted. What is this man doing? So annoying. Lylin walked to the table, sat down, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped her hand. You should consider yourself lucky. If you weren't the crown prince, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. The crown prince showed a puzzled anger. Lylin said imperiously, "You touched my body without my permission. I ought to have your hand cut off." After speaking, she threw the handkerchief to the ground like trash. The crown prince scoffed, "Quite the character, aren't you? How dare you speak to the crown prince this way?" Lylin replied contemptuously, "I'm the only one who would dare speak to you this way." Then she got straight to the point. Why have you come to see me? The crown prince smiled. Didn't you desperately beg to see me before? Why get straight to business now? How ill-mannered. Before Lylin could get angry, Harvey had already started to growl. He wouldn't let anyone bully Lylin. Lylin continued, "Do I need to be polite to someone who barges into my home uninvited?" The crown prince stared at Harvey, baring its teeth at me, as ill-mannered as its owner. To the crown prince's surprise, Lylin didn't immediately apologize as she used to. Lylin said coldly, "Your Highness, the crown prince, what business is it of yours whether I'm polite or not? Or do you believe you have the right to lecture me?" The crown prince suddenly laughed. He muttered, "Is this your new tactic to get my attention? How interesting." The crown prince had expected Lylin to fawn over him unconditionally as always, never imagining she would be so forceful this time. Lylin said bluntly, "Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Crown Prince Lishi stopped her, saying arrogantly, "I will not be attending the National Foundation Day celebration with you this time." He then smiled contemptuously. Lylin glared at him. Is he expecting me to get on my knees and beg? Lylin said nonchalantly, "Fine, do as you wish. It has nothing to do with me, anyway." She then picked up the teacup and emptied it. Then she said, "The cup is empty now. If you have no other business, you may leave. Having tea with certain people is a complete waste of my time. With that, she prepared to stand and leave. Lishi ordered Lylin to sit, his teeth clenched. However, Lylin ignored him completely and walked toward the door. Before she left, Lylin offered a piece of advice. If you wish to be respected, learn to respect others first. Lylin patted Harvey's head and said, "Harvey, let's go." She sighed with relief, thinking the ordeal was finally over. But in the next moment, Lishi cornered her, leaning in from behind. He whispered, "You're really pushing it. You don't have the right to refuse me." For the Crown Prince, Alice and Lylin were different. Lylin could be his equal. Her status was perhaps even higher than his. But Alice's status was far beneath the Crown Prince's. That was why the arrogant Crown Prince did not want to be near Lylin. And that was why he looked down on her so. Lylin spoke icily. "Are you stealing my lines now? You're the one who's pushing it, daring to cause a scene in my home. Were you raised without any manners?" Seeing the proud and defiant Lylin, Lishi felt a loss of face for the first time. He glared at her, gritting his teeth. Just then, a knock came at the door, and it was slowly pushed open. A group of knights and guards stood behind Lylin. Lylin looked at Lishi provocatively. "Please continue." She smiled. "Now let's see what you'll do." Lishi restrained himself. He adjusted his clothes and spoke with arrogance. "If this is your new method for getting my attention." He leaned close to Lylin again. "I admit, it is refreshing." Then he strode away. Lylin was frozen in place. What was that expression? Does he really think I'm using new tricks to seduce him? How can anyone be so narcissistic? Lylin seethed with anger, nearly fainting from the rage. Clutching her forehead, Lylin told Betty she was going out. Betty thought she was going to start a fight. She was about to fetch her gloves when Lylin clarified that she was just going shopping. Besides, with the National Foundation Day approaching, I must prepare. Betty was somewhat worried for Lylin. Lylin reassured her, "Don't worry. There's a proper way to handle things. The Crown Prince will soon suffer a setback at my hands. I'll settle the score with him then." She then told Betty to make an appointment at the boutique. Just then, Lylin recalled that because Alice had worn the dress she had reserved, Rosemary's boutique had sent a letter of apology. "They wish for my forgiveness." In that case, let's go to Rosemary's boutique today. At that moment, Rosemary was discussing something with Alice. She was stunned to see Lylin arrive. She hurried forward to greet her. Lylin smiled at the shopkeeper and said, "Long time no see." Rosemary, however, complained bitterly in her heart. "Why do I always run into people I despise?" Alice muttered under her breath. How can she look so calm? Rosemary offered a warm greeting. "We haven't seen you in our shop much lately. We were worried you might have fallen ill." Then she invited Lylin into the shop. Ignoring Alice's greeting, Lylin didn't even give her a second glance and walked straight past her. Alice's face instantly fell. She gritted her teeth, not daring to show her anger. Lylin smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased with herself. "You don't look too happy, do you, Alice?" Lylin entered the shop and asked pointedly, "Has my stolen dress been recovered?" Rosemary apologized profusely. Lylin reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm not that petty, and I can tell you've been making an effort to investigate. However, I am a bit concerned that this sort of thing might happen again." Rosemary vowed, "I will ensure nothing like this ever happens again." Lylin looked at her. "I'm relieved to hear you say so, but I prefer more tangible commitments. I'm sure you know what I mean." Rosemary glanced at Alice, who was standing foolishly by the door, and said, "I will keep that in mind." Given Rosemary's status in the industry, she could have a huge impact on Alice's counterfeiting business. Lylin set down her teacup and laughed, covering her mouth. "Then I'll take your word for it." Then Lylin tilted her head and said, "I see there's another customer." She then feigned surprise. "Oh, it's Alice. I didn't even recognize you." Rosemary quickly interjected, "She is not a customer. You needn't pay her any mind." Lylin was about to give Alice a way to save face, but then she caught a glimpse of the defiant look in her eyes. Alice approached, curtsied to Lylin again, and explained that she just happened to have some business nearby. After saying her piece, Alice moved to sit down on the sofa. Then Leyland's cold voice cut in. "I don't recall telling you to sit." Alice froze. With a blank expression, Leyland emphasized in an icy tone, "I said, I did not tell you to sit down." Alice had only gotten to where she was today, not because of her own abilities, but because Leyland had been foolish. In reality, without Leyland's permission, she didn't even have the right to sit down. After a moment, Leyland suddenly laughed. "I was just joking. Between us, is there really any need for such formalities?" Alice gripped her skirt tightly, suppressing her rage. She then apologized to Leyland. Leyland turned to Rosemary and asked, "Have you finished your discussion with Alice?" Rosemary explained that Alice had only just arrived. Leyland deliberately provoked Alice to, "So, you're here to buy a dress too?" After hearing this, Alice quickly waved her hands in denial, explaining she was only here to chat with Rosemary. Leyland feigned confusion that I in a dress shop. What is there to talk about other than dresses? She then said to Rosemary, after Alice finishes picking her dress, "Have all the remaining ones sent to the Duke's mansion?" Rosemary asked in astonishment, "All of these dresses? You're going to buy all of them?" Leyland replied nonchalantly, "As you know, I have enough money to buy every dress on the continent. I won't bicker with Alice over a single one." This comment left the impoverished Alice utterly humiliated. After a moment of silence, Alice lifted her head and smiled brightly. She explained that she truly had only come to chat with Rosemary today, that I already have an appointment with someone to have a gown custom made. She said this with a sweet and bashful look on her face. Leyland's expression remained unchanged. Then she spoke. "There are many things in this world that are both beautiful and valuable. I am fortunate enough to have been born with all of them. But human desire is limitless. They will constantly pursue things of even greater value. What I discard as trash may be a treasure to someone else. So, it's certain that someone will come along and pick it up. I'm quite grateful to those who help me take out my trash." Alice, visibly agitated, trembled slightly. She then stood and said, "I know which jewel is the most important and precious to you. And I know you've always been afraid that someone else might snatch that jewel away. I'm very much looking forward to the upcoming Founding Day party. I hope to see you there." Leyland suddenly burst into laughter. Does she think she can upstage me at the party? With nothing but the crown prince on her arm? How truly naive. Leyland grabbed Alice and whispered in her ear, "You're so adorable, thinking you can actually fight me. Did you really believe you could do whatever you want in front of me? I'm also looking forward to this Founding Day party. Today is the Empire's National Founding Day." She made a grand entrance with her father. Looking at the magnificent palace, Leyland felt pretty good. Because the male and female guests were separated, her father left first. Everyone looked at the stunningly beautiful Leyland. Several young ladies who were on good terms with Leyland exclaimed, "You look so beautiful today." Everyone gathered happily, talking and laughing. Suddenly, a commotion drew Leyland's attention. The crown prince entered magnificently, holding Alice's hand. This caused a stir among the guests. Even if he is the crown prince, he shouldn't do this when he has a fiancée. Then, the two began to dance as if no one else was there. The young ladies were furious. "The Duke's daughter is right here. This is too much." But Leyland just stared at them without a word. This scene of Alice and the crown prince dancing. If things followed the original story, Leyland would have stopped her companions who wanted to go and confront them. She would also have told the crown prince how much she loved him, while onlookers would have mocked her relentlessly. No one would have sympathized. Leyland's and Alice's eyes met. Alice gave a brilliant smile, as if she were the victor. However, Leyland smiled back. "Isn't it just about stealing a man? Why does she look like she's won the whole world?" Alice's dream is a bit simple and cute. Just then, Lucas appeared behind Leyland. Most people would be angry seeing this, but you actually seem happy. Leyland knew it was Lucas just by the sound of his voice. Lucas moved closer to Leyland and said, "What do you think of me? May I ask you for a dance? As long as I'm here, you will surely succeed in your revenge." Leyland couldn't quite understand what Lucas was thinking. Is he trying to use me to get revenge on Alice? She decisively rejected Lucas, saying, "I am an engaged woman. As long as he is present, I cannot dance with another." Lucas said with a smile, "But your fiancé is dancing with someone else." Leyland smiled faintly. "Everything is going just as I wished." Lishi saw Leyland's interaction with the others. After feeling the crown prince's gaze on her, Leyland moved even closer to Lucas. Then, Leyland slowly walked onto the stage and questioned Lishi and Alice. "Are you two having fun? It seems you're having a wonderful time." The crown prince asked with a hint of mockery in his tone, "Leyland, what do you think you're doing?" Amidst the astonished gazes, Leyland took off her gauntlet and threw it in Alice's face. "I, Leyland of House Candlewind, on my honor, formally challenge you, Alice." Alice tightly gripped the gauntlet Leyland had thrown at her. "What are you doing? Llewellyn stared at her and said slowly, I've been kind enough to let things slide, but you've really started to think you're something special. Your desperate attempts to provoke me are cute, but you should know your limits. With her backer, Alice grew bold as the daughter of Duke Candlewind, one of the two pillars of the Empire. Is it really all right for you to be so insolent in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? Llewellyn looked at her coldly and said, And what about you? Do you think your humble origins give you the right to act so recklessly? Alice's face instantly turned red. She stammered for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence. Seeing this, Llewellyn laughed out loud. You just call me insolent. Do you know why I have the confidence to be so insolent? Llewellyn smiled brilliantly. Because I am the Duke's daughter. Llewellyn shunned Candlewind. Seeing Llewellyn being so aggressive, the Crown Prince suddenly snatched the gauntlet from Alice's hand. He walked up to Llewellyn and put the gauntlet on for her. He whispered in her ear, Llewellyn, I advise you to stop this. Then he gripped her wrist tightly and said fiercely, Don't make me angry again. Llewellyn told him to let go, but Lishi didn't move. Llewellyn smiled and said, I did warn you. The people below had already started to whisper, The Crown Prince is so forceful. It's so disrespectful to a woman. In this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if House Candlewind called off the engagement. Llewellyn pulled her hand back, saying mockingly, You really are a fool. Then, Llewellyn looked at Alice again, as the young lady of the ducal house of Candlewind, and as the fiancée of His Highness the Crown Prince. I have something to say to you. You've been slandering my name. How do you plan to compensate me? However, I am generous. I'm willing to respect your fate as a noble. So I've given you a chance to prove your innocence. You will accept, won't you? Llewellyn had already figured it out. Training a knight costs a great deal of money, and Alice's family would never spend a fortune to hire one for a duel. Alice, I will ruin your reputation. Seeing that Alice didn't dare to speak, Llewellyn stroked her hair and said slowly, If you lose the duel and become a noble who cannot protect her own honor, you probably won't be able to prance around in front of me anymore. Alice turned her head, refusing the duel. Llewellyn leaned in close to Alice's ear and said, Accepting the duel is better than having your family ruined, isn't it? From this day on, I will no longer go easy on you. Lishi finally understood Llewellyn's intentions and said, So you agreed so readily that day because you were planning this. Llewellyn laughed inwardly and said, You're only just realizing it now? There are more interesting things to come. Or perhaps I should just finish off the Conrad family today. Or would you rather watch me chop off her beautiful hands and feet? These words enraged Lishi once again. He forcefully pulled Llewellyn away, standing between the two of them. Llewellyn smiled calmly, Your Highness, don't get so worked up. You are both at fault in this matter. I will be sure to present you with a gift befitting the occasion. So please, before I make my move. The words were barely out when Llewellyn grabbed his tie and said fiercely, Let go of me. As the two were in a standoff, another Duchess of the Empire, Isabel, the head of the Carolus family, was also watching everything. Duke Candlewind also stepped forward to separate the two. He would not stand by and watch such insolence, especially when the target was his precious daughter. Lishi looked at the two dukes before him and shouted, You two dukes, did you come here together today to insult me? Isabel said angrily, She is Lady Candlewind, to whom you are engaged. You cannot insult her like this. Lady Llewellyn, I am willing to be the witness for your duel. Furthermore, this duel concerns the honor of your families. You cannot seek help from others. You must rely solely on the strength of your own family. Isabel's words came as a heavy blow to Alice. Afterward, Isabel took her leave. Lishi looked at Llewellyn and said, Now your wish has been granted. You must be very happy. Not to be outdone, Llewellyn replied, Am I not very kind? With my status, I could have been much more ruthless, but I chose to be merciful where mercy is due. So please, do not provoke me any further. After saying this, she left with her father. Her father looked at the Crown Prince and Alice and said resolutely to his daughter, This time, the Candlewind family will not let this matter rest. Llewellyn was touched. It's so nice to have a father who dotes on you. Meanwhile, Lucas, in the audience, was once again captivated by Llewellyn's powerful charm. Llewellyn sat alone, spacing out on an empty rooftop terrace. Just then, a voice was heard. Why are you here all alone? You look so desolate. Llewellyn was startled, thinking it was some kind of ghost or monster. But the next second, a hand reached in from outside the railing. Llewellyn fell to the ground, scared out of her wits. Lucas poked his head out and said, You get scared by me every time. But I'm sorry. I wanted to talk to you, but I couldn't exactly knock to come in. Lylin understood. If a man were to enter, it would easily cause a misunderstanding. Seeing Lylin remain silent, Lucas pretended to be sad and said, "If you want to be alone, I'll leave then." His beauty was truly irresistible. Lylin blurted out, "It's fine for you to be here." Lylin looked down below. "How did you get up here?" "It's several stories high." Lucas helped Lylin back. "No offense, but it's too dangerous for you to be like that." The atmosphere suddenly became romantic. The sound of music filled the air. Lucas held Lylin's hand. Lost in his beauty and unable to help herself, Lylin unconsciously twirled along with Lucas. Lucas said gently, "Please sit, Lady Lylin. Your heels are so high, your feet must hurt." Lylin asked him why he was here. Lucas asked in return, "Am I not allowed to be here? I just wanted to see you. I was originally thinking that if you told me to leave, I would listen to you. But you didn't." Confused, Lylin asked, "Do you need something from me?" Then Lucas became shy and said, "Actually, I'd really like to get to know you better." Lylin said faintly, "Do you really need to understand me?" The wind blew through their hair. Lucas looked down at Lylin, their eyes meeting. Lucas smiled and said, "You're as inscrutable as ever." As soon as he finished speaking, Lylin dismissed him. "If there's nothing else, please leave. I want to be alone to gather my thoughts." Lucas said urgently, "Wait, I have something very important to tell you." Lylin felt he was just making excuses and began to organize the day's events in her mind. "Neither the Crown Prince nor Alice has made a move against me. With this improper behavior now public knowledge, it's impossible for them to be so calm. Unless they're confident they can resolve this problem. This novel is about Alice going back in time. Could it be that she already knew what would happen today? Could she have seen the original events in the future, knowing this would all end as a farce? And that she would be the ultimate winner? Is that why she's so certain of victory?" The stinging pain in her hand made Lylin irritable. What's most incomprehensible is that the Crown Prince is the male lead of the novel. What was the author thinking, writing such a ridiculous story? Lylin suddenly recalled that one of the novel's keywords was reversal. Does that mean Alice has another way out of this? Lucas looked at Lylin sincerely and said, "I remember what I wanted to say now. The man who enslaves the beastmen. Are you just going to let him get away with it?" Lylin admitted that she was also struggling with that problem, but had no solution. Lucas tilted his head. "That you're the type to act according to a plan? Why aren't you acting on a whim like you used to?" Lylin said scornfully, "Even if I were richer, I wouldn't want to spend it on that rotten person." Lucas suggested, "Against a villain like that, you could just use power to overwhelm him." Lylin asked, "And how would I do that?" Lucas replied, "I can help you, you know. But you'll have to give me a 10% cut of the money we seize from him." Lylin asked, a little curious, "So how exactly are you going to help me?" Lucas, however, just hummed a tune evasively that you'll find out soon enough. Lylin muttered to herself, "I was just trying to figure out how to deal with him. Since you're offering to help, of course I'll accept." Lucas looked at the pensive Lylin and said gently, "You give off very contradictory impressions. A contrast? Right now, you could pass for an innocent younger sister, naive to the ways of the world. But at other times, you're like a true duchess. Both sides of you are truly special." Just then, the music from the party swelled again. Lucas stood up from the sofa, adjusted his attire, and said to Lylin, "Now may I have this dance?" Lylin asked, "Why are you so fixated on dancing?" Lucas looked at her earnestly and said, "I want to know if my own feelings will change after dancing with you." However, Lylin brushed past Lucas and started walking away. "You want to dance here?" Lucas replied, "Why not? We can hear the music perfectly." Lylin said, "If anyone saw us, they'd think we were on a secret date." Lucas grabbed her hand. "And so what if we are? The palace maid of Tandamiwen is angry because her fiancé cheated. Is it so wrong for her to have a rendezvous with a handsome viscount?" Lylin looked up at Lucas, their eyes locking. The atmosphere grew intimate once more. As the music swelled, the two began to dance. But just then, Lylin suddenly stopped him. "What's wrong?" Lucas asked urgently. Lylin's gaze flickered away. "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired." Lucas, however, had noticed something. He took her hand. He asked, his voice full of concern, "Why didn't you say anything? It's this bad. It must hurt terribly." Lucas understood. "Oh, that's it. Is this why you were hiding here all alone?" Lylin turned away, saying coldly, "It doesn't hurt. And I wasn't hiding. I just wanted to be by myself." She started to walk away. Lylin didn't want him to realize she was afraid. But after only 2 steps, a warm coat was draped over her shoulders. Lylin turned to see Lucas perched on the railing. He said playfully, "You just don't want anyone to see you being vulnerable, right? You have such strong pride. Is it because you're a duke's daughter? Whether it's the silly you or the arrogant you who pretends to be strong. I like all of it." With that, he leaped down. Lylin rushed to the edge, looking down in alarm. He was already gone. Lylin was stunned, wondering what on earth he liked about her. Meanwhile, Lucas, who had jumped down, was hiding shyly in the garden because of what he had just said. This man, who was supposedly only interested in money, had now fallen in love. Lucas recalled the scene on the balcony when he invited Lylin to dance. Lylin's sweet smile made Lucas blush profusely. He muttered to himself, "I'm not a child anymore. What's the big deal about holding hands?" Coming to his senses, Lucas realized he had taken Lylin's glove. Then, feeling a pang of concern, he thought, her wrist must be hurting. I really wanted to take her home, but what do I mean to Lylin right now? The two of them weren't very familiar with each other. Lucas felt a sharp pang in his heart. The next time we meet, our relationship must take a step forward. Lucas made up his mind to cross the line that Lylin had drawn. I'll make Lylin show her vulnerable side to me, rely only on me, and think only of me. However, every time Lylin saw him, she would always ask what his business was. It seems I can't expect too much, he thought. Lucas tightly gripped Lylin's glove, the sound of his own heartbeat loud and clear. Then he gently kissed the glove. Meanwhile, Lishi was summoned to the conference room by His Majesty the Emperor. Just as he reached the door, he saw Duke Tandemine. After a brief greeting, the Duke shot him a resentful glance, which displeased Lishi. Lishi entered the conference room, and a cup full of red wine smashed against the wall behind him. Emperor Edwin was furious. "Oh, you have any idea what you've done? Your fiancé's family holds the fate of the entire empire in their hands. You have no right to insult her like that." Lishi retorted, "Why should the imperial family have to walk on eggshells around their family? We are the imperial family." Edwin shot back, "You think just because you're royalty, your status is higher than theirs. The two great families, Carolaus and Tandemine, laid the foundation for the empire. They possess power, military strength, and wealth, yet they still willingly serve the empire with loyalty. How dare you disregard these two families? To think that I appointed someone so ungrateful as the crown prince. The only reason you were able to defeat the others is that the young lady of Duke Candemine chose you." Lishi was stunned. He felt as if he could hear Lylin speaking in his ear. "Your position as crown prince is entirely thanks to the efforts of the Candemines. If it weren't for me, the title of crown prince would have never been yours. You neither possess the purple eyes and golden hair that symbolize the imperial family like His Majesty, nor are you as outstanding as your brothers. The only thing you have is that useless pride of yours." "Enough," Edwin said, sitting down. "The partner you need to respect is the child of the Tandemine family. You must take responsibility for your choice." Lishi walked out in a daze, Lylin's voice still mocking him in his mind. "Did you hear what His Majesty said? I advise you not to provoke me any further. Otherwise, you won't even be able to hold on to this nominal title of crown prince." Lylin's mocking laughter echoed in Lishi's mind, leaving him unsettled for a long time. Lylin, along with Betty and Harvey, came to attend a local festival where there were street performances. Suddenly, Lylin felt a dazzling presence nearby. She looked up, and wasn't that the familiar back of Kasiwan? He was as handsome as ever. Lylin noticed the little boy next to Kasiwan. The boy turned his head, and he was the spitting image of Kasiwan. Just then, Kasiwan also noticed Lylin. Feeling a bit shy, Lylin hid behind Betty and muttered, "I was just engrossed in watching the show." Kasiwan walked over and asked with a somewhat downcast expression, "Am I disturbing you?" Lylin quickly denied it. Then, seeing the little boy beside him, she asked in surprise, "Kasiwan, are you already married? After all, you two look exactly alike. I can't believe I've been coveting a married man. What a sin." Kasiwan was taken aback. He slowly said, "I'm not married. This child is my younger brother." Lylin was relieved. At that moment, the little boy burrowed into Kasiwan's arms. Kasiwan explained, "I'm sorry, my brother is a bit shy with strangers." Lylin panicked. Was he scared of me? How am I supposed to interact with children? Suddenly, Lylin had a flash of inspiration. She bought cotton candy from a stall. "Would you like some?" Lylin asked. Cashin looked at Harvey and his own younger brother in the distance. They look like they're having a lot of fun. Lylin couldn't help but reply, yes, they do. Fortunately, she swallowed the rest of her words before they came out. Had she almost blurted out husband? The atmosphere just now felt strangely like an old married couple watching their children play. Cashin felt a little guilty, thinking he was being a bother to Lylin. Lylin waved her hand dismissively. How could you be a bother? She said, I was the one who gave them the cotton candy. Seeing them enjoy it makes me happy too. Cashin looked at Lylin sincerely and apologized. However, Lylin was already thinking about the plot of the original novel. According to the original story, it was during this festival that Alice met Lucas and Rishi, as well as a blonde knight on a white horse. There was even a magician. This was supposed to be the peak of her romantic luck. And Cashin, isn't he supposed to be one of the fish in Alice's pond right now? Just then, Cashin asked, what do you think of the festival? It's quite different from the banquets of the nobility, isn't it? Lylin looked at the joyous scene of everyone having fun together. It is indeed very different from a noble's party, she said. There's no banquet hall, yet they can still have fun. Dancing in the square, it looks so joyful and so free. As she finished speaking, Lylin froze. Had she herself ever been free? She suddenly felt that whether in a dream or in a novel, she could never live as she wished. She could remember bits and pieces of other things, yet she couldn't recall any memories involving the Crown Prince. Lylin felt that there must be a huge secret hidden within this. Even though she could do as she pleased for now, perhaps I'm just a puppet. Seeing her grave expression, Cashin extended his hand. Would you care to dance with me? He asked. Just move with the music. Don't worry about the steps. I'm here, so you have nothing to worry about. Lylin placed her hand in Cashin's and said with a smile, you sound very reliable. As the music began, she danced lightly under Cashin's lead. Lylin felt as if she could fly. A gentle breeze blew by, and Cashin looked like an angel who had descended to earth. Captivated by his beauty, Lylin blurted out, who exactly are you? Cashin smiled faintly. I am Cashin, a commoner knight of the 12th Knight Order. In the square, Lylin's head of beautiful, glossy black hair drew everyone's attention. Everyone mistook Lylin for a member of the Carolow's family and rushed to ask her to dance. Lylin didn't refuse, happily dancing with them. Fearing Lylin would get too tired, Cashin swept her up into his arms. Lylin cried out in surprise. Her face turned as red as an apple. This is too close, she thought. I can almost hear my own heartbeat. After carrying her away from the center of the festival, Cashin put her down. Lylin asked softly, Cashin, how did you get us out of that crowd? Cashin apologized to Lylin. I thought it would be faster. He said, I apologize if I was too forward. Lylin shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. If I truly felt you were being forward, I would have pushed you away already. So, you don't need to apologize. Cashin stared, mesmerized by the beautiful Lylin. He then asked, may I ask you a question? What is it? Lylin replied readily. After hesitating for a moment, Cashin spoke that I heard that you have never danced with anyone besides His Highness, the Crown Prince. So, why did you look at me at the banquet? Lylin replied shyly, because I wanted to dance with you. Why? Cashin asked, confused. Lylin felt a pang of sadness. Because this dream will eventually end. She just wanted one dance with the handsome man in her dream, but she couldn't say that out loud. She looked into Cashin's sincere eyes. Lylin asked in return, is there something wrong with that? Did you feel offended? Cashin clenched his fist and said firmly, absolutely not. It's just that, as a commoner, I felt I wasn't worthy of standing by your side. Lylin looked at the dejected Cashin before her and began to speak slowly. This might sound strange to you, but I have to say it. Lylin took Cashin's hand. I believe that when it comes to relationships, status doesn't matter at all. As long as two people understand each other and feel at ease together, they can become friends. So we can be friends too. Cashin stared at her without a word. Lylin said awkwardly, it must sound strange, coming from me, right? Lylin was secretly disheartened. After all, she came from a society without status or class restrictions. However, to her surprise, Cashin took Lylin's hand. He then knelt on one knee and said, may I ask you for a dance at the next banquet? Faced with Cashin's invitation, Lylin was at a loss. Seeing that Lylin didn't answer, Cashin grew a little anxious. Are you unwilling? After hearing this, Lilan shook her head repeatedly. I thought you didn't like me. After all, I offended you by meddling in your affairs. Cashin said guiltily, I actually regret it. I have such low self-esteem that I failed to realize what a radiant person you are. Lilan was stunned, so he could smile so genuinely. But at this rate, Lilan felt as if she had become the heroine of this novel. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man was also in the square. Alice smiled faintly. She took the man's hand and said, Sir Knight, I have a favor to ask of you. Alice looked at the man with an innocent expression. Can we meet the day after the festival ends? Lilan, having been invited, arrived at the home of her idol, Carolow's. Just as Lilan was about to open the door, she ran right into Carolow's. Lilan quickly curtsied. So nervous, she stumbled over her words. Carolow smiled and welcomed Lilan. Seeing Carolow's in person again, Lilan was also very happy. Carolow's asked gently, From whom did you inherit your hair color? Lilan replied that her hair color was inherited from her grandmother. Carolow's had a realization. S.O.U. inherited the hair color of Aunt Lasha. The last time I saw the Duke of Candemian, it seems he was using appearance magic. Lilan didn't understand. What is appearance magic? Carolow's explained. You were born into the Candemian family, yet you possess the black hair of the Carolow's family and the purple eyes of the imperial family. Therefore, many would surely question your lineage. Your father, afraid you would be hurt, used appearance magic to change his own appearance. Lilan was deeply moved. Her father had changed his appearance for her sake. Carolow spoke slowly. I greatly admire your actions at the National Foundation banquet. He then asked Lilan, Do you know of the woman called a hero, Liao Lysian Carolow's? Lilan said, I only know that she killed the tyrant Bimond and changed many systems and laws for women. Carolow's looked at Lilan and asked, Then do you know why she killed Bimond? Centuries ago, a 100-year war began. It didn't end until a female hero emerged. But after the war ended, the men who had been forced to serve as soldiers returned. They felt that in their absence, their rights had been usurped by women. The men wanted to reclaim their former rights and receive compensation for their military service, while the women fought to keep their positions from being taken away. So they respected and understood each other. The hero praised by the people was a woman. As the founding emperor, Bimond could not bear having his power usurped by a woman. So Bimond framed her as a witch and had her burned at the stake. After that, an indiscriminate witch hunt began. From that time on, people never spoke of women's rights again. After some time, another hero named Liao Lysian Carolow's emerged. She took up her sword and struck down Bimond, putting an end to it all. Then Carolow's looked at Lilan. I saw your behavior at the banquet. It was incredibly satisfying. Only then did I realize what a great wrong Rich had committed against his fiancée. Do women have no honor to speak of? Once engaged, both parties should respect each other. But the male nobles think nothing of it, because they can take lovers while women can only endure. He then reminded Lilan, however, there are some things you must understand. Although Ms. Conrad did wrong and damaged your reputation, it takes two to tango. Lilan smiled and said, I know. I will make him pay the price as well. Carolow's praised Lilan. You are so clever. I'm sure you can handle it well. Your actions that day surely made many noble ladies very happy. But do you know? It's because you're in a high position that you're able to do so. Lilan lowered her head and thought. In this era, others wouldn't even dare to imagine doing what she did. Instead, they would feel ashamed of their partner's infidelity. Carolow's asked Lilan earnestly, in that case, may I ask a favor of you? I will soon pass my title to my son and return to the capital. Can you stand up for the weak just as I have? Lilan understood then. Even if she hadn't been the one standing there, Duke Corrales would have still stepped forward. He was a true nobleman. Lilan suddenly felt ashamed. She, too, was a noble, yet she had not fulfilled her duties, lost in a pleasant dream. Lilan stood up resolutely and said, I definitely will. Corrales took Lilan's hand. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Then, Corrales continued, I will have my son act as a witness for this duel. Then, with a sudden change of topic, would you consider marrying my son? I've grown so fond of you. I'd love to keep you by my side. As they chatted, it was soon time to say goodbye. Lilan had originally intended to just enjoy herself in this beautiful dream, but she now felt that she couldn't go on like this. She had to start studying hard. Lilan, now determined to study hard, was on the verge of tears, her head about to explode. Betty, feeling for her, comforted her. Why don't you take a break first? Lylin did not choose to rest, because she still had so much to learn. Betty reminded her, the time for your duel with Lady Alice is approaching. Lylin's spirits lifted at this. The time for her revenge was coming soon. After dealing with Alice, the next one is the Crown Prince. She would definitely be busy then, so she had to study hard during this time. Lylin instructed Betty to find all the documents concerning the Candamiwan thief. Betty was a little confused, asking, why do you suddenly want to know about these things? You used to love shopping the most, but you haven't gone recently. Lylin told Betty, I just feel that I can't live like I used to anymore. After all, I am a young lady of the Candamiwan Duchy, so I'm trying to find what I should be doing as the Duke's daughter. After Betty left, she was filled with emotion. My lady has changed so much, but no matter what, I will do my best to help her become the Duchess. Betty found the head butler and explained the situation to him. The butler was instantly thrilled and said he would have someone send the documents to the young lady as soon as possible. In her room, Lylin felt completely exhausted. Just then, Harvey, who had changed his clothes, popped out from the doorway. Lylin stretched and asked why Harvey had a book in his hand. Harvey said it was a gift from Lien. Lylin was touched. Oh, you're studying too. What is this book about? Seeing Harvey looking flustered, Lylin walked over to comfort him. You remember? I once told you that if you ever found something you wanted to do, you should tell me. Harvey lowered his head and said, Lylin, I want to learn how to read. Full of fighting spirit, Lylin replied, no problem. I'll find a teacher for you. We'll study hard together. Harvey promised he would work hard. He silently vowed to himself that he would protect Lylin. In the afternoon, someone reported that the young Master Corrales had arrived. Lylin was a little surprised, as time passed so quickly. Then she asked, Lucy, what's the situation with the Crown Prince? Lucy replied, I heard that the Crown Prince hasn't left the palace since the National Foundation Day. Lylin smiled faintly. The Crown Prince is that thin-skinned. What are people saying about him? Lucy explained, people are mainly questioning if he can become the next emperor when he can't even handle a matter like this. Lylin grew angry. Is this a matter that can just be handled? Isn't this just saying it's okay to cheat as long as you don't get caught? It seems if I don't take action, this matter will just blow over. Lucy continued, as for Lady Alice, almost all the noble women are ostracizing her. At every gathering, big or small, they condemn her immoral behavior. The noble women want to use this opportunity to completely eradicate this kind of misconduct, and Lady Alice has become their target. Lylin smiled. The Crown Prince is hiding and doesn't dare to go out, while Alice can hardly appear in high society. It seems that after today's duel, I will be completely free. Seeing Lylin about to leave, Betty said hurriedly, I haven't finished helping you get ready yet. Lylin looked at Betty charmingly and said, I'm already beautiful, right? You don't need to put so much effort into this. What if I'm dressed up so beautifully that I dazzle the young Master Corrales? The door to the drawing room slowly opened. Corrales smiled and said, long time no see. Lylin froze. Memories from the past flashed through her mind. It seems this Lord Beleth had confessed to Leyland before. What a strange feeling. He then greeted her. Beleth laughed heartily that you're still as beautiful as ever. I'm really happy to see you. Beleth stared at Leyland and said, we haven't spoken in a long time. Aren't you happy to see me? Leyland got goosebumps all over. Beleth was a little hurt. You really wear disgust on your face. Leyland took out a mirror and looked at her own stiff face with a sigh. This is most likely a conditioned reflex. Leyland forced herself to remember what on earth had happened between them. At a previous ball, Leyland had flown into a rage at Beleth. Lord Beleth, as a nobleman, please show me some respect. Beleth retorted, then why don't you just be more casual with me? As Leyland was lost in thought, Beleth, who was beside her, said slowly, you still have that stiff, noble air about you. Leyland walked up to him furiously. You're so rude. You know I don't want to, so why must you force me to change? Faced with Leyland's scolding, Beleth looked happy instead and said, you used to ignore me completely, but now you're confronting me head on. You're truly no ordinary woman. So assertive, reckless, and arrogant. And the amazing thing is, you never back down in front of me. Leyland retorted without showing any weakness. You're no ordinary man either. So rude and shameless. You never back down in front of me either. These words left Beleth speechless. He quickly asked Leyland to sit down, explaining that what he had just said wasn't meant to be sarcastic. Then he scratched his head and apologized shyly. Then he added, Could you reconsider that matter? Leyland said she didn't remember. Beleth found it strange. Isn't a marriage proposal supposed to be something memorable? Only then did Leyland understand why this body instinctively disliked him. Beleth didn't give up and continued, "Please reconsider." Leyland refused without a second thought. The type she liked was a gentle and affectionate man. Beleth said, full of confidence, "What's wrong with a man's man like me?" Seeing that Leyland was not pleased, Beleth suddenly had a bad feeling. "Looks like I'm going to get an earful from my mother when I get home." Beleth felt a headache coming on. The people he liked either hated him, already had a boyfriend, or even a girlfriend. He finally found someone he was interested in, but she was too timing. Beleth sighed, "I'm not getting my hopes up. I just hope she isn't scared off by the Carolow's family name." Just then, someone came to report, "Miss Alice has arrived at the training ground." Beleth was excited. He was curious to see what the person who coveted someone else's fiancée looked like. Leyland smiled faintly. "Then let's go see together." Beleth took Leyland's hand, of course. "I was waiting for you to say that." Afterward, the two arrived at the training ground. Seeing the orderly ranks of knights, Beleth said jokingly, "Are you planning to pay him back with interest for the humiliation you received?" Leyland smiled faintly and said, "I wasn't planning on making it this dramatic. This was all my father's arrangement." Beleth raised his head and looked to the other side. He spotted a nervous-looking Alice. However, what he didn't expect was that this woman was the mysterious noble lady who kept calling him Sir Knight and acting all innocent in front of him, making his heart flutter. Upon seeing Beleth again, Alice spoke up, "Sir Knight, so you're from the Carolow's family. You had blonde hair before. Are you here to help me?" Beleth smiled faintly without saying a word. Alice expressed her gratitude. However, in the next moment, Beleth spoke coldly, "No. I am the witness and judge for this duel, here to pass judgment on your improper conduct." The conversation between Alice and Beleth stunned Leyland. She never thought the two of them knew each other. A sudden realization dawned on Leyland. So Beleth was also one of Alice's backup options. No wonder Alice has been so quiet until now. Leyland thought to herself, "She's really something, finding a new backer so quickly." Leyland was about to make a sarcastic remark, but noticed that Beleth was glaring at Alice, radiating a murderous aura. Fearing something might happen, Leyland immediately stepped in front of him and said, "Lord Beleth, please calm down." However, as if he didn't hear her, Beleth roared, "How dare you use people? How despicable!" Looking at the furious Bellard, a memory from the body's original owner suddenly flashed through Lylene's mind. In that memory, Bellard questioned Lylene with an icy gaze and viciously stabbed at her with the sword in his hand. Subconsciously, she grabbed Bellard's collar and shouted at him, "Stop it," before stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. "I was just startled. I thought you were so angry you were going to cut down Alice." Seeing this, the knights in the training ground quickly drew their swords and surrounded Bellard. Bellard was a little surprised and apologized to Lylene. Looking at the dejected Bellard, Lylene slowly said, "I'm really fine," and then turned to leave. The sharp pain from her heart made Lylene uneasy. Was that the original Lylene's memory? Lylene sat down, ready to watch how Alice would handle Bellard's questioning. Alice immediately claimed that she was wrongly accused. Bellard asked with a hint of mockery, "You entered the city with a man who has a fiancée. You don't consider that improper?" Alice began to turn on the waterworks, saying, "The crown prince forced me. I had no choice. I couldn't refuse his highness's invitation." Bellard said coldly, "Then do you think you have a right to insult Lady Candlemine? And after finding out I'm from the Carolow's family, you still had the audacity to ask for my help? Moreover, this is a duel where the Duchess has staked her honor. What were you thinking?" At this point, Alice was speechless. Bellard continued, "All this time, you've been slandering the Duchess. I've been turning a blind eye. I know you flirt with men everywhere and constantly pull tricks behind the scenes. I didn't care about your status. I just admired that capable look you had when you spoke of your dreams. I didn't even care that you met with all sorts of men because I thought it was all in pursuit of that dream. I thought you were living with integrity, yet you tried to use me to win this duel. Too bad for you. I won't let you have your way. You even dare to simultaneously insult the heirs of two great ducal houses. It makes even me want to challenge you to a duel." Before Bellard could finish, Alice hurriedly grabbed his arm, pleading, "Sir Knight, please. Didn't you say you would always support me?" Bellard said with a hint of regret, "For this duel, You must pay the price for your improper actions. He shook off Alice's hand and walked over to Lylin. He said quietly to Lylin, please, keep what happened here secret. Otherwise, my mother will throw me out. Lylin thought for a moment and replied, all right, you can owe me a favor for it. Bellard scratched his head and said shyly, make that 2 favors. In the drawing room earlier, I shouldn't have spoken like that. I shouldn't have proposed so carelessly. Before, when she spoke ill of you in front of me, I went along with it. I'm truly sorry. Before Bellard could finish, Lylin smiled slightly. It seems I'll be able to get a lot of help from the Carolow's family in the future. You don't need to feel sorry, because I plan on collecting with interest. Seeing how magnanimous Lylin was, Bellard laughed heartily. I can't believe I came here to act as the referee and ended up owing you 3 favors. I don't think I'm needed here anymore. Frankly, I don't want to be here. Lylin said, thank you for coming to help today. Bellard turned and left. Alice watched him walk past her without a moment's hesitation. She resentfully clutched her dress, muttering, how could you do this? Why are you doing this? Lylin, why do you keep getting in my way? Lylin looked at the stunned Alice and asked, is there anyone left to help you now? Alice trembled with rage, her hands tightly clenching her skirt. Lylin stepped closer to her and said softly, let's end this here. The next moment, Alice grabbed Lylin frantically. Were you plotting? Why are you doing this? Isn't there something you want? 2 knights immediately came over to restrain the out-of-control Alice. Startled by Alice's sudden move, Lylin almost stumbled. She was furious inside. How dare she be so disrespectful to me? As for what I want, I just want you and the Crown Prince to stay far away from me. Nearby, Betty said angrily, how dare this woman be so disrespectful to you, my lady? Lylin, however, was still contemplating how to handle Alice. She wouldn't mind just letting her go. But if she did that, she would surely be mocked for being a pushover. Then Lylin suddenly remembered, right? I'm supposed to be the villainess. Then she ordered Betty to inform all the clothing stores in the capital that they were forbidden from using Alice's fabrics. Otherwise, they would be making an enemy of the House of Candlemaine. Alice, stunned, asked, what are you doing? Seeing her continued disrespect, Lylin continued, also, contact her perfume supplier. I'll buy all of their stock. Alice struggled, screaming Lylin's name over and over. Lylin moved closer and spoke coldly. Alice, you still don't understand the situation, do you? However, instead of getting angry, Alice laughed. If you dare do this, His Highness the Crown Prince will not let you get away with it. Before Alice could finish, Lylin continued to instruct Betty, telling her to buy the house registered under Alice's name and evict everyone inside. Now Alice grew anxious, saying, you're supposed to be unable to let go of the Crown Prince. I know that without him, you could never get anything you want. But unfortunately for her, the Lylin of today was different. At this moment, Lylin confirmed that Alice had indeed been reborn. However, the future she foresaw would be rewritten. The next moment, Lylin coolly produced a loan agreement. The loans are a nice touch, too. Transfer all of her family's debts to my name. Alice blurted out that Lylin was insane. However, Lylin retorted mockingly, you're the one who's insane. How dare you be so insolent towards me? Did you think I would indulge you? Though Lylin said this, in her heart, she hoped Alice would just apologize so she could let her go. Unexpectedly, Alice broke free from the knight's grasp and charged head first into Lylin. The pain in her abdomen made Lylin furious. She slapped her straight across the face. With an icy gaze, she commanded, make her kneel. It seems you still haven't grasped the situation. Betty came over, grabbed Alice by the hair, and forced her to the ground. Lylin slowly approached Alice and said, Alice, you lost today's duel. You become a woman known for her misdeeds, while my reputation has been restored. It all ends here. Alice looked at Lylin in terror. Why have you changed? What were you so dissatisfied with? Why did you have to change the future? Lylin looked at Alice and smiled faintly. It seems you're still not thinking clearly. Cut off one of her legs. Or perhaps you'd like to see your family ruined. The choice is yours. Do you want to be a cripple, or do you want to destroy your family and have everyone reduced to commoners? Alice was utterly terrified. However, Lylin then gave her a third option that if you don't want to choose either of those, then you had better start showing me some respect. The sight of looking up at Lylin reminded Alice of her time before her rebirth, when she was a lady-in-waiting at the Candlemaine ducal manor. Then, Alice said respectfully, Lady Candlemaine, I have offended you. Please forgive me. Seeing her objective had been achieved, Lylin had someone help her away. She then told Betty to disregard everything she had just said. Seeing Lylin being so magnanimous, Betty was a little indignant. What deep-seated hatred does Alice have for you? I didn't understand a word she said just now. Lylin was also puzzled as she recalled Alice's words. It seems Lylin was only pursuing the Crown Prince for a specific purpose. That seems to be the reason Alice has always wanted to defeat me. But what grudge from the past could make her treat Lylin this way? Then she thought of the clownish Crown Prince, played like a fiddle by Alice, losing everything for the sake of so-called love. What a fool. But what Lylin couldn't figure out was what the Lylin from the original story actually wanted and what she had done in Alice's past life. To give everyone a better viewing experience, I have found the official version of the novel for the Villainess Lylin. The complete collection is below, with corresponding annotations. The content is smooth, and the reading experience is excellent. I'll put the method to get it in the comment section. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to update the comic. Now, Alice has been judged for coveting what belonged to others. Lylin then wondered what punishment the Crown Prince should receive. Should she act as she pleased from now on? Afterward, Lylin gently plucked a rose. Its sweet fragrance helped her make up her mind. She ordered Betty to prepare the carriage. Lylin was going to the Imperial Palace to end this with her own hands. Dressed in a bright red gown with a black lace hat, Lylin looked extraordinary. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, because of the cheating scandal, was drinking his days away in misery. Just then, a servant came in with a message. Lady Candlemaine has imprisoned Alice. The Crown Prince was somewhat surprised. Then he hurriedly got dressed and went downstairs to see Lylin. Lylin spoke first. I've thought about it for a long time. I really don't know what would be best to take from you. At this, Li Shi's previous arrogance returned. You think you could take something from me? Then, Lylin solemnly announced, I, Lylin Shankendamaywan, hereby declare the annulment of my engagement to your highness. This left Li Shi utterly shocked. Then he said contemptuously, is that any way to speak to me? Lylin, holding a wine glass, spoke coldly. Even if you are the Crown Prince, you cannot look down on me. I am Lylin Shankendamaywan. After a moment of silence, Li Shi got up to leave, saying, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Lylin shrugged with an indifferent look. It doesn't matter if you heard me or not. I can't find any reason to continue this engagement, so I decided to call it off. Li Shi stood there stunned. Didn't you say you loved me? Lylin said faintly, I am not in love with you, your highness. Li Shi, agitated, repeated, you're lying. You always said you loved me. This was the last straw for Lylin. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were so in love with me. She grabbed a large bottle of red wine and drank half of it. Then she moved closer to Li Shi and said, you should be thanking me. I could have annulled the engagement that day and left you in awe, but I missed the chance due to the Duchess's intervention. I will have the documents sent over immediately upon my return. Please handle them promptly. Just as Lylin turned to leave, Li Shi slammed his hand on the table in anger. Why have you suddenly changed your attitude? Were you so good to me before, just so you could kick me to the curb like this today? Lylin leaned in, using a handkerchief to wipe the red wine from Li Shi's hand, and said softly, I've truly reached my limit with you. I won't help you anymore. I'm going to withdraw all the funds I've invested in you. Then she suddenly leaned close to Li Shi's ear and said, the reason is, I've had a change of heart. Li Shi gripped Lylin's arm tightly, pleading, don't go. Then he pulled her forcefully. Suddenly, the atmosphere became ambiguous. This made Li Shi think that Lylin still had some affection for him. But ridiculously, Lylin smiled faintly and said, don't misunderstand. I have never loved you. At this point, Li Shi could no longer care about his pitiful pride. He said to Lylin, you have to be the one who loves me. Lylin, if you need respect, I can give you that. If you want to break up with Alice, I could do that too. Do you want to hear my sweet nothings? Or is there something else you want? Lylin reached out and caressed Li Shi's face. Whatever I want, you'll give it to me. Li Shi smiled and said, you could try me. The next moment, Lylin gently pressed her hand over his mouth and said, you don't have to do anything. Just stay put. I told you not to provoke me again. From now on, the Kang Maywan family will no longer support the Crown Prince. So, I'm calling off this wedding. Having broken off the engagement, Lylin felt completely refreshed. Just as she was about to leave with Betty, Li Shi at her side tightly gripped her hat and roared, Lylin, you can't just leave like this. You can't leave me. The sudden roar sent a shiver down Lilene's spine. A memory that shouldn't exist flashed through her mind. In the memory, Lilin and Lishi appeared to be deeply in love. Lilin, her face filled with surprise, couldn't believe the memory. It left her feeling deeply unsettled. Lishi slowly approached Lilin and said coldly, "Without my permission, you are not to act on your own, nor are you to run away. And you certainly cannot defy me." Lilin gave a defiant smile. "It seems my punishment for you is too light. If you think that being the crown prince allows you to treat me as you please, then I will drag you down from that position and crush you under my foot." Lilin's words filled Lishi with grief and indignation. "How dare you be so insolent?" A power that seemed almost magical emanated from Lishi, making it hard for Lilin to breathe. The hat he held in his hand was scorched. The next moment, Bellard blocked Lilin's path with his sword. Bellard glared at Lishi. "I am truly disappointed in you. I never thought the crown prince would trample on someone in such a manner." However, Lishi just smiled and said, "I am merely teaching a lesson to someone who challenged the authority of the royal family. What is wrong with that?" This filled Bellard with disgust. To think the man he served was so self-righteous. Lishi believed that Bellard had been bought off by the Kang Maewon family. Seeing Lishi's continued aggression, Bellard gently picked Leyland up. As he left, he warned Lishi, "This matter won't be over so easily." As the three of them walked out of the reception hall, Leyland suddenly whispered, "You can put me down now." Bellard replied, "Just endure a little longer. We'll be at your home soon." The next moment, Leyland's eyes shot open. She said, "I was just pretending." Just then, they heard some commotion from the crown prince's palace. Leyland wanted to increase the number of witnesses to make the situation more favorable for herself. So she said to Betty, "Betty, I feel very unwell right now. I'm counting on you." Then she immediately collapsed to the ground. Betty rushed forward and shouted, "Are you all right, my lady?" Seeing people approaching from the crown prince's palace, Leyland gave a subtle cue. Betty took the hint and continued to cry out loudly, "Lady Candamain, please wake up." How could she possibly be all right after being bullied like that? Poor Lady Candamain. His Highness the Crown Prince has gone too far. Bellard, watching from the side, thought this performance is a bit awkward. Soon, people from the Crown Prince's palace came over, asking what had happened. Leyland quietly instructed Betty to hand her over to Bellard. Seeing Bellard still standing there dumbfounded, Leyland opened one eye and frantically signaled him. Bellard was startled. He quickly picked Leyland up and left. Seeing the plan succeed, Leyland breathed a sigh of relief. However, she felt incredibly sleepy. She didn't even have the strength to open her eyes. Leyland slowly raised her hand. Clutching Bellard's collar tightly, she said, "I have a favor to ask of you. If I sleep for more than 6 hours, tell the Duke that everything during my sleep is in his hands. You must bring that person down." Looking at Leyland sleeping peacefully in his arms, Bellard said softly, "Don't worry. I will be sure to pass on your words to him." After returning from the prince's residence, Leyland remained unconscious. When Duke Candamain found out, he cast aside all etiquette and burst directly into his daughter's chambers. Looking at Leyland lying on the bed, the Duke was heartbroken. He urgently asked what had happened. She was just going to break off the engagement, wasn't she? How did she end up unconscious upon her return? Bellard, as the sole witness, slowly began to speak. Lady Leyland was attacked. She fainted shortly after conflict with Lishi. "I couldn't prevent it. I'm very sorry." Duke Candamain gently patted Leyland's hand. He then stood up and said, "You have no need to feel sorry. Just tell me everything you know." After they talked for a while, the Duke forcefully wrung out a towel and said viciously, "I want to tear that crown prince bastard to pieces." Then he gently wiped the brow of the unconscious Leyland. At this moment, Bellard spoke up. "Lady Leyland asked me to relay a message to you. If she doesn't wake up in over 6 hours, she hopes you can bring that person down for her." The doctor beside them noted that Lady Leyland would not be waking up anytime soon. The Duke knew very well that the longer this dragged on, the more likely it was to be covered up. He then said gently to Leyland, "You can rest easy. Don't be angry that you couldn't resolve this with your own hands." Just as the Duke was about to leave, Lucy stopped him. Lucy whispered in the Duke's ear, "The palace is in chaos right now. Many people from the palace say they saw the young lady faint after coming out of the crown prince's reception room." Leyland's move surprised the Duke. He never thought that even though she could barely walk, she still insisted on fainting in front of a crowd. Duke Candamain swore in his heart, "If I cannot bring that man down as my daughter wishes, I will no longer call myself Candamain." Elsewhere, Leyland slowly opened her eyes. However, her surroundings were unfamiliar. Just as she was about to get up and leave, a pair of warm hands wrapped around Leyland, pulling her into an embrace. While gently patting her shoulder, a soft voice said, "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. I'm still too insignificant." Leyland felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Forgetting everything, she decided to just keep sleeping. Just then, a pair of fists shattered the space. A person emerged and said fiercely, "Did you think I gave you this body just so you could sleep?" After seeing her original self again, Leyland was startled. The original Leyland raised her arm and said, "You snap out of it." Then, a slap landed on the transmigrated Leyland. This caused the Leyland in the real world to sit up abruptly. Feeling the fiery sting on her face, she realized it wasn't a dream. She had really been slapped. Then she discovered that Harvey was actually there, keeping her company. Looking at the soundly sleeping little leopard cub, Leyland's heart felt very warm. She hugged Harvey tightly and fell back asleep. The next day, Leyland woke up to find she had no strength. Betty spoke up, "You've been asleep for 2 whole days." Leyland was a little surprised. This was absurd. She still had to personally dethrone the crown prince. She then hurriedly tried to get out of bed, but a group of maids blocked her way, insisting she stay in bed and rest. Betty said with a sinister smile, "You absolutely cannot get out of bed until the examination is over." Just then, the Duke rushed in, looking exhausted and disheveled. A doctor at the side drew Leyland's blood. The Duke said with a grim expression, "If I let that bastard go this time, then my name isn't Kankermoen." Leyland agreed with her father, so she felt she shouldn't be wasting time here. But everyone else was only focused on the test results. Leyland insisted again that she was fine. The doctor whispered in the Duke's ear, "Although the young lady's condition has improved, she is not fit to be out of bed yet." Hearing this, Leyland grew anxious. "I don't have time to lie here. I feel so humiliated. I said I would unseat him myself, but now I'm just stuck in bed." The Duke gently patted Leyland and comforted her. "Overwork and depression are illnesses, too. If you promise to rest properly, I'll let you get out of bed, all right?" Seeing her father care for her so much, Leyland's heart warmed. Just then, Lucy came to report that a letter had arrived from the Imperial Palace. The Duke got up to leave. Before going, he urged Leyland to take good care of herself. Only then did Leyland relax. Feeling a bit hungry, she asked Betty to prepare some food. By evening, Leyland was lying on her bed, looking dejected. She had no idea how things were progressing. What Leyland wanted most was to know what had happened over the past 2 days and about the case for deposing the crown prince. She also wanted to know where the public sentiment lay. But as she thought, she grew hungry. Leyland had been having nothing but thin porridge all day. Just then, she smelled something delicious. Leyland got out of bed and opened the balcony doors. To her surprise, a spread of delicious food greeted her eyes. Leyland was so moved she started to see our wide it seems even the heavens pity me and have prepared this feast. Just then, a soft chuckle shattered Leyland's fantasy. The newcomer was none other than Lucas. "You really haven't changed a bit," Lucas said with a smile. He then pretended to knock and said, "Ma'am, your ordered steak and cake are ready." Leyland spotted the guards below, then stepped forward and yelled, "Sir Lien, there's a suspicious, blue-haired person here." But when she turned back, he was gone. This left Leyland feeling awkward, so she told Lien to leave. Just as Leyland was sighing that it must have been another dream, Lucas suddenly reappeared. That was too cruel. His appearance startled Leyland. She pointed at him and said, "Do you want to walk out on your own or be dragged out?" Lucas gave a slight smile. "Do you really want me to go? I'm sure you'd miss me." He then strode into Leyland's boudoir and inadvertently spotted her notes. Lucas explained to Leyland, "This country has not only never had a deposed crown prince, it has never even had a rebellion. No matter what happens, the people have absolute faith in the imperial family. Even when plagues spread and the streets fill with orphans, the people have never once blamed the imperial family. And now, because the Duke's daughter is seen as vicious and lives extravagantly, rumors are circulating that His Highness the Crown Prince tearfully requested to annul the engagement." Leyland was furious to hear such rumors, realizing they were completely contrary to the truth and served only to benefit the imperial family. Perhaps this is the royal family's way of controlling information. Lucas and Leyland said in unison, having thought of the same thing. Then Lucas extended a helping hand to Leyland and said, "But with my help, you'll surely succeed in your revenge." Lucas laid out a table full of snacks. Leyland ate with relish, muttering, "Everything is so delicious." Lucas looked at Leyland and asked, "So what are your plans now?" Lylin said calmly, I'm going to drag Rishi down from his position as crown prince. But I don't know how to do it yet. It would be helpful if there were precedents of dethroned princes in the royal family's history to reference. She then got up, planning to ask her father for help gathering intelligence. Lucas took out a small stack of cards, smiled, and said, Why look far for what's right in front of you? Just ask. There's no information in this world that I don't know. Lylin took the small cards and glanced at them. She found the very information she needed on them. The royal family had a history of turmoil, often for simple reasons. Lylin asked, confused, the royal family and the aristocracy have long been in opposition. How can the people still trust them so much? Lucas explained, the royal family and the two great ducal families have always appeared to be on good terms publicly. However, that's about to change. After all, your father is furious. He went to the emperor himself and said in front of many people, as long as Rishi remains the crown prince, the Tandemawan family will not set foot in the imperial palace. He's pressuring the royal family along with countless other nobles. Even the minor lords who don't attend the noble council are expressing their dissatisfaction with the royal family. And with an expression I've never seen before in my life, he said these words, Does he take my daughter for a fool? How dare he treat my precious daughter so carelessly? I will never forgive him. At this point, Lucas laughed. I suppose only His Grace the Duke would dare to speak to the Emperor like that. This, however, made Lylin feel greatly vindicated. She then made up her mind. She would compile everything Rishi had done to her and spread it throughout the empire. This would mean making an enemy of the royal family, putting her in a very dangerous position. Lylin asked Lucas seriously, To what extent can you help me? Lucas smiled and said, Did you know? The royal family and the Tandemaiwans also buy information from me when they're in a pinch. As long as the price is right, there's no reason to refuse an intelligence deal. I never lose. So, how much are you planning to pay me? Before Lylin could reply, Lucas smiled slightly and said, I'm just kidding. You just need to accept. Lylin was a little confused. Just then, Lucas knelt on one knee and said, I will help you accomplish all of this. I will handle gathering and spreading the information myself. You just have to give the order. Only you can command me. Lylin gave a wicked smile. How can you say something so terrifying? Isn't a deal with no price the most frightening of all? Lylin gently lifted Lucas's chin and said, The Grand Master of Intelligence and Bribery. You can think of this as an investment in me. As long as you cooperate, I'll share the profits with you. Lucas smiled back. You're so reckless. I truly don't know what to do with you. Then, Lylin stood up and said, Looks like I need to prepare the deposit first. There's a big scoundrel who took $3 billion from me and won't even pay the interest. I need to catch him. Lucas offered to handle it for her, but Lylin refused, stating that she had a suitable person for the job. This made Lucas a bit displeased. Still, he provided Lylin with a piece of free information, the address of the illegal casino run by Haynes. Lucas said gently, Whenever you need me, I'll open the balcony door. I can appear at any time. That should be comforting to you, right? Just as Lucas was about to leave, Lylin loudly reminded him, Don't sell any good information to the Emperor. After all, we're on the same side now. Lucas burst out laughing after hearing this. Since we're a team now, does this mean we can see each other more often? This reaction took Lylin by surprise. However, Lucas didn't say anything more and simply jumped off the balcony. Gazing at his departing figure, Lylin smiled faintly. I think he's the reckless one, not me. Lylin arrived at the headquarters of the 12th Night Order and found Caxuan. Caxuan asked, somewhat puzzled, Your Grace, what brings you here? Lylin replied, I know this is sudden, but there's something I'd like to ask of you. Can we talk? Handsome knight. Caxuan asked, Have you been well lately? I know it's a bit nosy of me, but I've heard some rumors. I heard His Highness the Crown Prince is to be engaged to your sister. I was worried you would be heartbroken. Lylin shrugged and said nonchalantly, Have you also heard that the wicked, extravagant Duchess is up to no good? Caxuan said firmly, Those are all lies. You are definitely not that kind of person. Lylin smiled faintly. Don't believe those rumors. I was the one who broke off the engagement with the Crown Prince. Caxuan replied with a smile, I only believe what you say. Afterward, Caxuan changed into plain clothes and joined Lylin and her companions. Caxuan shared his investigation on Hainsey. Not only did Hainsey treat people like slaves and engage in loan sharking, but anyone who couldn't pay their debts would be sold by him into illegal activities. Not only that, he would take home any woman he fancied, including married women and even children. Lylin was surprised. With so many crimes, why haven't the city guards arrested him? Caxuan was also helpless because we can't find any evidence. We raided Hainsey's illegal casino before, but they escaped just as we arrived. He then asked Lylin why she wanted to catch him. Lylin said angrily, I was furious when I heard he used my money to open an illegal casino. I want to save those who are suffering because of him. If the state won't do anything, then I will eliminate him myself. She then had Betty take out a document. Inside was Hainsey's seal, prepared for Lylin by Lucas. Lylin felt a little apologetic inside. She felt like she was always being helped by Lucas. After securing the 3 billion IOU, the group arrived at the location of the illegal casino. Lylin took the lead, wanted to scout things out. The guard saw that the newcomer was a woman and immediately grabbed Lylin's wrist, saying, Are you here to pay a debt? Or are you today's merchandise for sale? The next moment, Caxuan acted directly, slamming the insolent fellow hard against the wall. Then he asked, Why did you entrust this matter to me? In truth, Lylin did it because she hated seeing him looked down upon for his commoner status and wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. But she couldn't say that out loud. After thinking for a moment, Lylin said, Because I feel that you are the only one who can handle this. Is that reason enough? Caxuan smiled faintly. It's more than enough. Inside the casino, Hainsey was pressuring those who couldn't repay their debts. He planned to sell their daughters as merchandise. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Lylin said with disgust, What a disgusting smell. When Hainsey saw the Duchess arrive, he was somewhat confused. Lylin sat down on a chair and said, Do you really not know? Pay me back right now, you bastard. Hainsey was about to play dumb, but Betty directly presented the IOU. Hainsey was dumbfounded. He had no memory of stamping his seal on it. Lylin said coolly, The monthly interest is 50%. Today marks exactly 3 months. So, pay me back the principal and interest. Hainsey shouted angrily, But you didn't lend me that money. Lylin roared back, Who do you think you're yelling at? She then grabbed a nearby vase and smashed it towards Hainsey. You dare to yell at me? And you had the audacity to use the ducal family's money to open an illegal casino. Just you wait to be arrested. Hainsey was completely cornered, seeing that Lylin had only brought 1 attendant and 3 guard knights. He called over a group of men, planning to get rid of Lylin and her party. At that moment, Caxuan drew his sword. He knocked down all of these ill-intentioned men. Lylin stared wide-eyed at Hainsey. You dare to threaten the young lady of House Candemian? Hainsey looked at Lylin in terror and said, What on earth did I do wrong? Can a duchess just bully a good citizen as she pleases? Lylin was also a bit speechless. Why are all villains so shameless? A duchess, say you are at fault. Is there a problem with that? The specific charges will be judged by the Empire. Sir Caxuan, I'll leave the follow-up to you. Cassian knelt on one knee and said respectfully, As you command, Lady Duchess. Lucas, watching from the side, saw the matter was perfectly resolved. He also turned to leave, but at that moment, Cassian noticed him. He felt something was off about that person. He quickly gave chase, but he couldn't see anyone. After leaving, Lucas mused, I was wondering why he didn't come to me. Turns out he wanted to give all the credit to that commoner knight. Although that man is a bit inferior to me, I have to admit, Lady Lylin has a weakness for handsome faces. In that case, I'll keep my promise and spread a good story about him. Then he snapped his fingers. 5 children wearing cloaks appeared. Lucas said softly, Let's spread this interesting story far and wide. Lady Candemian punished Haynes, a man even the royal family couldn't handle, and she will save everyone who is in debt because of him. However, that damned crown prince openly criticized the angelic Lady Duchess. Let's make sure everyone hears about this. With that, he took out a bag of money. However, the children said, in exchange, you have to come visit us at the orphanage today. We won't take money for a small task like this. Besides, you're always helping us. This made Lucas feel somewhat gratified. He then patted one of the boys on the head and said, You don't have to think like that. I'm counting on you. The children were delighted and promised he could count on them. After settling the matter, Lucas thought of Cassian. Does the Lady Duchess really like that innocent, pitiful look? Some time passed, and Haynes's numerous crimes were exposed to the public. Praise for Lady Candemian spread among the people. At that moment, Lylin was having coffee with Betty at a cafe, listening to the public's complaints about the crown prince and the royal family. This made Lylin feel incredibly relieved, and her stress vanished completely. Betty was surprised at how fast the news was spreading. This made Lylin feel a bit guilty. After all, she was always relying on others for help. Even the name Candemian was just borrowed from her father. Seeing the dejected Lylin, Betty said, "In that case, why don't you become the heir to the Candemian house?" Lylin thought about it, that I don't have to marry the crown prince anymore, anyway. If I want to stand on equal footing with Lishi. Then she stood up and said excitedly, "I'm going to talk to my father. I will become the heir of the Candemian family, and then I will confront him fair and square." Betty was happy to see Lylin so full of fighting spirit. The two of them got up and left, but neither noticed Alice nearby. Alice was trembling with rage. She muttered to herself, "I paid such a high price to return. Does she think it ends here? But all my other paths are blocked. What am I going to do?" Then, the image of a mysterious magician surfaced in her mind. Alice smirked sinisterly and said, "That's right. I still have one path left, don't I?" The day after deciding to become the heir, Lylin went to see her father in person. She was extremely nervous. Meanwhile, Harvey, who heard the news outside the door, also resolved to become someone who could protect Lylin, so he decided to ask Lien to teach him swordsmanship. On the other side, a cheerful Duke Candemian was waiting for Lylin. The table was laden with cakes and snacks. Lylin asked in surprise, "What is all this?" Duke Candemian said, moved to tears, "To think you'd come to see me on your own. I'm just so happy." Lylin was a little speechless. She hadn't even sent word ahead, yet her father already knew. Then Duke Candemian asked, "So, what did you come see me for?" After a moment of silence, Lylin began, "Father, have you heard the rumors about me circulating in the Kevin Empire?" Duke Candemian casually recounted the rumors about her that were spreading throughout the empire. However, Lylin was not pleased, looking at her father with a serious expression. Duke Candemian praised Lylin, saying, "Even though I never taught you, it's truly remarkable how you managed to spread the news across the empire so quickly." Lylin clenched her fists and explained to her father that she hadn't accomplished any of it on her own. She hated her own powerlessness. "I heard you did many things while I was ill. As the leader of the emperor's faction, in order to bring down the crown prince, you took the initiative to show favor to the aristocratic faction and launch political maneuvers. I envy that power you have to directly pressure the royal family. Therefore, I also want to show you my own abilities. Please consider making me the heir of the house of Candemian." However, Duke Candemian did not agree. This came as a surprise to Lylin. Duke Candemian said sternly, "You have had everything since the day you were born, and you have caused pain to others. What you did was wrong. I covered for your actions because I love you. That doesn't mean I will let you be the heir of Candemian." At that moment, Lylin resolved to change herself. So she stood up and said solemnly, "I don't intend to ignore my mistakes. I want to carry the weight of it all and change myself. I don't want to use the name Candemian to hide my incompetence. I want to become the heir of Candemian. Please grant me your permission." She then bowed deeply to her father. Duke Candemian helped Lylin up and said earnestly, "You must first show me results that can convince me. Then we will talk about the matter of the heir." Seeing her father give her a chance to prove herself for the succession, Lylin was overjoyed. Duke Candemian said with a smile, "Being able to receive help from others is also a kind of strength. So you don't have to carry this painful burden all by yourself. I hope you will remember that, my proud daughter." Looking at her old father, who cared so much for her, Lylin's tears wouldn't stop. She cried emotionally in her father's arms. Meanwhile, Harvey and Lien began to spar near the park. Facing Lien's fierce attacks, Harvey couldn't keep up at all. On top of that, Harvey had been feeling a tingling numbness all over his body lately and couldn't muster his strength. But in the next moment, he lost control, instantly transforming into a beast man and sending Lien flying. Lien, lying on the ground, sensed something was different about Harvey and was somewhat surprised. At this moment, Harvey was surrounded by many small animals, all showing him affection. It seemed Harvey was no ordinary beast man. Betty asked with concern, "Lien, are you okay? I heard you took a bad fall during training." Lien, a bit embarrassed, said she was fine. Harvey, standing to the side, expressed his apologies guiltily. Lien softly said to Harvey, "I'm all right. You've improved so much. I subconsciously treated our spar like a real battle. I saw you touch your forehead just now. Are you not feeling well?" Harvey shook his head repeatedly, saying he was fine. Harvey was dejected. Although Lien had forgiven him, what if something like this happened again? What if Lylin gets into trouble because of me again? What would I do then? In the afternoon, Harvey went to his lesson. Teacher Ledger saw the downcast Harvey and spoke up that I heard something happened during your training with Leon today. The butler happened to be passing by and got a scare. He then told me about it. Ledger stood up and continued, it's a good thing you didn't do it on purpose. I heard that recently you've been feeling a tingling discomfort in your body. Harvey suspected he was sick. I'm not certain, Ledger replied, but it should be growing pains. Harvey didn't understand. Ledger explained, it's a signal from your body that you're growing rapidly. It's preparing you for adulthood. Harvey couldn't remember how long he had been in this form. He then asked teacher Ledger how he could possibly grow up. Ledger said gently, the sign of a child's growth is independence. It's not about how much your appearance changes, but about being able to do many things independently. After a moment of silence, Harvey said, teacher, can I go to school? Ledger said, the House of Candemian has built a school for those who need to learn. You can absolutely go there, but you must learn to control your body. Harvey was conflicted. Although leaving Lylin would be tormenting, he truly wanted to grow up quickly. Harvey wanted to become an adult who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lylin. Meanwhile, Lylin attended a salon party hosted by Mill. Lylin was in no mood to enjoy the party, thinking only of how to quickly produce results. Just then, she overheard information about magicians from nearby. Lylin thought to herself, do magicians still exist in this world? Then it occurred to me, if there were magicians, wouldn't they be able to create the products I envision at any time? But after listening for a while, I realized they didn't understand the situation. Lylin decided to go ask Lucas. After all, his cunning demeanor seemed very much in line with magic. Just then, someone nearby noticed Lylin and came over to greet her. Fila, looking a bit resentful, started complaining to Lylin, during the time you were resting, Lou Aylin has been hosting salons to show off. I heard that every time, half of the noble ladies run out crying after being humiliated by her. Lylin recalled that Lou Aylin was the girl standing next to Alice last time. Lylin then asked with some interest, what kind of salons does she host? Mir quickly replied, all sorts of salons for art, music, literature, and so on. Fila said angrily, looking down on others just because she's knowledgeable. It's shameless. Lylin smiled slightly and said, then let's host salons like that too. How about it? Fila, do you have any hobbies? Fila shyly said that she has been writing poetry recently. The others were quite surprised. It seems your literary skills are quite high. Sarah said she was good at horse riding. The others also began to talk about what they were good at. Finally, Mir said she didn't have any noble hobbies she was good at. Lylin asked in return, does it have to be a noble lady's hobby? I'm just curious about what you like. Mir replied, because I've been helping my father with his business, I'm very good with numbers. Lylin then suggested, let's hold a salon once a week and do all the things we just talked about. It will also help us learn from each other. Fila said excitedly, then let's hold the next salon at my house. At this moment, Lylin was in a very good mood. She thought she must write a letter to Lucas when she got home to ask about the magicians. Just then, the noble ladies gathered around Lylin and asked, so, Lady Duchess, what are you good at? A cold sweat broke out on Lylin's back. Should I say I'm good at taking down the crown prince? Or making Alice kneel? Saying that would make me sound like a completely different person. Then, she made a heart shape with her hands and said cheerfully, perhaps I'm best at happily spending money. As soon as she said this, everyone fell silent. Mir tried to clap to ease the awkward atmosphere. This made Lylin feel so embarrassed that she wanted to go home immediately. She didn't care about the party anymore. Just then, a young lady reported to Lucas, Lady Lylin of the Candleman Duchy has sent you a secret letter. Lucas, full of anticipation, said with a happy face, is it really a letter from Lady Lylin? Laban mocked from the side, you've been rejected by her so many times, yet you're still this happy. Lucas laughed heartily and then shooed Laban out. Lylin's letter said, I want to meet a magician. Do you know where they are? I want to create something that doesn't exist in this world. Lucas looked at the letter and pondered, what does she want with magicians? Then, feeling a bit disappointed, he asked the young lady beside him, is this letter missing a few pages of greetings? The young lady stated firmly, the letter is only one page. Lucas sighed, as expected of the Duchess. She really knows how to order people around without offering any reward. But I can't let the Duchess down, can I? He then gently kissed the envelope. Meanwhile, Lylin received a gift from Lucas. It was a small train bird. Inside, there was also a letter. It said, if you attach a blue handkerchief, the little fellow will send the letter for you. If you attach a red handkerchief, it means you want me to come to you. Then, it mentioned the information Lylin most wanted to know about magicians. For 100 years, magicians have been used as weapons, so they are very dangerous. I have only sought them out when selling magical items. They are not just ordinary eccentrics, but eccentrics with very strong pride. When they heard they could make a profit, they were overjoyed. I look forward to seeing what you do next. He also gave Lylin the magician's address. After reading the letter, Lylin had an epiphany. In other words, they could be bought with money. Watching the sun rise, Lylin couldn't wait to go find them. Upon arriving at the magic tower, Betty and Lien were both a little scared because of the rumors about magicians. Lylin encouraged them, saying if they were really that terrifying, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Don't scare yourselves. Then she shouted at the magic tower, "Open sesame." Just then, a strange eye appeared. Startled, they wanted to grab Lylin and run. But Lylin spoke up, "I'm the daughter of the Candleman ducal family. I would like to speak with the leader of your magic tower." As soon as she finished speaking, a person came out of the magic tower. This was Belcher, a magician who works at the tower. He then led everyone into the moda. During the teleportation, Belche said to Lylin, "Miss Lylin, the master of the modo is waiting for you." At this moment, Lylin arrived in a place that resembled a library. A person who suddenly appeared startled Lylin. He then spoke, "I'm a master of this moto, Igrin." Lylin was stunned by the handsome man before her. She had expected to see an old man, but the person before her was as refreshing as the morning dew. Igrin led Lylin to a sofa, but it was very worn out and covered in dust. Igrin asked nonchalantly, "Duchess of the Empire, what brings you here?" Lylin took out a piece of paper and said, "I would like to commission the magicians in the tower to create something." Igrin replied with no interest, "We are all busy with our own magical research. If they're interested, they will certainly give it their all." Lylin asked curiously, "Not even if I make the request in the name of Candleman?" Igrin smiled contemptuously and said, "If they were magicians who cared about power, perhaps they would help you." Lylin had already anticipated this outcome. She then asked, "Is there a spell that can let everyone in the tower hear us speak? If I say anything wrong, you can stop it immediately. May I try?" Igrin had Lylin extend her hand, then held it and cast a spell. He said, "Go ahead. They can all hear you now." Lylin gathered her thoughts and said, "I am Duchess Lylin of Candleman. I am organizing a competition with a generous prize. I have placed the blueprints in the Modai. Whoever can create what I want in the shortest and most efficient time will win the prize money. The prize is 5 billion genie." Upon hearing this, Igrin was somewhat shocked. Then, the sound of many footsteps came from outside the door. The magicians of the tower came swarming in. Just then, Igrin snapped his fingers, moving everyone outside the door. He then took off his glasses, and with magic, he prepared some tea. Igrin said with a gentle expression, "Let's the two of us have a proper chat about the subsequent profit sharing, shall we?" Lylin had originally planned to give the 5 billion genie to the magician who created the item, but a certain commission fee also needed to be provided to the master of the moda. Of course, they would surely make more than one of these items. Igrin perked up. He organized his thoughts on the matter and handed them to Lylin. At first, Lylin marveled at how reasonable the profit-sharing ratio was. The next moment, she was stunned by the subsequent content. Igrin went on and on about his demands. Lylin stood up abruptly and yelled, "You haven't even made the thing yet, and you're already making so many outrageous demands. You should be able to earn a lot of money just from a single bottle of magic potion, right? Magicians are so capable. Why are you so obsessed with money?" Igrin was silent for a moment, then said, "Magicians are not allowed to pursue personal gain, because we must constantly atone for the sins of the past. In this world, some truths are revealed, while others are buried. The fact that the Modu is poor is one of those buried truths." Lylin was a bit confused. Why would magicians who bring convenience to everyone be confined to such an impoverished tower? As Lylin was pondering, Igrin handed her a pen, and he asked, "Regarding the commission on the profits, can we settle on this?" Lylin signed without much thought. The next moment, she felt like she had been tricked. Igrin chuckled and said, "Thank you, my big spender." Lylin was a bit speechless. "If you're truly grateful, then make me a plaque of appreciation. Just write words of thanks to me on a round plaque." Igrin asked with some surprise, "Is that all you want?" Lylin nodded. Afterwards, she regrouped with Betty and Lien. Igrin watched Lylin, lost in thought, recalling what she had said. He muttered to himself, "The things she says are so fascinating." 3 days later, Igrin notified Lylin that the item was ready. Lylin nervously came to the Motu once again. She called out the secret phrase. An exclamation was heard from within the tower. "Isn't that Miss 5 billion?" Then, a red carpet was rolled out from the tower. On both sides of the carpet were magicians giving her a warm welcome. Among them was a very enthusiastic magician who begged Lylin to step on him as she walked past. Lylin was a bit startled. How did these people change so quickly? To the cheers of the magicians, Lylin walked into the tower, feeling a little awkward. At the end of the red carpet was a man holding something. He smiled and said, "Welcome, Miss 5 billion. Lylin thought, "Aren't you overdoing it?" Then she looked at the prepared item. She praised it, saying it was very well made. Then, Yigelian led Lylin to another place. Yigelian solemnly handed a plaque of appreciation to Lylin and said, "Please share a few words with everyone." Only then did Lylin realize how many people were in front of her. Faced with this sudden situation, Lylin felt a little nervous. But after hearing everyone's thanks, Lylin calmed down. With a serious expression, she said, "I know that all of you have been bearing the responsibility for the crimes of past magicians for hundreds of years. Yet you are still met with scorn from others. Even so, you have not given up the path of a magician. This must be because you truly love it. Therefore, I am willing to believe in you. I look forward to working with you all in the future." Lylin's speech made the many magicians happy. Yigelian held Lylin's hand and said softly, "Duchess, you are truly special. Aren't the problems of other magicians unrelated to you? Aren't you afraid of us?" Lylin replied faintly, "What is there to be afraid of? You're not the ones who sinned. I will probably be coming to you for business often in the future. I hope you will welcome me, then, as you do now." Yigelian gave a genuine smile. "You are welcome to come and make a deal with me anytime." Meanwhile, Alice's house was now in a dilapidated state. She sat alone on the edge of her bed in the dead of night, staring blankly. Just then, someone appeared outside the window. It was Shawnancy, a magician from the Magic Tower. He reported to Alice that the Duchess had gone to the Magic Tower. She wants to make something called a ballpoint pen. She wants to sell the blueprints. I have it all recorded. Alice stroked Shawnancy's face and said gently, "Well done. My precious, you are my only love. Everything I have is yours." After making a deal with Yigelian, the master of the Magic Tower, Lylin attended an embroidery salon party hosted by Fyra. At this moment, she felt like crying, but had no tears because there were too many things she was pushing forward. Not only did she have to follow up on the demonstrations to depose the crown prince, but she also had to regularly attend the noble ladies' parties. Just then, someone with Lylin said, "Everyone knows how bad the crown prince is now. All of us here are very supportive." Lylin was very happy to hear this. "Thanks to you all, I'm full of motivation now." Lylin comforted herself that the road ahead was long and it was okay to take a break. Then she thought about how she hadn't spent any time with Harvey recently. She used to worry that he would wait for her all day, doing nothing. But lately, he has been studying very hard. For Harvey, everything was a first, but he never complained. Could he be a little sad? Lylin felt a bit of relief and thought it was necessary to cheer up the hard-studying Harvey. After Lylin finished her embroidery, the many noble ladies who saw it fell silent. Miel tried to smooth things over, saying, "The Duchess must have other interests, so this is quite normal." Lylin was a little dejected. "You don't have to comfort me like this." Fyra quickly said, "But, Duchess, I recognize this embroidery at a glance. You embroidered a golden dragon, right? So these black dots are the wounds left by Dragon Slayer." Others nearby chimed in. "So this work is telling everyone that even people who look strong on the outside have their own pain. What's most impressive is its roaring appearance." At this moment, Lylin was a little sad inside. She had originally wanted to embroider Harvey to give to him, but she accidentally turned him into a dragon. "Since it's like this, should I make him breathe fire?" Just then, Miel praised Lylin, saying, "Your reputation has been really good lately. The salon you proposed has many noble ladies attending. It's much more free and comfortable here than Miss Aylin's salon." Lylin smiled shyly that "I'm so glad everyone likes it." "Thank you." Just as the atmosphere around Lylin was warm and cheerful, a disgusting voice rang out. "So this is the salon that's so popular with the noble ladies recently? What's the difference between this and a common gathering? A salon is usually based on conversation and discussion. Isn't this just showing off, sharing their own hobbies? When can something like this be called a salon? I'm so worried. The noble women of the empire will be ridiculed together. Lilan was puzzled at first. How dare someone come here and cause trouble? But when she saw the person standing behind this young lady, she suddenly understood. This must have been instigated by Yu Alan. After seeing Lilan's gaze fix on him, Yu Alan suddenly turned his head away. Lilan was a little angry. Even if he pretends it has nothing to do with him, I know he's behind this. As the host of the salon party, Philo was a little anxious. So she asked Lilan, Lady Duchess, what do you plan to do? Neil reminded her, you are the host of the party. Shouldn't you step forward and handle this? Philo explained, the Duchess is here. How could I possibly take the lead? Then she pointed to where the trouble was happening. I don't know where that group of noble ladies came from. She happened to see them humiliating another young lady. Philo asked her anxiously, please take a look. How dare they be so rude in front of you? Lilan pondered for a moment, then got up and walked towards them. Upon seeing Lady Lilan approaching, these troublemaking ladies were so frightened they backed up several steps. Lilan smiled faintly. Listening to your evaluation, it seems you have your own opinions on embroidery. Then she held her own embroidery up high. The young lady thought Lilan was going to hit her and subconsciously blocked with her hand. The next moment, Lilan said with a beaming smile, could you please evaluate my embroidery? How about it? However, the young lady was already trembling with fear. They thought Lilan was threatening them, intending to drag them off to the way along. Lilan was a little dejected. To think my embroidery is being mistaken for a dragon again? The young lady said with a blushing face, I've long heard of your notoriety. I didn't expect it to be true. Lilan tilted her head, a little confused. When did I ever threaten you? I haven't even officially started doing bad things yet. Aren't you all still standing here perfectly fine? The young lady continued to ramble on, and you're even proud of it. To do so is not only shameless, but also malicious. Lilan suddenly moved closer to her. Which family are you from? The young lady subconsciously said she was from Selvia. Lilan gently took her hand at, oh, so you're from the Selvia family. I was just joking with you earlier, but it hurts my feelings when you say things like that. Let's not fight. Can we get along? Hearing this, Yu Alan couldn't sit still. He stood up, intending to argue. But seeing Lilan glaring at him with fiery anger, he obediently sat back down. Lilan, with a hint of warning, whispered in the Selvia lady's ear, I don't know what you gain by targeting me like this, but this is, after all, my first day back in high society after my illness. Then she smiled brightly at the other ladies and said, I'll be leaving first. You all have fun. Sitting in the carriage, Lilan already understood why Yu Alan was targeting her. After all, Yu Alan is from the noble faction. You want to test her. The deposing of the crown prince is now a certainty. The candidate for the new crown prince must be able to bring benefits to each faction. So he definitely wants to know what I, as a member of the Emperor's faction, will do. After Lilan got out of the carriage, she saw Lucy waiting for her at the door. Lucy said with a smile, the letter from the royal family that you've been waiting for has arrived. Lilan looked at the contents of the letter and smiled with satisfaction. They've finally contacted me. Well then, I'll go and hear what the Emperor has to say. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Lishi looked at the letter Alice had written to him, lost in deep thought. In her letter, Alice stated how much she liked Lishi and how strong her love for him was. Finally, she wrote, in this world, besides you, everything else is worthless to me. My love for you transcends even death. I love only you. Lishi looked at these words expressing love and shut his eyes tightly. Then he tore the letter to shreds, as if he had made up his mind to sever ties with Alice. Lishi, looking hopeless, was lying on his bed when he suddenly heard someone calling his name in his ear. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Lilan. Lishi thought he was mistaken and hurriedly sat up, asking Lilan, how did you get here? He suddenly realized that this was a memory from his past. Those unforgettable past events surfaced in his mind, bit by bit. At a royal party hosted by the Empress, Lishi felt inferior because he had not inherited any of the royal family symbols. At this moment, Lilan slowly reached out her hand and said softly, Lishi, take my hand. Lishi felt that the old Lilan was a bit arrogant and also a bit foolish. But overall, she was a timid and shy young girl. Yet, at this moment, she exuded an air of nobility and confidence. Upon entering the party, she immediately drew gossip from the noble faction. Everyone cast disdainful glances. Suddenly, 3 ladies appeared, blocking their path. Among them, Countess Jessis spoke up, saying sarcastically, "I heard you have a completely different personality from your mother. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding now, and you've even found your other half. That's wonderful. Duchess Tandemawen's spirit in heaven should be very happy, right?" Lishi glared at the woman. Because Lilin's mother was bullied to death by this group of people, yet they still dared to say such things to Lilin. Wanting to calm Lilin down, Lishi endured his discomfort, intending to caution her. Just then, Lilin said faintly, "My mother's spirit in heaven would surely want me to become the empress. So I will never disappoint your expectations." Then, Lilin pulled Lishi forward. But the group behind them deliberately said loudly, "How arrogant. She must think that because she's from the Tandemawen family and has now latched onto the royal family, she can be so insolent." The words of these women made Lishi feel nauseous. Lilin affectionately comforted him, "Don't mind them. I will handle it in the future. Her Majesty the Queen is also here today, so we can't cause trouble." Suddenly, the leader of the noble faction, Marquis Becca, said to the two, "What a delightful sight you two make. Lady Lilin, you look even more beautiful today." This was the man who would stop at nothing to pull Lishi down. Faced with Marquis Becca's disdainful gaze, Lishi turned his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Marquis Becca said mockingly, "Lady Duke, those lovely purple eyes are especially dazzling today." This remark was a huge blow to Lishi. It was as if he was saying, "You don't even have the purple eyes that symbolize the royal family. What right do you have to be the crown prince? You shouldn't have been born." At this, Lilin smiled and said, "Everything I have is a gift from the heavens prepared for His Highness, Praetor Lishi." Then she looked at Lishi with a gentle expression. However, Lishi's mental defenses had completely collapsed. It was as if he could hear the whispers around him, saying that without Lilin, he would be nothing. Lishi abruptly shook off Lilin's hand. With a flustered look, he said, "I'm not feeling well. Excuse me," and turned to leave. After the banquet ended, Lilin changed her clothes and came to Lishi's side to apologize. Lishi shouted, "Why did you come to me? Why aren't you blaming me? Why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one who's in the wrong." Lilin said softly, "I'm sorry. I can't gouge out my eyes and give them to you because I still want to look at you. In truth, these eyes that only bring you pain, I don't want them at all." Lishi, trembling, held Lilin's hand. Just as he was about to apologize, Lilin said with a serious expression, "Lishi, step on me, and climb up. Climb to that highest position. And then, let me stand by your side, because I was born to meet you. Everything I have was prepared for you." Lishi looked at Lilin in horror and said, "You're not lacking anything, are you?" At this, Lilin smiled and said, "Doubt me just like you are now. Never trust me. You can test me as much as you want. I will show you with my actions that I am always on your side. So, step on me and rise to power. You must become the emperor, just as the purple eyes that now symbolize the royal family, the black hair that symbolizes the descendants of heroes, and the name of Tandemawen are all beneath your feet. Everything I possess was prepared for you. I have loved everything about you. Even if you cast me into the abyss, this love has never stopped." His thoughts returned to the present. A servant at the door said, "I hear that Miss Lilin has come to see His Majesty, the Emperor." Lishi smiled and with difficulty propped himself up. Remembering every little moment of the past with Lilin, he thought, "Lilin still loves me. And I love you too. Lilin, I love everything about you." Lilin arrived at the palace by carriage. Under the guidance of a guard, she came to a garden. Lilin had Betty and Lien wait outside, then walked deeper into the garden, admiring the beautiful flowers. At the end of the path, she saw the emperor, who had been waiting for a long time. Lilin curtsied in greeting. Lilin pays her respects to the great son of the Khyven Empire. The emperor smiled faintly, appearing very charming. Although it was the first time she had met the emperor, Lilin felt a deep sense of unease in her heart. The emperor asked, "You've never sought me out before. What brings you here this time?" Lilin said bluntly, "I came this time to settle this matter as quickly as possible." The emperor pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you remember when I suggested you break off your engagement with Lishi?" This surprised Lilin somewhat. The emperor recalled, "You rejected me quite firmly back then. I don't intend to blame you. Even if there was a fault, it was mine for failing to discipline my own son. After all, I knew long ago that Li Shi was not a worthy fiancé. I assumed that since he would become the crown princess, he would eventually come to his senses, so I wasn't too worried. Lilan chose her words carefully so as not to offend. After all, you have always been preoccupied with the affairs of the state. All your energy is focused on national matters. The emperor smiled slightly. Hearing you say that makes me feel much better. At that moment, a butterfly flew into his teacup. He immediately poured the tea onto the ground. Then he said to Lilan, when Li Shi becomes emperor, he will surely expand his harem. I'm curious to see how much of that you will tolerate. Even with that child from the Conrad family, you never publicly condemned the crown prince's actions. But the moment Li Shi's disgraceful affairs surfaced, you proactively drew a clear line with him. The emperor smiled intimately and continued, it's truly a pity. If he hadn't done those things to wrong you, you have endured so much for so long. Lilan sighed with relief and said, thank you for your understanding. Suddenly, a hand rested on Lilan's shoulder. A loud voice said, wake up, don't be fooled by him. Are you trying to make me lose face again? This person was the very same Lilan from her dream. The emperor said with a serious expression, what you are doing is nothing short of a provocation to the royal family. You should be content that I am not punishing you. Therefore, I want you to give me a reasonable explanation for disrupting the empire and insulting the royal family. The emperor's sudden change in demeanor made Lilan realize she had almost fallen for his trap. Lilan was very displeased, but she endured it and said, I don't want the annulment of this marriage to make myself and the royal family the subject of idle gossip. I came here for a satisfactory conclusion. The emperor frowned, interrupting Lilan's words. What you want isn't it to satisfy the Kandamiwan family? Lilan said seriously, isn't bringing peace to the people something the royal family should do? The emperor sighed and said, I haven't seen this side of you in a long time. The Lilan from the dream, who was beside her, smiled knowingly and then disappeared. The emperor continued, Lu Siluan is so foolish. With such an intelligent woman, why not show her off a bit? This sentence made Lilan even angrier. Was the relationship between the royal family and the Kandamiwan family so good that they could call each other by their first names? The emperor poured another cup of tea and said slowly, what reason do I have to stop you from annulling the engagement? Lilan stared at him angrily. You've ignored the annulment documents I sent. You're all talk. Then she put on a brilliant smile and said, if all of this can be resolved completely, the next person to visit the palace will surely be my father. Lilan knew very well that he wanted her father's support again. Afterward, the two chatted happily. After a while, Lilan got up to take her leave. Thinking back on their conversation, she grew angrier and angrier. Like father, like son. The two of them were exactly the same when it came to irritating people. I'm exhausted from holding back my anger. Suddenly, the Lilan from her dream appeared again. Oh, you really have to swallow your anger like this? Just kill him and be done with it. Just like before. As these words faded, many non-existent memories surfaced in her mind. In the memory, Li Shi personally killed his father, and the mastermind behind it was Lilan. The memories that suddenly appeared gave Lilan an excruciating headache. Just as she was about to fall, Li Shi suddenly caught her. Then he asked softly, Lilan, are you all right? Lilan frowned and asked, what are you doing here? Li Shi said with a gentle expression, because I was worried about you. My Lilan, you've finally come back. Lilan looked at Li Shi in horror. What was he talking about? Had he gone mad? Then she took a sharp step back and said, thank you for catching me just now, but I don't understand what you're talking about. I never expected you to speak to me willingly. Li Shi smiled and said, it seems you were frightened. For someone with as much pride as you to come here and ask for forgiveness. I should treat you well, shouldn't I? Lilan was stunned. What on earth are you talking about? Li Shi continued, Father Emperor dotes on you so much. He definitely won't blame you for this. I will also ask for his forgiveness for you. Li Shi moved closer to Lilan, whispering, we can still go back to how things were. Lilan could no longer contain her anger. She yelled at Li Shi, haven't you realized yet? You'll soon no longer be the crown prince. Is this useless talk the only thing you have to say to me? Li Shi felt the stinging pain from his hand. He asked angrily, Lilan, how could you do this to me? Aren't you afraid of the Father Emperor? Since you're here today to ask for forgiveness, you should fix your attitude. Li Shi suddenly had an emotional outburst, shouting, I already said I can help you ask. I promise to let you come back to my side. Why won't you accept my kindness? Are you insane? Lilan directly ignored his words. Turning to leave, she said, apologies. I don't speak with people who are not worth communicating with. I'll be taking my leave now. Li Shi muttered under his breath. So, in your arrogance, you didn't come to beg for my forgiveness, but to betray my father emperor. He will never forgive you. Then Li Shi called out to Lilin in the palace. I believe there is no clear standard for right and wrong. The so-called standards can be swayed by power. I believe everything will soon return to its rightful place. The only person you should be able to trust is me. No, not should be. The only person you can trust is me. So I hope you won't regret it then. Lilin turned around and said sternly, you're right. As long as you are no longer the crown prince, everything will return to its rightful place. After you step down from your high and mighty position, I hope you can properly reflect on why you ended up in this situation. By the way, it seems you and Alice are truly in love. People say that those in love grow to resemble each other. You two are practically identical. I'm warning you one last time. You'd better return the money to me as soon as possible. That money has nothing to do with feelings. It was simply a loan you took for the Candlewind family. With tears in his eyes, Li Shi said, Lilin, we can only trust each other. Just wait for me a little longer. I will give you the position you desire. After moving away from Li Shi, Lilin tightly gripped a rose in the garden. The stinging pain from the thorns in her hand brought her back to her senses. Then she hurriedly called for Betty and Lien to leave. Just then, the Empress arrived. Long time no see, court lady. How have you been lately? Are you well? Lilin curtsied and said, thanks to your Majesty's grace, I have been very well. Has your Majesty been well lately? Suddenly, the Empress burst out laughing. Thanks to you, I've been considering whether I should just die. The Empress, trembling all over, touched the marks on her neck. Then she slowly approached Lilin and said, I've become this hideous mess, yet you're doing well. She then violently grabbed Lilin's arms, saying viciously, you should be heartbroken and miserable. You should have hit rock bottom. That's what I wanted to see. Li Shi is so heartbroken because of your betrayal. So much pain, yet you came here specifically to break the engagement, trampling him underfoot. Just as Lilin was about to explain, but Her Majesty Heona roared, why didn't you follow my plan? You were supposed to keep climbing to help Li Shi become the emperor. Was that so difficult for you? I clearly taught you how to climb to the top. We are meant to stand at the pinnacle. We must never let anyone look down on us, nor can we let our origins be a stumbling block. Your mother's weaknesses must absolutely not become your weaknesses. Lilin grabbed Heona's hands in return and said, please stop. His Highness Li Shi was the one who broke the promise first. Heona suddenly became despondent. Then at the very least, you shouldn't have said you loved him. Someone pitifully believed those words, only to be devastated by a great betrayal. Court lady, you destroyed the one you loved with your own hands. Do you know that? It was you who made him lose everything. Lilin retorted, even if His Highness Li Shi is truly in pain, he brought it upon himself. In a moment, Heona was lost in thought. Lilin turned and left. My apologies, Your Majesty, the Empress. I'm not feeling well. I'll take my leave now. After Lilin left, Heona had a knowing smile on her face. She whispered, you must use everything I've placed on this chessboard to become the emperor. No matter what happens, Li Shi, you must become the emperor. After returning home, a weary Lilin lay down on her bed. Just then, Harvey brought in a cup of tea. After drinking it, Lilin felt her fatigue wash away. Harvey said with concern, Lilin, you still look very tired. Should you go to bed early? But Lilin was afraid she would have nightmares if she slept now. What a group of people, more terrifying than a disaster. Then, Harvey turned into a small leopard and gently stroked Lilin's face with his tail. Lilin lay beside Harvey and said, are you going to stay with me until I fall asleep? I probably won't have nightmares if you're with me. Thank you, Harvey. And with that, Lilin fell asleep hugging Harvey. The day after Lilin's negotiations with the emperor, newspapers throughout the empire published the news of the crown prince's deposal. The royal family also apologized to the Candlemound family, and the new crown prince was Prince Hapad, who had just come of age. At the coronation ceremony, the emperor passed the symbol of the crown to Hapad. With that, Hapad was formally appointed as the crown prince. Lilin asked with some surprise, is that it? How boring. Her father, standing beside her, agreed, indeed, it's very boring. Lilin continued to ask, what is Prince Li Shi doing? Candlemound thought for a moment and said, I heard he's had a bit of mental breakdown, so he's been confined to his room. I plan to have a private talk with His Majesty and Kararang before heading into the city. What are your plans? Lylan smiled faintly and said, I should let everyone see me looking as heartbroken as the rumors say before I leave. It's better that way. Candlemound and Lylan exchanged a smile, as expected of my daughter. Well then, I'll see you at home later. After her father left, Lylan put on the pitiful, lovely expression she had practiced for so long in front of the mirror. As expected, the crowd at the banquet began to sympathize with Lylan, all of them condemning Lishi. Lylan chuckled to herself. Even though it's tiring, I'll keep up the act a little longer. Then I can go home and see my adorable Harvey. Suddenly, Bellard appeared in front of her, startling Lylan. Bellard couldn't help but laugh that I saw you smirking just now. Congratulations on your successful revenge. I'm relieved to see you like this. Lylan remembered the last time Bellard took her home and then formally thanked him. Bellard brushed it off. Instead, he said he felt great being able to see Lylan again. Lylan asked, You all must be very busy today, right? After all, you have to protect the new crown prince until the investiture. Bellard said seriously, This is the duty of the Carolow's family. It's nothing at all. Lylan suddenly thought that this side of Bellard was quite handsome. Then she secretly resolved to work hard herself to become the heir of the Candlemound family. Lylan suddenly glanced over and saw Cassiwen leaning against a wall by himself. I heard you were given the opportunity to join the 10 Great Knight Orders. Why did you refuse? If you were lucky, you could have even become a knight for a noble family. It seems you don't have that kind of ambition. At this, Cassiwen's face turned red as he said, shyly, because there is someone I wish to serve. Lylan stared at his stunningly beautiful face and said, Although I don't know who that person is, I'm truly envious. I'll be cheering for your sincere heart. I hope you get what you wish for. Cassiwen smiled faintly and said, Thank you for saying so. I hope to greet you formally after my wish is granted. Lylan stared blankly at Cassiwen, then quickly made her escape. She was afraid she'd be captivated by Cassiwen's beauty and be unable to resist taking him home. Right now, Lylan was in a great mood. She just wanted to go home and share everything with Harvey. Suddenly, a man blocked Lylan's path that I almost missed you. You didn't even come looking for me. I'm so hurt. Lylan said in surprise, Lucas, what are you doing here? Lucas said, looking hurt, You're not going to just use me and throw me away, are you? Lylan said coolly, Don't worry. I'll be sure to pay you what you're owed. Lucas smiled faintly that I didn't come looking for you for money. I came because I missed you. Then, Lucas slowly approached Lylan and said, Aren't we on the same team? Faced with Lucas's intense gaze, Lylan hurriedly called out to Betty in the distance, telling her to prepare the carriage. Then she turned back to Lucas and said, I'm too tired today, so I'll be leaving now. See you next time. Lucas gave a helpless smile. The young Duchess, she's really hard to win over. Sitting in the carriage, Lylan still hadn't quite recovered. Thinking about the look in Lucas's eyes just now, she felt like he wasn't joking. Lylan muttered to herself, I still have so much to do. I can't let things like this distract me. After arriving home, Lylan went for a walk with Harvey and said, Let's play to our heart's content all day tomorrow, okay? Harvey said seriously, Lylan, I have to leave this place. After all, I can't stay this childish forever. Lylan stared blankly at the greatly changed Harvey. At some point, many small animals had appeared around Harvey. Faced with Harvey's sudden talk of departure, what would Lylan think? Lylan stood there blankly, nervously asking, Where are you going? Have you already decided where you're going to live? Harvey didn't speak. Lylan held back her reluctance, still trying to convince herself to make Harvey stay. Harvey gently cupped Lylan's face with both hands and said, Lylan, you don't have to worry. I plan to attend Candlemound school. Lylan was relieved. Oh, you're just going to school. I thought you were leaving me forever. But what's with all these small animals around you? Harvey explained, My body has started to attract small animals. It's as if I've been waiting for this day all along. The reason I didn't tell you is that I was worried I'd become a burden to you. So I plan to leave here for a while. I want to become a man who is worthy of you. Lylan grew a little anxious. It's just school. Why do you make it sound like a life or death parting? Harvey said with a smile, Because Candlemound School is a boarding school. I've already passed the entrance exam. I can start classes next week. Lylan let go of Harvey's hand. It seems you won't be able to come home often. Lylan felt a little guilty. She had no idea Harvey had such plans. But she still said, Is there anything I can help you with? Like tuition or clothes? Harvey said slowly, I plan to accept financial aid for vocational education. The school has uniforms, so you don't need to worry. Lylin felt a bit awkward. It seemed there was nothing she could help with. Only then did Lylin realize that Harvey was already fully prepared to leave. Harvey was also a little sad. After all, I promised I would always stay by your side, but now I have to leave. I feel so selfish. Lylin gripped Harvey's hand tightly and said, "Let's go back. It's almost time for dinner. This is your own choice. No matter what, I sincerely hope it turns out well for you." After dinner, Lylin lay on her bed in disappointment, feeling she couldn't face Harvey anymore. Harvey clearly wanted to better himself, yet she wanted to keep him by her side. But upon hearing the news that Harvey was leaving, her heart still felt empty. Lylin called out to Betty. Betty turned around to find Lylin wrapped tightly in her blanket. Lylin gave an awkward smile and said, "Go and see for me what else Harvey needs for school. Put any expenses on my account. Help me pick some things out. Also, go and check on his dormitory for me." Betty smiled and said, "Miss, you would probably feel more at ease if you went yourself." Lylin stammered, not saying anything. After closing the door, she said, "Anyway, I'm counting on you." Lylin looked at the handkerchief she had embroidered and muttered to herself, "I guess I really can't bring myself to give this to him." Meanwhile, a heartbroken Lishi was lying on his bed when a sudden beam of light shone in. Seeing the visitor's shadow, he thought it was Lylin. He quickly got up and said, "What are you doing here?" The visitor said, "You are to become the emperor." "Lishi, you must become the emperor. Is that so difficult for you?" This person was none other than Lishi's mother, Han Auna. She suddenly slapped Lishi, but he didn't feel any pain. Han Auna gripped Lishi's clothes tightly. "I have paved the way for you. Is it so hard to just follow it? I used the name of Candlewind to give you everything you have now. I have laid out the entire plan. Do you want to turn me into some enchantress who only became empress by seducing the emperor?" Lishi knew clearly that his own mother had become the empress only because she had unexpectedly become pregnant with the crown prince's child. He had not inherited any of the golden hair and purple eyes that symbolized the royal family. He was his mother's shame, and also a chess piece she could not cast aside. Would she truly love me? Alice suddenly appeared before Lishi's eyes, coyly confessing her love. "I only love you." Lishi felt nothing in his heart. He no longer believed in so-called love. At that moment, a phantom of Lylin suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Question us, just as you are now. Absolutely do not trust me." Lishi gently kissed Lylin's hand and said softly, "So, you want me to become the empress? Then I will stop at nothing to take the throne. Everything will go back to the way it should be." The day of Harvey's departure had finally come. The two of them forced a smile and bid each other farewell. Lylin watched as Harvey rode off into the distance. She sighed to herself, saying that the manor would feel very empty from now on. With her hands on her hips, Lylin said, "Harvey is trying so hard. I can't just stand around doing nothing either. I'll get ready. I'm going to the magic tower. I have to take this chance to work hard and make more money." Upon arriving at the magic tower, the mages welcomed Lylin with the highest honors. Igorian smiled faintly. "Miss 5 billion, you're here." Lylin replied in exasperation. "Could you please not bring up that damned 5 billion? Igorian said with a laugh. "It's such a staggering amount. It just rolls off the tongue." Lylin said slowly, "I came this time because I heard there are many new proposals for the ballpoint pen business." Igorian replied, "It's still in the development stage. You didn't need to rush over." Lylin clenched her fist. "I want to be a part of it and offer my ideas. Right now, my mind and heart are a mess, which is why I want to work. I'm not here to rush you, so please don't send me away." Igorian silently consented. The two of them sat on the sofa, looking over the materials. Lylin suddenly asked, "Do you know about the Beastmen?" Igorian replied casually, "The Beastmen? We mages are the experts on that subject." Lylin suddenly leaned closer to Igorian and asked loudly, "What do you mean experts?" Igorian explained, "During the 100 Years' War, the Emperor ordered the mages to annihilate the Beastmen. The mages of that era killed countless humans and Beastmen. In the process, it seems the king of the Beastmen was also killed. We are now searching for the new king of the Beastmen." Lylin asked skeptically, "The mages killed the former king. Why are you looking for a new one?" Igorian began to speak slowly. "We have always carried the burden of our past sins. That is why we have decided to protect them. The Beastmen are a race that thrives around their king. We must find and protect the new king before the imperial family does." Lilan didn't quite understand. What does the imperial family have to do with this? Igorian continued to explain. The reason the beastmen are treated as slaves is due to the decrees of generations of emperors. The imperial family fears the beastmen's power could threaten their rule, so they sought to use mages to either eliminate the beastmen or control them in their weakened state. That is why we must find the new king and protect him, so he can become the core that unites the beastmen. Wow, I said all that in one breath. Would you like a potion? Lilan took the cup and sighed. My head is spinning with everything going on, but drinking something sweet has helped me regain some energy. Just then, Igorian asked, why did you ask about the beastmen? Lilan replied wearily, I didn't expect such a long story. Then, she asked with some difficulty, a beastman child, would they be unwilling to live with a human guardian? After thinking for a moment, Igorian said, without a king, they usually wouldn't want to leave the family they've chosen for themselves. Lilan grew anxious and pressed on. Then if one says they want to leave, what could be the reason? Igorian looked at Lilan with a hint of disdain. Duchess, you haven't been treating a beast man like a slave, have you? Lilan shot up from her seat. Agitated, of course not. What kind of person do you think I am? Igorian continued. Then there must have been some catalyst that made him resolve to do so. But as for what that was, I wouldn't know. Hearing Igorian's words, Lilan grew even more worried about why Harvey would want to leave her. Suddenly, Igorian warned her, the imperial family knows that you're here with us. This magic tower cannot be entered without the imperial family's permission, yet you entered. This means someone is watching you. Lilan felt like she was on pins and needles, asking in terror, why would the imperial family do something so frightening? Igorian didn't answer. Instead, he took out the plaque he had custom-made for her, that if you don't want anyone to know your whereabouts, use this to come here secretly. As a small service for my partner, I've temporarily moved it. I hope you'll continue to bring business to the magic tower. Duchess Lilan of Tandemine. While Lilan was busy, Alice was not idle either. One day, she went to Yuelan's residence, fooding. Yuelan asked arrogantly, Alice, what right do you have to seek me out? With a thud, Alice dropped to her knees. She grabbed tightly onto Yuelan's clothes and cried, please help me. Please give me one more chance. Yuelan said mockingly, I don't think we have the kind of relationship where we help each other out. Alice cried, but you've benefited a lot because of me, haven't you? Yuelan scoffed, I only remember becoming a laughingstock. Alice continued to beg pitifully. Yuelan asked, what can you offer me this time? At least before, I found it amusing to watch the Grand Duchess's downfall with you. But now you don't have the Crown Prince's backing. You're just a powerless, fallen noble's daughter. Faced with Yuelan's aggressive words, Alice had no room to retort. She could only grit her teeth and endure. Just as Yuelan was about to leave, Alice said, it will definitely be interesting. The Grand Duchess has started to enjoy acting smart. So this time, I prepared something fun. I'll show it to you myself. As long as you can get me into the party where the Grand Duchess is. Yuelan asked warily, what are you planning to do? But Alice didn't say it outright, because she knew that Yuelan and Lilan were on opposing sides. When it came to hating Lilan, the two of them were on the same side. As long as it could create gossip for the ladies of the noble faction, she would use any method to ensure Lilan wouldn't achieve her goal. Yuelan continued to ask her, if I give you a chance, can you seize it? Alice said with confidence. Yuelan smiled sinisterly and said, in that case, I'll contact you later through Lady Selby. After all, it does me no good if we're seen together. Lady Selby is my friend. She won't tell anyone about our meeting. You should go back and prepare. Alice clenched her fists, vowing fiercely in her heart, I will get rid of you, you arrogant woman, along with Lilan. Lilan's figure appeared at the Marchioness of Shaman's party. At this moment, she looked exceptionally tired. It turned out the mages, hoping to get some of the 5 billion ladies good luck, had organized a handshake and meet and greet event for Lilan. Although she was tired, Lilan didn't want to miss this party. Firstly, the Marchioness of Shaman had done her a favor. Secondly, the guest of honor at this party was herself. Just then, the noble ladies started discussing the tableware imported from the kingdom of Baitero. Hearing everyone's excited discussion, Betty suddenly said, I heard that House Candamwen got the exclusive distribution rights this time. Lilan looked confused. Father has so many businesses? I can't even keep up. Seeing the design of the cup on the blueprint, Lilan couldn't help but be tempted. She suddenly thought, if I sell the magic cup that maintains temperature and the thermos flask as a limited edition, wouldn't that be another new product? Lilan felt she was a genius at making money. Just then, Mir nudged the daydreaming Lylin and pointed ahead. Alice, who had been stripped of her noble title and was not invited, had actually shown up at the party. The Marchioness of Shaman immediately scolded her for her audacity. But Alice said pitifully, "I have something to say to Grand Duchess Lylin, so I had no choice but to intrude." At this moment, Phila blocked Alice and said, "Since you know you're intruding, you should leave at once." However, Alice said with a vicious look, "Please don't block my way. I will leave after I've said what I need to say." Lylin said, looking rather speechless, "It seems you have something to say to me." Alice bowed deeply and said, "I wish to apologize for my previous offenses against you." Lylin accepted her apology and warned Alice not to appear before her again, then turned to leave, not wanting any more entanglement with Alice. Suddenly, Alice shouted loudly at Lylin, "Thanks to you, I've finally realized something. Why couldn't I refuse the Crown Prince before? Why didn't I refuse, even knowing you would hate me for it? I thought about it and finally understood. It's all because I love His Highness." Alice gripped Lylin's hands tightly and continued, "Thanks to you, I finally realized that I love His Highness, the Crown Prince." Lylin shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Alice said pitifully, "The reason I offended you before was because I couldn't control my love for His Highness. Surely you can forgive a young girl who did something foolish, blinded by love." Lylin scoffed at Alice's absurd statement. It seemed her madness had reached a new level. Lylin said angrily, "You've wronged me countless times. Don't even think about using love to disguise your mistakes. I do not accept your apology." Alice clasped her hands and said, "For you to say that, I'm truly hurt. You claim to love His Highness Lishi so much, but it seems that wasn't the case at all." Lylin asked loudly, "Do you want me to resort to violence like I used to?" With an innocent look, Alice said through her tears, "Shouldn't you be angry hearing someone else confess their love for your man? The truth is, you never loved His Highness, did you? That's why you broke off the engagement without a second thought. Did you ever truly love him? If you didn't love him, why didn't you end the engagement sooner? Why turn His Highness and me into fools blinded by love?" Lylin said flatly, "Love is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. If you want to love him, go ahead. I won't stand in your way." Alice continued her act, crying, "To think His Highness was just a pawn for you to maintain your power." Meanwhile, Lu Ailin quietly watched Alice's performance from the side. Lylin retorted, "You're the one who did wrong. What is there to feel aggrieved about?" Alice said, "You deliberately used my admiration for His Highness in order to discard him once he lost his value to you." It was then that Lylin realized Alice's true intentions. She wanted to pose as a victim of my scheme to re-enter high society. If Lylin were to cause a scene here, some people might actually believe Alice's story. That would be like handing a weapon to the Kandamaiwan's rivals, the noble faction. Lylin said calmly, "Alice, you have nothing left. Otherwise, you wouldn't be provoking me like this." Alice replied with a nonchalant look, "So what?" Lylin smiled and pointed to a person nearby. "You must be Miss Selby, correct? You're the one who brought her here, aren't you? You brought a lady who has been expelled from high society here without permission. To atone for your mistake, your father, Count Selby, will withdraw from the noble council." The terrified Miss Selby knelt on the floor. Lylin smiled smugly and said, "Just like that, a spot on the noble council has opened up. Whichever family pleases me the most can fill this vacancy." Faced with Lylin's aggressive demeanor, Alice stepped forward, pushed Lylin, and roared, "You always cover up your own mistakes. You made me, who deeply loves Lishi, look like the other woman. The great house of Kandamaiwan. How impressive." Miss Selby looked behind her with a sob, but Lu Ailin had already left the party long ago. Alice was still screaming madly at Lylin. Lylin felt as if Alice was pushing her to revert to her old ways. If this went on, rumors of her bullying a noble lady would start all over again. Just then, Mir suddenly appeared and slapped Alice across the face. Mir said righteously, "She is not someone whose name you are worthy of speaking." Alice glared at Mir and said, "How dare you lay a hand on me?" Mir crouched down and said, "Is there anyone who doesn't know that this all started because of your great love that led to an affair? So I suggest you shut your mouth. Otherwise, I'll make your left cheek swell up too." Then he turned to Lylin and said, "Your Grace, I will handle things here. Please go on and enjoy the party. I will await your summons." Lylin suddenly remembered she had something to do and hurriedly left the party. After Lylin returned to the ducal mansion, the first thing she did was instruct Lucy to contact Alice. If the compensation isn't paid in full this week, they would proceed with forcible seizure. Lylin angrily crumpled a piece of paper She's over a month late on her payment to me, and she dares to sneak into a party? She's dead. Just then, a maid brought in a pile of envelopes. Lylin instructed Lillian to write a letter to Mir, saying she wanted to see him within the week. Then she instructed Lucy again, investigate Count Selby's pets. Don't overlook any detail. Lylin picked up a letter from the magic tower and noticed the seal was already broken. Lylin was annoyed that the royal family now monitoring my correspondence with the magic tower. How unpleasant. The letter asked Lylin to visit the magic tower again to discuss the follow-up to their business. There was also a bill for peach juice. Lylin was speechless. You drank the peach juice, so why am I the one paying for it? Suddenly, a shimmering envelope next to it caught her eye. It drew Lylin's attention. She saw that the sender was Lucas. It was only then that Lylin remembered what Lucas had said to her at the last meeting. Words that were almost a confession. Lylin nervously opened the envelope. Thankfully, it was an invitation to visit him, and he also offered to provide some help. He would even prepare strawberry shaved ice for her. This put Lylin in a bit of a dilemma. On one hand, there was peach juice, and on the other, strawberry shaved ice. Which one should she have first? Only children have to choose. A woman like her, of course, wants both. Lylin chose to go to Lucas's cake shop. The place was just as she remembered. The shop assistant was a little surprised to see Lylin. Welcome. This is the shop with the delicious cakes. Meanwhile, inside Lucas's secret room, Lucas was complaining, I've been so busy lately, I haven't even had time to see the children. Laban retorted, that's why they say a man in love is exhausting to be around. Lucas suddenly felt something was off. He stood up and said agitatedly, I'm the one doing all the hard work. What do you have to be exhausted about? Laban replied, don't you forget who went around gathering information for you, just because you were worried about the Duchess. From a noble's council to high society. Do you have any idea how busy I've been? Love is one thing, but we have to get paid properly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Boss, you have a visitor. Lucas was surprised that I don't have any appointments today. My time is money. If they don't have an appointment, send them away. The shop assistant replied with a cheerful smile, then I'll tell her exactly that, Duchess Candyman. After a moment of shock, Lucas rushed out after them. Then, with an excited expression, he said, please come in, Duchess. I'm completely free today. After entering the room, Lylin took out Lucas's envelope and said, the boss of the Information Guild is really something. You even knew that Alice and Miss Selby were coming together. Lucas smiled and said it was nothing. Did my letter help? Lylin said apologetically, I only saw this letter after I got back from the party. But thank you anyway. Aren't you going to too much trouble for me? Lucas replied in a serious tone, I've told you before. Don't refuse anything I do for you. His words made Lylin's face instantly flush. She quickly changed the subject. Do you know anything about Count Selby's family? My own investigation hasn't turned up enough. That's why I need your help. Lucas asked, what kind of information do you need? Lylin said with a serious expression, I need to find illegal information about them, the kind that would get them targeted by the royal family. Lucas was curious. Information that would attract the royal family's attention? What are you planning? Lylin explained her plan. I intend to have their family's right to participate in the Nobles' Council revoked. And then I'll place my own person in the seat that opens up. Lucas's interest was piqued that how do you plan to create that vacancy? Lylin continued, the Nobles' Council is centered around the great lords. And the Selby family is one such great lord with their own territory. So, I believe their greatest weakness is that very territory. Count Selby is a neutral faction noble, without much powerful backing. So, we just need to find some leverage against them and hand it over to the royal family. They should be ousted quickly. You know the royal family is short on funds right now. After all, they've lost their biggest benefactor. Not only did they hold an unexpected coronation ceremony, but they also have to take responsibility for the annulment of my engagement to Prince Friedrich and compensate me for my losses. And the Candyman family is no longer supporting the royal family. Even if they don't run out of funds immediately, there will be a deficit. If a way to fill that deficit presents itself, they'd have no reason to refuse, would they? For example, under those circumstances, if Count Selby was discovered to be involved in illegal dealings, Lucas now understood. Then, to fill their financial hole, the royal family might choose to confiscate Count Selby's assets. The two exchanged a smile, finding the idea amusing. Lylin shrugged, but this is all just a hypothesis for now. Lucas thought for a moment and said, but it will be difficult for you to get your own person in. After all, any noble with a bit of money is already lining up for a seat on the council. Lylan said, a little sheepishly, that's true. Although I've made the plan, to actually implement it, I'll still need my father's financial support. It turned out that before coming to see Lucas, Lylin had already spoken with her father. After hearing Lylin's plan, Duke Candamayan had said, so this is your plan? Of course, I'm willing to help you. Don't you worry about the money. I'm not helping you just because you're my daughter, but because you've shown the determination to carve out a place for yourself. Go forward with your plan with confidence. I will be watching you as you become the heir to the Candamayan family, step by step. Lylin continued, speaking to Lucas, so I started by investigating Count Selby's illegal use of slaves, and whether they were levying taxes at a rate many times higher than the Empire's regulations to enrich themselves. However, I only found evidence of them imposing an additional tax once, but I couldn't find the exact amount. That damn bastard, daring to ignore the imperial laws and suck the blood of the people. I'll make sure he goes to jail and confiscate his property. Lucas said with a smile, I really wish there were more noble ladies like you, a great noble who thinks for the people of the Empire. It's so admirable. Lylin was a little surprised that it's not that exaggerated. After all, I have my own selfish motives. Lucas took out a card and said, you don't have to worry about the additional tax. I can even tell you the exact details. Lylin said in shock, that's amazing. Is this information accurate? Lucas asked, but Lady Duchess, did you really come here just to ask about this? Is there some other reason? Lylin blushed a little, looking at Lucas's affectionate gaze. Then she said, of course there is. It's because you invited me. Didn't you say you had prepared strawberry shaved ice? Lucas laughed, all right. Just then, a waiter brought in the freshly made strawberry shaved ice. Lylin's eyes lit up. Lucas watched Lylin eat with a blissful expression, thinking to himself with admiration, that's just like you. Just as dawn was breaking, Lylin was awakened by a noise outside. Just then, Betty came knocking on the door. Miss, you have to come see what's at the main gate. After saying this, Betty draped a robe over Lylin and pushed her outside. After reaching the gate, Lylin said to Betty, I really don't know why you're making such a fuss. Did money fall from the sky or something? At that moment, a blue-haired knight outside bowed and said, I am Kyline, a guard of His Highness Rix. As you can see, I'm here to deliver something to you. Just then, many shiny gold coins fell from the carriage. Betty said to the stunned Lylin, there are several more carriages behind this one. Kyline said, a little embarrassed, please forgive me if this causes any inconvenience. His Highness said that using guineas would be better than a check. Lylin quickly asked, so he intends to repay the Candamwen debt in cash. I kept sending debt collection notices, and I can't believe the money actually came back in the form of guineas. Then, filled with joy, she said, well, there's no helping it. Since it's all my money, I'll have to count it myself. She then said to Kyline, you tell Rix that if the amount of money here is even slightly different from the amount on the IOU, I will send another debt collection notice. Then she ordered Betty to get more boxes and shovels, and to call more people over. Lylin couldn't wait to start herself. Just then, Duke Candamwen stepped forward. Lylin, to be precise, this is my money. Lylin said, unwilling to concede, but I was the one who sent the debt collection notices to the imperial family. Duke Candamwen continued, Countess Mille Jacklorn has arrived. As the host, shouldn't you go and greet her? Afterwards, a very reluctant Lylin was forcefully led away by two people. After a while, Lylin changed her clothes and came to the drawing room. Mille habitually bowed to Lylin, but when she looked up, she noticed Lylin's eyes were a bit red and swollen. Mille asked, did something happen? Lylin said with a gloomy face, it's nothing. I just experienced what emptiness feels like first thing in the morning. Then, changing the subject, she asked, I was really surprised that you were willing to stand up for me back then. What is it that you want from me? Mille said slowly, I want to change. I want to stand by your side, to become someone who can fight alongside you. Hearing Mille's reply, Lylin was silent for a moment before speaking. I don't know how you see me, but I haven't actually changed that much. Also, I don't want to repeat what I said at the party. So Mille, please be more honest. What do you want? Mille knelt on both knees and said earnestly, I want to stand by your side. However, right now I have nothing. I want my family to be able to participate in the noble council. To stand with you, I need a stepping stone. Lylin shrugged and said, I will keep my promise and let your family participate in the noble council. Lylin extended her hand to Mille and said again, from now on, I will no longer personally appear in high society. The reason Lylin said this was because Aelin didn't appear personally, but but had Miss Sylvie bring Alice instead. If my rivals are starting to recruit people, then I must do the same. After all, I still have many things to do. Neil gently held Laylam's hand and said, I will follow your instructions. I will become your first tool. Laylam chuckled lightly. But I have nothing else to offer you. Neil said earnestly, to go from being your tool to your confidant is the best reward I could ask for. First, I will completely eliminate the rumors Alice has spread about you. I will not let you down. Laylam held out her other hand and said, well then, I'll be looking forward to your performance. All was peaceful at the Magic Tower today as well. That is, until Laylam arrived. A booming voice startled everyone in the Magic Tower. Laylam arrived at Igren's office and said cheerfully, can we try making this? I know I've been too busy to visit lately, but I brought a new startup idea. It's the Gainslin teacup set with a magic mug that keeps drinks warm. In other words, a special limited edition collaboration. I even brought sketches. Before Laylam could finish, Igren rejected the idea that that's impossible. The 5 billion guinea project is exclusively for the ballpoint pens. Are you planning to ask for more money? Laylam replied in a panic. I don't have any cash on hand. Igren said sternly. In that case, we can't add anything new. Laylam complained. How can that be? Aren't we partners? Igren retorted, that's rich, coming from someone who isn't paying a cent. Our mages aren't sitting around idly. They have plenty of research to do and need to focus on improving their magical skills. Laylam suddenly asked, have any of the mages here ever completely depleted their mana? Igren asked in surprise, why do you ask? Laylam continued, you said the mages here are powerful, didn't you? But it seems like you spend more time researching magic than actually using it. So why not go into business with me? You'll get to use your magic freely. Who knows? You might even make a breakthrough. Just as Igren was about to refuse, Belche quickly stopped him and said, that sounds like fun. Igren quickly tried to shut it down that you need to mass-produce them, right? It takes a lot of time to inscribe delicate magic circles on so many items. Laylam gave a wicked smile. Why would we inscribe them one by one? We can just make a stamp of the magic circle. Igren countered, to grant an item semi-permanent magic, a mage must invest a huge amount of mana. Hearing this, Laylam quickly corrected him that IT absolutely shouldn't be semi-permanent. A few years of activation is enough. We'll make it a consumable. Belch's eyes lit up. That would certainly increase production speed. Laylam added excitedly. Plus, after they deplete their mana, they might unlock a mana recovery skill or even increase their total mana capacity. Listening to Belche and Laylam's exchange, Igren felt exasperated. After a moment of silence, he said, both of you, please leave for now. He then used magic to escort the two out of his office. Igren stared at the design sketch in his hand. She's such a handful, he muttered. After being kicked out of the Tower Master's office, Laylam watched the mages engrossed in their research. She sighed at how idle she was in comparison. It was times like this that brought back memories she'd rather forget. Licht had been stripped of his title as Crown Prince. Even though everything had gone according to plan, which made Laylam happy, her relationship with the Imperial family had grown even more complicated, and the real Laylam would never have wanted to see things turn out this way. At this thought, Laylam heaved a deep sigh. Then, she gave herself a little pep talk that I've already come this far. What is there to regret? But in the next moment, her shoulders slumped. The real Laylam is going to hate me for this, isn't she? She muttered. Her behavior started to worry the nearby mages, and as they began to whisper among themselves, Laylam remained lost in her own world. She recalled the vision she'd had of the original Laylam, that if what she said, just kill me, was real, then she must have done something right before I came here. Should I try asking Alice? No, she'd never tell me the truth. If only Harvey were here, I'd definitely go and vent to him. But the thought of Harvey truly becoming independent made her sigh again. Her constant sighing was becoming unbearable for the researching mages, who hastily went to get the Tower Master, Igren. Just then, Igren appeared suddenly behind Laylam. Before he could say a word, Laylam covered her ears and muttered, I don't want to go home. Iglen said calmly, you don't have to go home if you don't want to, but please don't disturb the researchers. Come with me. Laylam said she wasn't bothering them, but Iglen retorted, just by being here for an hour, you're a hindrance. Seeing Iglen lead Laylam away, the mages were moved to tears that you're our savior. Laylam returned to Iglen's office. Iglen poured a cup of tea and asked, is something troubling you? Is it about that little beast man child at your home? Laylam was a little surprised. Then she asked, aren't you uninterested in anything besides money? Iglin said, I can't tolerate my investor being troubled by matters other than making money. Lilam was a bit speechless. It's not really a big deal. I kept making all sorts of excuses to ignore him. Now that he's really gone, I feel a little sad. Until Harvey decided to leave me. I had no idea what he was thinking. That must mean I brought him back on a whim, but didn't care about him at all, right? Just then, Iglin said calmly, Lady Lilam, children all have to learn to be independent. Instead of regretting not spending enough time with him, why not calm down and have a proper talk with him? That beast man who developed feelings for a human probably has a lot on his mind, just like you. After all, they too can fall in love with someone for no reason. Lilam smiled in relief and said, I've been regretting things from the past. I'm glad I talked to you. Thank you. Just then, Lilam realized that after talking for so long, her teacup was still hot. Then Iglin said, I tried making that insulated cup you mentioned. Since you don't have cash, let's use future profits for the contract. Iglin's change in attitude made Lilam a little happy. You were so grumpy just now, but as soon as I stepped out, you tried making it. Thank you, Iglin. He suddenly asked, why didn't you bring an attendant with you today? Lilam took out the memento Iglin had given her and said, I came by myself. Iglin continued to ask, did you let your family know before you came? Lilam replied, no, I came straight here. Meanwhile, at the Candemian estate, Duke Candemian was shouting, search every room for me. Lilam, where on earth are you? The imperial family must have kidnapped my daughter. I will never forgive them. Through Iglin's magic orb, Lilam saw the chaotic scene at home and felt a headache coming on. Iglin said bluntly, I'm begging you, please go back. Just as the Candemian ducal estate was in an uproar over Lilam's sudden disappearance, the Carullo's family also received the news. Upon hearing news, both of them were shocked, especially Bellad, who said fiercely, who would be so bold as to kidnap Lady Lilam? At that moment, Lilam used the power of the memento to teleport to a certain place. Lilam complained, what a defective item. It can't even send me back to where I started. Then, looking at the dazzling array of diamonds, she exclaimed, just how many jewels does it take to fill a room? Rich people are amazing. As Lilam walked, she saw a covered area. Driven by curiosity, she lifted the curtain. She expected to see even more precious gems, but what came into view was a portrait. The portrait was of Lilam's family. Only then did Lilam realize she was in her own home. Seeing the portrait of her father with purple hair and golden eyes, Lilam remembered what Carullos had said about her father using magic to hide his true appearance. This moved Lilam deeply. Not only is he rich, but he's also so gentle. Seeing her mother's portrait nearby, Lilam sighed, she's so beautiful. According to what Mir said before, the Duchess's death must have affected Lilam in some way. Yet, I still don't understand her well enough. In a fit of anger, Lilam picked up a sparkling jewel from nearby. Then she cursed. She was already so rich. Why did she have to be so hung up on that one person, Rishi? Compared to that so-called love, the things the original Lilam possessed were far more amazing. If she wanted to ascend the throne, just so her mother wouldn't be ridiculed by others, then I will choose a path that isn't swayed by love. I will become a true duchess. But the thought of all the things waiting for me made her sigh and sit down on the sofa. She didn't know when the real Lilam would return, or if her own body was even still alive. Now, I can't tell what's real and what's fake anymore. In the infirmary of Candemian Academy, the doctor was prescribing medicine for the feverish Harvey and told him to get some good rest. But Harvey didn't want to go back yet. He wanted to become someone who could stand by Lilene's side. But after the doctor's repeated persuasion, Harvey reluctantly left. Afterward, the doctor's eyes transformed into those of a beast man. He bowed deeply in the direction Harvey went and said, "My lord." Harvey struggled back to the carriage and slowly closed his eyes. Right now, all he wanted was to see Lylin as soon as possible. Lylin, clutching a gem, was asleep in her family's warehouse. Cantemian and Bellard were relieved after finding Lylin. Bellard couldn't help but laugh. It's chaotic outside, yet she's so carefree here. After a while, Lylin woke up. Betty reported what had happened to her. Only then did Lylin realize how serious it was for her to have snuck out. Then, she looked out the window and saw a carriage stopped at the entrance. Harvey staggered out of the carriage. Lylene's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't that my little angel, Harvey?" Lylin rushed down to greet him. But in the next moment, Harvey could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Lylin shouted, "Get a doctor, quickly." In the room, the doctor said with a guilty expression, "Although we've tried every method we know, There are almost no methods to diagnose a beast man. I'm very sorry. Lylan forced a smile and said, I'll stay here with him. You may all leave. Lylan stayed with him until nightfall, her heart filled with self-blame. You were in so much pain, but what was I doing then? I don't even know what's wrong with you. I can't do anything at all. It seems I haven't cared enough for you. Harvey suddenly said, please don't say that. You've done so much for me. Lylan was relieved to see Harvey was awake. Then she said with some concern, you should have gone home immediately when you got sick. Why did you keep pushing yourself foolishly? Harvey smiled and replied, you holding my hand like this. It feels like the day you saved me. I'm really fine. Lylan bit her lip and spoke her heart. Actually, I'm not a kind person. The reason I saved you was just out of pity. I feel like I've never truly respected you. I'm so sorry. Harvey lifted Lylene's head and said to her, even if it was out of pity, you were the only one who reached out to me. Please don't hurt yourself with such thoughts. In my heart, you're the most precious person in this world, so I will live for you. Lylan gripped Harvey tightly and said earnestly, I don't expect you to do anything for me. From now on, you must live for yourself. To be independent, you must have a strong body and mind. Lylene's words suddenly awakened Harvey's latent consciousness, which caused him even more pain. Suddenly, his body began to glow. After a flash of light, it was as if Harvey was enclosed in something. Lylan frantically called his name, but got no response. She watched as Harvey's figure grew increasingly blurry. Lylan was afraid she would never see Harvey again. Just then, she suddenly remembered that mages know a great deal about beastmen, so she hurriedly used the monument left by Eiglin. Lylan tightly grabbed his collar. She said tearfully, Eiglin, please help me. Lylene's sudden appearance surprised Eiglin. Lylan said, crying, Harvey went into an egg. No matter how I call him, there's no response. Before Eiglin could answer, Betty heard the crying from inside the room. So she knocked, intending to enter. The moment she opened the door, she saw Lylan and Eiglin seemingly entangled. To avoid trouble, Eiglin cast a sleeping spell on Betty. Then he said helplessly to Lylan, Duchess Cantemian, please calm down. Seeing that communication was fruitless, Eiglin went to Lylene's bedroom to check the situation. However, it was the first time he had seen anything like it. Lylan explained from the side, this is my Harvey. He suddenly turned into this. Lylan then remembered. Harvey was the one she often mentioned. Just as Green was about to ask about the situation, Lylan picked up the note on the floor and hurriedly said he was sent home because he had a persistent high fever at school, but he collapsed as soon as he got home. Green muttered to himself as he thought. Lylan, afraid of losing Harvey, said with a trembling voice, I gave him some medicine, but the doctor said he wasn't sure if that kind of medicine would affect a therianthrope. I thought he would get better by tonight. I don't know why it suddenly turned out like this. Green gently comforted her. You don't have to worry too much. He then took Lylene's hand. Placing her hand on the golden egg, he asked, can you feel it? Her palm felt the heartbeat coming from within the egg. Only then did Lylan feel relieved. Green explained, I've read books about the development of the beast people before. It said that when they reach a certain age, they enter an egg to rest and grow. So, you don't need to worry. Lylan, greatly relieved, knelt on the floor. Suddenly remembering how she had just tested Green, she quickly apologized to him, saying, I'm sorry. I was too anxious just now. This is the first time I've encountered a situation like this. Besides you, I didn't know who else to ask. Green didn't respond to her. He then tightened his robe and said, you're really good at making people worry. If you always show up suddenly like this, I'll have to take back the token of gratitude. But inwardly, he was surprised because this was also the first time Green had encountered such a situation. To undergo such a significant change, it must be a member of the beast people who has lived for at least over 100 years. Then, something suddenly occurred to him, and he instructed Lylan to inform him of any changes. He needed to go back and look for some information about the beast people. After confirming that Harvey was not in danger, Lylene's tense nerves finally relaxed, and she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a scream from Betty attracted everyone's attention. Then they saw the golden egg on Lylene's bed. After getting dressed, the important members of the household rushed over. Duke Candemian poked it with a pen and said, so this is the egg formed by a therianthrope? Someone beside him warned, that thing is dangerous. You should step back a little. Lylan said angrily, Harvey is inside. It's not dangerous. Hearing this, Betty quickly said, since Harvey is inside, we should get him out immediately. Duke Candemian touched the golden powder on it and said, this seems to be gold dust. Should we try to dig into the surface? The minister beside him quickly took out a shovel and was about to dig. Lylin hurriedly shooed them out. Outside the door, Duke Candemian said seriously, I've never heard of a Therianthrope going through something like this. Baijia, first help me gather all the information on the beast people. Then, assign a related task to the Intelligence Guild. After clearing everyone out of the room, she let out a long sigh. She said guiltily, Harvey, can I protect you from my family's cruel hands? As Reban was sorting through the mail, he suddenly saw a letter sent from the Duke Candemian's residence. Just then, Lucas suddenly snatched the envelope and sat down in a chair, looking happy. He said, did she finally think of me? But when he opened it, it was a request from Lylin. Lucas was a bit disappointed. It's not a letter from the young Duchess. Why the sudden mention of the beast people? Then Lucas remembered the beast people child that the young Duchess had saved before. Let's put this aside for now. He then continued to search through the letters, but all he found was disappointment. The young Duchess didn't write to me. Why isn't she looking for me? Meanwhile, at the Duke Candemian's residence, Lylin asked nervously, how is the investigation on Count Selby going? Duke Candemian smiled and said, I've already given the materials you provided to the Emperor. The Count's property should be confiscated soon. Lylin was very happy after hearing this. It seems the plan is going smoothly. Duke Candemian praised her. I didn't expect that you could get rid of the Selby family in one fell swoop. I've already made arrangements for the vacant seat in the Noble Council. You can bring our person in. Although Jack Lorne's ambition as a merchant isn't very big, his abilities are quite good. Lylin agreed. I don't know the Count, but Miss Mere's ambition is so great that she came to see me personally. Duke Candemian reminded her, perhaps what you see isn't the whole picture. Even if they are loyal to us now, they will likely side with their own interests in the future. So, you must have something to hold over them. After thinking for a moment, Lylin had a realization. She stood up and said, Father, please wait a moment. I have something to show you. This is my secret weapon. She then took out her ballpoint pen and insulated teacup. This is the business I'm about to start. Duke Candemain said with a speechless look, let me count all the money you've lost over the years. Lylin blushed and replied, this time, I'll definitely make a profit. This is called a ballpoint pen. The tip is enchanted with preservation magic. You don't need to dip it in ink each time you write. And it's a semi-permanent enchantment that only lasts for a month. Permanently enchanted items require a great deal of manpower, materials, and money, making them difficult to mass produce. Duke Candemain said seriously, but magical items are luxury goods. Selling them cheaply might make the nobles feel it's beneath their dignity. Lylin replied with a smile, what if I sell them to the various administrative departments and security forces? Their budgets don't allow for luxury items, and quill pens are inconvenient. They should appreciate a practical ballpoint pen. Next is the teacup with insulation magic. Gainsland's teacups are famous for their beautiful designs, but products that rely solely on design lose their popularity once the trend fades. That's why we need something with a more unique feature. This cup keeps hot tea from cooling down so quickly. It's an insulation enchantment that maintains the temperature. The weather will be turning cold soon. A teacup with insulation magic should become popular very quickly. Duke Candemain continued, so how will you keep them in your grasp? Lylin replied, the planning and investment will be primarily handled by House Candemain. I plan to hand over the operational rights to Count Jack Lorne. The Count can promote the ballpoint pen at the Council of Nobles, and Miss Mill can promote the teacup in social circles. By doing this, the two of them will surely remain loyal to House Candemain. Duke Candemain pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, those are very tempting terms. Not only will it prevent them from betraying us, but it will also expand the influence of House Candemain. More and more people will wish to be like Jack Lorne under the patronage of House Candemain. Then, Duke Candemain took out a picture of his wife and said joyfully, I'm so happy, Kai Sha. When did our daughter become so brilliant? Her father's sudden change in mood left Lylin a little bewildered. Duke Candemain said with great emotion, your grandfather had me very late in life, so he passed the title on to me quite early. I will live for a very long time, so you can do whatever you want to your heart's content. I will always support you. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Duke Candemain composed himself and said, it seems it's time for work again. Lylin curtsied politely, preparing to take her leave. Duke Candemain reminded her once more, hold your head high and climb to the very top. Don't let anyone dare to look down on a Candemain. With a determined look in her eyes, Lylin excused herself. As she pushed the door open to leave, she ran right into Lucas, who was about to come in. Lucas smiled and said, "I've just seen the Duke." Lylin, surprised, asked Lucas, "What are you doing here?" But Lucas simply gave a charming smile without a word. After her brief encounter with Lucas, Lylin walked quickly toward her bedroom. But when she glanced back, she didn't see Lucas following. This felt strange to Lylin. Back at her room, she felt a little peeved. "What? I thought he came to see me." Stroking the golden egg, she murmured, "Did father summon Lucas because of the matter with the beastmen?" Just then, she heard a rustling sound outside her window. Lylin called out, "Lucas, is that you?" There was no answer. Lylin grumbled in annoyance. "He usually just appears without any warning. If he's here, he should have let me know. If this is about Harvey, I'm bound to find out sooner or later." Just as Lylin decided to go out and find Lucas, the moment she opened the door, Lucas was standing right there. "Hello, my lady. Only thinking of looking for me now. I'm heartbroken." Before Lylin could react, Lucas walked into the room and said, as if to himself, "So this is the first time I'm seeing it in person. Is this from that Beastman tribe?" He then took out the envelope from before and said, "I thought you sent this, but it was actually the Duke." Lylin said seriously, "It seems it's difficult to find information about the Beastmen relying solely on Candamane's intelligence network." Lucas suddenly leaned closer to Leyland. He said with a smile, "But why didn't you mention a single word about it to me? You must have been very curious." Then he whispered aggrievedly, "I thought we were on the same side. Was that just my imagination? I'm so hurt." Leyland hurriedly explained, I was just too anxious." Lucas's demeanor changed. "I heard that some beastmen go through this to prevent the complications that come with rapid growth. In other words, a child is becoming an adult. What a dramatic ritual. So you don't need to worry." Leyland's face flushed, and she then said, "That's wonderful." Lucas continued, "At the border, I heard a song about the beastmen. Oh, oppressed people, come to the promised land. Follow the forest that sways in the wind. The king will lead us to freedom. My Lady Duchess, you'd best be careful. After all, you don't know what kind of person this boy is. Perhaps as soon as he wakes up, he will abandon you, the one who saved and raised him, and go searching for his king. I advise you not to become too emotionally invested in him." At that moment, Leyland realized that Harvey had left her to find his king. She then praised Lucas. "You're incredible. Even a green doesn't know as much as you." Hearing the man's name, Lucas's mind raced. "I asked that the old man from Modu you were referring to." Leyland replied, "Yes, Moda, but he's not an old man." Lucas asked, puzzled, "I've done business with him so many times, yet I've never seen you. You're even close enough to discuss such topics with him." Leyland said happily, "I offered him a very good business deal. He has helped me a lot. He's a much better person than I imagined." Lucas put on a pitiful expression and said, "So, does that mean you don't need me anymore?" Leyland was at a loss for how to respond. "Why would you say such a thing?" After a moment of silence, Lucas took out a ballpoint pen and said, "My Lady Duchess, was this the good deal you offered to the master of Motu?" Leyland was very surprised. "How do you have this?" Lucas slowly walked toward Leyland and placed the pen in her hand. He then said softly, "If you want to know, you'll have to come to me this time." After Leyland watched Lucas leave, she stared blankly at the ballpoint pen in her hand for a long time. Meanwhile, Lucas felt a pang of regret. He actually got to the magic tower before I did. Then he chuckled and muttered to himself, "But what's interesting about the Duchess is that her actions are unpredictable." Leyland and Betty arrived at Meal K, Lauren's party. She said with a confident expression, "Today, this place will be my stage." Upon seeing Leyland, Meal said with immense gratitude, "The royal family has finally announced our participation in the Nobles' Council. This is all thanks to you." He then approached Leyland and whispered, "Regarding the matter you entrusted to me, I've done some investigating. Miss Elon and Alice are indeed in contact. I heard they seem to be preparing some kind of business deal. Their actions were so secretive, I would never have noticed if you hadn't brought it up." Just as Leyland was pondering her next move, Meal suddenly said, "You don't need to worry. I will absolutely not let your business venture fall into the hands of others." Leyland smiled and praised him. "You truly are reliable." The two entered the party, where the noble ladies were discussing the cold weather. Tea gets cold far too quickly in this weather. Leyland and Meal exchanged a glance. Leyland cleared her throat and said to Betty, "Betty, I would like some tea." Betty, understanding at once, brought out an exquisite tea set. It was adorned with strange runes. The crowd asked curiously, "What is that?" Meal exclaimed in surprise. Aren't those the markings of a magical item? This is the first time I've seen a magical teacup and teapot. What could they be? Leyland smiled and said, this is a new product developed by my family. It can keep its contents at a constant temperature, whether it's holding hot or cold water. The specific details are a trade secret, so I can't elaborate. At that moment, Meal pointed to the pattern on the teapot and said, look at this exquisite pattern. This is unique to the tableware of the Garnisrin family. Leyland praised him again. Meal, you have a sharp eye. This is a special collaboration set between the Garnisrin and Canthaman families. Due to the difficulty of production, the quantity is limited. There are only about 30 sets. Meal said with a look of regret, it's a limited edition? I'd love to buy a set. If I could own one of the few limited editions, I would become someone very special. I'm so curious. I wonder who ended up with those 30 tea sets. After a moment of silence, many young ladies asked Leyland, Duchess, may we have a closer look at this tea set? Her goal achieved, Leyland said with a bright smile. Of course you can. She then discreetly gave Meal a thumbs up. Every time Leyland is about to enjoy herself, someone unpleasant always shows up. Just then, an ill-timed voice rang out. What's so surprising about such an unremarkable thing? It seems you've never seen anything truly fine in your lives. So noisy. Aren't you just trying to make a little money off that piece of junk? Leyland saw it was a familiar face and sighed, momentarily speechless. Don't they care about losing a seat on the noble council? Their skin is thicker than steel plating. Meal immediately retorted mockingly. The ones with the most useless things to say are those who don't even have this little money. They probably don't even have a single decent tea set at home. Then, the people on both sides started to argue. Leyland had Betty put the tea set away. She said to Meal, I'll leave you to handle the aftermath here. Later, the limited edition collaboration tea sets sold by Meal's Merchant Guild became incredibly popular. The moment they went on sale, they sold out in an instant. At this time, Leyland was at home, reporting to her father. Miss Meal was much more capable than she had imagined. She had successfully sabotaged Alice and Yuelan's project, saving her own ballpoint pen project. Listening to Leyland's report, Duke Camervon said, I never expected my daughter to be such a good businesswoman. I heard that Count Jack Lauren also successfully joined the noble council. Leyland replied humbly, it's all thanks to your help. Looking at the increasingly capable woman before him, Duke Camervon suddenly said, you should be the heir. You not only placed your own person on the noble council, but also successfully started a business. You have fulfilled all of your promises. From now on, remember to hold your head high. After all, you are the sole heir of the Camervon family. Leyland's eyes were firm as she smiled and said, yes, father, please believe in me. She then thought of Harvey, who had not yet woken up, that I have kept our promise. So now it's your turn. I will wait for you. 700 years ago, the Beastman race had a paradise called the Promised Land. Children joyfully blessed Yarna and Shuh. We hope to see young Master Javier soon. Yarna looked gently at his wife and said softly, Javier will become the next king of the sanctuary built by our 12 fierce beast clan. He will lead them and live alongside them. He will surely be able to resist the oppression of humans and become stronger than anyone. She said with a smile, right now, I just hope he can meet us safely and healthily. But the wonderful moment was shattered by a scream. Lord Yarna, this is bad. The human mages have invaded. The reason the mages attacked the beastmen was that the Empire was in chaos at the time. The Emperor decided to use a powerful external enemy to increase the people's dependence on the Empire. The most suitable choice was the Beastman race, who possessed great power and threatened humanity. To gain the support of the people, the Emperor sent his army of mages to the Promised Land. He ordered them to hunt down and exterminate the Beastmen. In an instant, a magic orb shattered the Beastmen's sanctuary. As everyone panicked, the Beast King Yarna ordered all the Beastmen to head for the hills. I will defend this place. He then transformed into his beast form and battled the mages. Shuh was bewildered. Why are the humans doing this? Watching her people being killed one by one, Shuh, despite her weakened state, tried to force a transformation to fight. But the next second, she changed back. The mage did not rush to strike. He merely said, nonchalantly, a pregnant beastman should be worth a lot of money. Let's capture her. Shuh was sold by the mages, who were in collusion with slave traders, and became a slave. To prevent Javier from also becoming a slave, she continued to carry him for for several years after he was full term. Finally, when she was on the brink of death, she gave birth to Javier in an underground prison. To keep Javier from becoming a slave, she'll always stay by his side. Until one winter, his mother, with a haggard face, smiled at Harvey and said, "You are my happiness, my salvation, and my reason for living. No matter how sad or difficult things get, you must live on." At that moment, Harvey wanted to cover his mother with a blanket, but no matter how he called to her, there was no response. From then on, Harvey was passed from one master to another at their whim. He spent hundreds of years as a slave. For him, the only thing that mattered was obeying his master's orders. The memory of his mother's words, "You must live on," was the only thing that kept him going until he met the light of his life, his everything and his salvation. That person was Laren. Just then, Laren entered the room to tell Harvey the good news that she had become the heir. Laren said excitedly, "You must grow up well and then come out to see me." At that very moment, Harvey's eyes suddenly snapped open. He pulled Laren into the golden egg and hugged her tightly. He whispered, "I'm all right, Laren. Did the little leopard's transformation make your heart skip a beat?" Harvey hugged Laren tightly from behind. Staring at this strange yet familiar face, Laren asked, "Who are you?" Harvey said, "I'm sorry I made you worry." Laren asked in surprise, "Are you really Harvey? But you feel very different from the Harvey I know." Laren reached out her hands and touched him all over. After a moment of silence, she said, "It does seem to be Harvey, but your physique is different." Harvey whispered, "I might not be what you remember. Do you mind? Do you mind that I've changed, Laren?" Laren, stroking Harvey's hair, said, "Of course not. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? So please, don't get hurt again." Harvey turned Laren to face him. The two gazed into each other's eyes. Harvey said gently, "Laren, thank you, truly." Then, Harvey leaned close to Laren's ear and whispered, "You can pet me." Seeing Harvey in his leopard form, Laren said in amazement, "You can even talk as a leopard now. You've grown up so well. Looks like I worried for nothing." Harvey replied, "Thank you for being so worried. You must have missed me a lot, huh?" Laren said shyly, "Just a little. Only a tiny bit. But you've been absent from the academy for a long time, right after enrolling. That's going to cause problems." Harvey asked worriedly, "Oh no, what are we going to do?" Laren burst out laughing. "Are you still planning to attend the academy?" Harvey said earnestly, "I'll try even harder." Then Laren stepped forward and hugged Harvey, saying, "You really are the same Harvey I know." The next morning, Betty knocked on the door and came in, only to find a scantily clad, blond man gently stroking Laren's hair. "Who are you?" Betty cried out in shock. Betty's exclamation startled Laren awake. Laren rolled over, bumping into Harvey. Puzzled, she said, "What's so hard?" Harvey, in his human form, smiled at Laren. "Did you sleep well, Laren?" After they had washed up and gotten dressed, Laren brought Harvey to the Duke's office. The Duke asked, puzzled, "You're the young beast man?" After getting confirmation, the Duke continued, "Do beastmen really grow this quickly?" A secretary to the side added, "We have no records of such a thing." Harvey said sheepishly, "To be honest, I don't really know either. I just suddenly grew up." The Duke's piercing gaze made Harvey nervous. The Duke then spoke, "Even the largest size of a knight's uniform doesn't fit." Looking at the radiant Harvey, Laren, and the other ladies in the room blushed. Then the Duke said, "In that case, take him downtown and have some clothes tailored for him." "Really? May I?" Laren asked excitedly. The Duke took out a check and answered earnestly, "Someone by the side of a young lady of the house Candemian should, of course, be dressed respectably." Then he said to Harvey, "To avoid unnecessary gossip, you must address Lady Laren formally when in public." Seeing Harvey's confused expression, the secretary added, "If you don't understand, just use formal address with her." Harvey hesitated for a moment, then turned to Laren and said, "Do you mean like this, milady?" Seeing the prim, proper, and radiant Harvey, Laren's mind went into a frenzy. Her heart was about to burst. In order to get Harvey some presentable clothes, Laren visited Rosemary's boutique. Rosemary rushed out to greet her. "It's been a long time, Lady Laren." She stopped mid-sentence, freezing the moment she saw Harvey. "Who is this gentleman? Could he be the young Duchess's boyfriend?" This question made Harvey blush. Lylan teased, "It's not like that. I'm here to buy clothes for Harvey. Let's try on a shirt first. The coat looks nice too. Oh, I also want to buy him pants. Were there any that fit his leg length?" Rosemary said excitedly, "There probably aren't any ready-made ones that would fit him. How about I take his measurements now and custom make some clothes for the young master?" Lylan agreed from his side. "That's a great idea. Harvey, can you take off your shirt?" Then, Rosemary began to carefully measure Harvey. Lylan stared intently. gently. Betty reminded her, "My lady, your gaze is a bit too intense." Lylin said, "I can't help it. Looking at him feels so surreal." Betty agreed. He used to be just a little kid. Just then, Javi, having changed his clothes, came to Lylin and said, "How is it? Does it look good? I feel a little unused to it." Lylin's mind went blank. "What's happening? Are you an angel?" Javi said gently, "Lylin, why don't you try this on? I think it would suit you very well." Lylin then took the clothes and went into the fitting room. At that moment, Javi's expression suddenly turned serious. He then walked outside and said to Betty, "Wait here for a moment." It turned out Javi sensed someone was following Lylin. As soon as he went out, he saw a person with blonde hair staring intently at Rosemary's clothing store. Is his target Lylin? Javi then transformed and charged at the person. The loud noise outside startled Lylin, who was changing clothes. The blonde man blocked Javi's surprise attack and said, "You're a monster." Javi growled, "Who are you?" The blonde man was not to be outdone. "That's what I wanted to ask you." He then took off his blonde wig and continued, "A ferocious beast man. Why is a dangerous guy like you near the young Duchess?" Seeing the situation, Lylin shouted, "Both of you, get over here now." Seeing the furious Lylin, the two instantly lost their nerve. Lylin introduced them. "This is Lord Carolaus. Javi is the beast man living with my family." Only then did Carolaus realize he was the leopard from the ducal household. Lylin asked sternly, "Were you following us?" Carolaus lied, "No. I just happened to see you and wanted to come over and say hello." Javi, standing to the side, said angrily, "I could feel you hiding your presence and following us. Did you really just want to say hello?" Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Carolaus told the truth. "Actually, I was curious about the man with you. He didn't seem like an ordinary person, so I was worried about you." Lylin said calmly, "Thank you for worrying about me. However, I hope you won't follow me again next time." It made both me and Javi very uncomfortable. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I hope this won't happen again. In the future, please don't hide in the shadows. You can come and greet me directly." Carolaus said apologetically, "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." Then, Lylin said cheerfully, "Then you two should make up now." Both of them ignored each other, which put Lylin in a difficult position. Lylin then beckoned them to look at her. When the two of them moved closer, Lylin patted both of their heads and said with a smile, "We'll be seeing each other often from now on, so you two shouldn't fight. Got it?" After seeing Lylin's smiling face, the two of them let go of their animosity. Outside the Yuelon residence, two guards blocked Alice, saying, "Miss Yuelon is not someone you can see without an appointment." And on the other side of the gate, Yuelon and many other young ladies were laughing at Alice. How could someone be so shameless? Yes, isn't it amusing? Faced with their ridicule, Alice gritted her teeth and endured it. "This level of humiliation doesn't bother me. At least Yuelon knows my importance. She is very aware of my existence. If only on that day at that time you had recognized me, I wouldn't have become like this." In the past, Alice's family was very poor. Although they were nobles, only their reputation remained. This led to ever-increasing expenses with not a single penny coming in. Unwilling to live such a life, Alice decided to save money and start a business. However, no proper family was willing to accept me as a citizen without a formal recommendation. Although Alice was a noble, she could only work as a servant in the house of Candemian. Because of her special status, she was bullied and ridiculed by the other servants every day. Alice's attitude was defiant. She knew she was different from them. She was born a noble, and it didn't matter if no one recognized it. As a disheveled Alice was about to return to her room, Lylin said to her, "You have good posture. You walk with poise, and your demeanor is very elegant, just like a young lady from a noble family." Alice was flattered. "You praise me too much." Lylin continued to praise her. "What's amazing is that your tone of voice is also very refined." Lylin moved closer and asked, "What is your name?" Alice answered cautiously, "My name is Alice." Lylin smiled and said, "That's a beautiful name, too. Am I taking up your precious work time?" "I'm sorry." Alice was thrilled. She never expected Duchess Lylin to recognize that she was a noble. "Among so many servants, she only spoke to me. If I get the chance to see her again, I must greet her more elegantly, like a true noble. If I do that, Lady Lylin might take me into her inner circle. Then, wouldn't I be able to live a better life than I do now? To live that glamorous life, acknowledged by everyone." Alice picked up a necklace from the counter and put it on. Her expression changed. "Maybe I can become just like the Duchess." Just then, footsteps were heard in the hallway. Alice hurried after them to greet her, Duchess Lylin. Then she performed an elegant, noble curtsy. Greetings, Duchess Lylin. Faced with Alice's enthusiasm, Lylin responded only with coldness. Upon being pressed, Lylin replied faintly, I don't know you. Alice was shocked, but she clearly recognized me. She even asked for my name. Why is she pretending not to know me? As her thoughts returned to the present, Alice received Lishi's knot. That night, the moment she saw Lishi again, Alice hugged her tightly and said, I really missed you. Lishi gripped Alice tightly and asked, Alice, would you really go through fire and water for me? Before Alice could answer, Lishi continued coldly, then just do as I say. Only you can do this. At that moment, all Alice wanted was for someone to acknowledge her existence. She was willing to do anything, even become someone else's pawn. Lylin said reluctantly to Harvey, you have to study hard at school. Harvey smiled back at Lylin. You be careful at the hunting tournament. Lylin was full of fighting spirit. I'll catch a lot of the chicken that you like to eat. Harvey smiled slightly, showing his anticipation. At the hunting grounds, a cold wind blew past. Lylin sighed that on a day like this, she should be at home sleeping in. Just then, Mir came over to greet her. The riding habit suits you well. Lylin smiled slightly. Even dressed like this, I'm just going to wander around with the knights. Aisha suddenly said, I heard Her Majesty the Empress's old ailment has flared up and she is currently bedridden. Lylin thought to herself, compared to her body, I think her mind is the bigger problem. Aisha continued, I heard her illness worsened after that incident with Lishi. Mir interrupted, even if people say unpleasant things to you, please don't take them to heart. Lylin smiled in thanks that I see. Thank you for letting me know. Afterward, the group parted ways and returned to their respective tents. Lylin knew very well that the incident Aisha mentioned must be about Lishi's engagement to my brother-in-law and being stripped of the crown prince title. Just as Lylin was about to return to her tent, Bellard suddenly called out to Lylin that I didn't expect you to come to the hunting tournament. Lylin was also a little surprised. Shouldn't you be busy protecting Howard, His Highness the Crown Prince? Bellard explained, I was only in charge of temporarily protecting His Highness during the investiture ceremony and training the knights. Staying at home all winter is really dull. I was also curious about how the hunting tournament is run. Lylin was a bit speechless. The most outstanding knight on the entire continent, hailed as the reincarnation of a hero, is attending the hunting tournament. Are you trying to kill every beast in the forest? Bellard laughed and said, I know when to stop. Just then, Duke Carolow's rode over. I never thought I'd run into you here. Duke Candemian said excitedly, well, who do we have here? If it isn't my rival of the century, Duke Carolow's? You're so busy, yet you have time for a place like this. Lylin looked at the two of them, somewhat puzzled. Duke Candemian continued, I was the victor at our last tournament, wasn't I? Oh, what to do? I'm afraid I accidentally wounded Duke Carolow's immense pride. Duke Carolow's retorted, you only defeated me in numbers by mobilizing all your knights. You certainly didn't surpass me in quality. Bellard, standing to the side, smiled and explained, my lady, don't mind them. This is just their way of being friendly. Then, Bellard said in a serious tone, I hear there are some fierce animals at this hunting tournament. Would you allow me to assist you? Lylin replied, that won't be necessary. As you can see, our family has brought many knights. I appreciate the kind offer. Bellard didn't insist. Well, can't be helped. Lylin turned her head and suddenly noticed a knight who seemed to sparkle. To her surprise, it was Cashin, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Cashin was also very happy to see Lylin. Lady Lylin, have you been well? At the hunting tournament, Cashin met Lylin again. Leading his horse, Cashin came forward and said, I'm in charge of driving the game here. Lylin was a little surprised. Why are you the one doing this? Why didn't they use their own knights instead of calling you over? Cashin shrugged. I suppose the family's knights are unwilling to do this kind of work. Bellard stared intently at Cashin. He could faintly perceive the aura emanating from Cashin. Bellard smiled coldly and muttered to himself, is this man a commoner knight? Why would a commoner knight have the same aura as me? Just then, another knight called Cashin away. Cashin said to Lylin, this is the entrance to the deep forest. Please, ride in and enjoy the hunt. I'll go drive the game over. Lylin waved her hand and said, thank you, Cashin. With the sound of the horn, the hunting tournament officially began. Lylin said to Betty, it's too far to go back to the tent alone. I'll have someone escort you. Just then, Lien brought a horse over. Lylin said, help me take Betty back to the tent. Lien's face immediately flushed. Lylin instructed Betty, make sure you stay close to Mir. Betty replied, I know. Please catch lots of game for us. Lylin mounted her white horse, feeling spirited and ready. However, the horse kept nibbling at the grass by the path, as if something was attracting it. Meanwhile, at the hunting tournament, some were focused on hunting, while others were busy with romance. Only Lylin, with her imposing troop of knights, remained at a standstill. A knight came forward and asked, Your ladyship, is there a problem? Lylin replied, It's nothing. How about we just catch 5 and head back? The knight responded, I feel that's a rather small number. Lylin smiled nonchalantly and said, It doesn't matter. They probably assume I won't be able to catch anything anyway. The knight immediately gave an order. Everyone hunt in the vicinity of her ladyship. Then he said earnestly to Lylin, We will strive not to disgrace you. Lylin felt a bit helpless. Why people truly don't know when to quit. Just then, the white horse Lylin was riding inhaled a white, powdery substance. The horse then went wild, bolting forward frantically. Seeing this, the knights immediately gave chase. Terrified, Lylin gripped the reins tightly. She kept calling out to the white horse, but it paid her no heed. From the nearby bushes, a fully drawn bow was already aimed at Lylin. Fortunately, the arrow only pierced her hair. But just then, the white horse suddenly stopped. The ambusher in the bushes stood up, drew their bow, and aimed at Lylin. Lylin watched the arrow speeding towards her. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and pray for someone to save her. Thankfully, Bellard arrived in the nick of time, splitting the arrow with a single strike of his sword. Just then, the knights of Lylin's family also arrived. Your ladyship, the assassins who attacked you have fled. Hearing this, Lylin said in a panic, You have to catch at least one of them. But then she thought, how could they have predicted an accident like this? Could it be that they deliberately lured me here? Who on earth could have done this? Was it the Emperor, who despises me? Or the Bedouin Empress? Or perhaps Riche, who was stripped of his crown prince title because our engagement was broken? If not them, then it must be Alice. As Laren thought of this, she couldn't help but tremble all over. Seeing this, Bellard quickly draped his cloak over Laren. Lady Laren, are you unharmed? Who do you think would do such a thing? Laren thanked Bellard for rushing over, then subconsciously hugged herself. Bellard noticed this detail. He then said gently, Don't worry too much. I will protect you. At that moment, the knights of the Candamewan family arrived. Laren hurriedly asked, Rian, did you catch the assassins? Rian replied with some guilt. They all fled the moment they saw young Master Carolaus. Seeing this, Laren said, still unwilling to give up, send the knights to pursue them first. With young Master Bellard here, you don't need to worry about me. Bellard asked with concern, Is anyone from your side injured? Rian looked back at the knight order and said, Yes, but the injuries aren't serious. However, a few knights were accidentally exposed to poison and need immediate treatment. Afterwards, Laren took out a key she carried with her, telling Rian to distribute it to the knights for treatment. At that moment, the white horse Laren was riding suddenly became agitated. Bellard quickly dismounted to calm it down. He then discovered a substance in the white horse's mouth and nose. He looked up and asked Laren, It seems you've been targeted. Can you guess by whom? Laren said with regret, I can't guess at all. Bellard felt some regret. I should have pursued them to the end. Just as Laren was getting off her horse, a sound came from the nearby bushes. Bellard immediately drew his sword and roared, Who's there? Just then, Cashin emerged, dragging a blood-soaked assassin with him. I caught an assassin who was trying to attack you from a distance. Bellard suddenly stepped in front of Laren and pointed his sword at Cashin. He demanded, Who on earth are you? Seeing this, Laren quickly said, What are you doing? Lower your sword. Bellard didn't listen and continued to ask sternly. Even the ducal knights couldn't catch an assassin, yet you caught one so easily by yourself. Isn't that strange? Cashin said flatly, I was just lucky. Bellard sneered. Even if I were to cut off your head, you still wouldn't confess, would you? Bellard's sword moved a little closer to Cashin's throat. Seeing the situation escalating, Laren stood in front of Cashin and said with a serious expression, Cashin is an Imperial Knight. We've met before. If you have any questions, you can ask them later. But now is not the time. After a moment of silence, Bellard sheathed his sword. At this time, people who heard news of the assassination attempt began to arrive. Laren said apologetically to Cashin, It's a bit chaotic right now. I will definitely repay you for your kindness next time. Cashin replied with a smile, I was just doing what I ought to do. But if you wish to praise me, I will gladly accept it." After the matter subsided, Laren asked Rian, while I was in the tent, "Did anyone approach my horse?" Rian recalled, "A few young ladies came over, said he was cute, and petted him a few times." Laren continued, "Collect the powder from the white horse's nose and from the ground. Then, have Marquis Bika lock down the hunting grounds." Bellard looked at the gasping white horse and said, "My lady, I'm afraid this horse won't make it." After a moment of silence, Laren said, "Please, let him go peacefully." Laren closed her eyes tightly, terrified by the incident. She feared she would never be able to ride a horse again. The investigation revealed that among the young ladies who had approached the white horse, the same powder was only found on the handmaiden of Marchioness Samine. This powder is a banned substance that causes a violent poisonous reaction. After listening to the investigation report, Laren said, "So the white horse started acting up on the ground to inhale more of the powder." Duke Candamewin said angrily, "The ambush took place where the powder concentration was highest. They must have deliberately lured my daughter there." However, the Marchioness Samine's handmaiden claimed to know nothing about it. She said she only ran into an acquaintance while on an errand and exchanged a few pleasantries. Rian's investigation also showed that the handmaiden had not, in fact, purchased the banned substance. In the end, Laren and the others still didn't know who the true mastermind was. Bellard said impatiently, "Damn it. Right now, we have no idea who is friend or foe." Lylan also agreed with Bellard. The Candemere family had always been part of the Emperor's faction, so the culprit was likely the noble who organized the hunting tournament, Marquis Bika. However, the current suspect is Marquis Salman from the Emperor's faction. Therefore, it's difficult to determine who the real culprit is. For what purpose did that person create such a chaotic scene? The investigation into the assassination attempt has made no progress. Lylan took a carriage back to the ducal manor. Despite the carriage being very uncomfortable, she was so frightened that Lylan still fell asleep. However, she had a very strange dream. In the dream, Lylan loudly called out to Li Shi. When she turned to look, she saw Li Shi walking into the banquet arm in arm with another woman. Faced with the crowd's ridicule, the Lylan in the dream remained unmoved. He fumed, "What are you doing? Why are you just standing there like an idiot?" But the original Lylan couldn't hear his voice. Listening to the taunts directed at Lylan, he grew anxious. Is this the same villainous Lylan I know? Just then, Li Shi and the woman parted ways. Li Shi entered a room alone, and Lylan quickly followed him. She stood frozen in place, not understanding what was happening. Li Shi spoke first, asking, "What do you want from me?" Lylan asked faintly, "Are you satisfied, having ignored me in front of all those nobles?" Then she slowly approached Lixai, "And no matter what you do, I will always be by your side, so you can rest assured." Li Shi violently threw off Lylan's hand. "Don't you dare belittle me. I am the future emperor, and you are nothing but a tool I'm using to get there. Don't act like you know everything." Lylan smiled faintly and said, "I know. The throne is destined to be yours, and I am merely a stepping stone for your ascension. That is all. So Li Shi, even if you humiliate or ignore me in front of everyone as you did today, it doesn't matter." Li Shi gripped Lylan tightly and asked, "I can do this, right? Since you'll always love me anyway." Lylan gave him a cold look, then pushed him away. She said, "I will always be by your side and help you become a dazzling emperor. Until next time, then, my love, my everything, my emperor, Friedrich." Lylan returned to the ducal manor and dismissed all her maids. She furiously swept everything off the table, as if wanting to tear something to shreds. After a moment of silence, Lylan said through gritted teeth, "That lunatic. He's just a pawn of mine, yet give him an inch and he'll take a mile. A thing like you, Friedrich, wants to be emperor." Then she picked up a book from the floor and sneered, "If that fool wasn't so easy to manipulate, I wouldn't have chosen him. You want to be emperor? Go on and try. I'll just have to keep groveling at his feet. In the end, I'll be the one who has the last laugh." He couldn't understand what the original Lylan was trying to do. Just as he was about to pat her shoulder, the Lylan in the dream suddenly turned to look at him and asked, "Who will be the one to stand at the very top of this nation in the future?" Just then, the real Lylan shot up, coughing uncontrollably. Trembling, he muttered, "What is going on?" Could it be that Lylan wanted to become? Before he could finish, the original Lylan appeared before his eyes again. and said, I once wanted to be the one at the top, and I ultimately achieved it. Li Shi was a good pawn. It's just that the ending wasn't so great. It's quite easy for an empress to become a regent. The original Lai Lin gave a sinister smile, exuding an aura that frightened even the current Lai Lin. But when I saw the words, end of season, I became even more scared. Who is this Lai Lin really? Why did the original Lai Lin appear at this moment? Let's look forward to the next season. The Villainess is happy today. Season 3 is finally here. In the last season, we left off with Lai Lin being attacked at the hunting grounds and subsequently awakened in a dream by the original protagonist. After a verbal onslaught from the original protagonist, Lai Lin was at a loss. She asked in astonishment, "You did all of this? Was your true goal to become regent? You don't really like to travel." The original female lead sneered that I'm not stupid enough to go off track for mere love. Aren't you the same? Lai Lin questioned, why don't you make all this happen yourself? The original female lead explained, a person can only have one soul. If someone suddenly turned back time, what would everything become? If you go back to the past, the future you've already experienced will disappear. But the experience of that future will remain in your subconscious. So, for now, I advise you to only look at what I'm showing you. The original female lead reached her hand out to Lai Lin, but was blocked by an invisible wall. This means that even if the original female lead wanted to do it herself, she couldn't enter Lai Lin's body. The original female lead was a bit helpless. She left some gifts for Lai Lin in the desk drawer in the study. The original female lead told Lai Lin she must use it to drive the royal family into a corner. Lai Lin felt deceived. She felt that the original female lead was just using her. She just wanted to return to her original world. The original female lead stared at Lai Lin and said, "Where else do you think you can go back to? Lai Lin is you, not me." After saying this, the original female lead smiled and disappeared. Lai Lin couldn't understand what the original owner was saying at all. She just wanted to be a duchess who could eat, drink, and be merry. Just then, a sound came from outside the window. Lai Lin went to the balcony and saw a bluebird. Lai Lin then realized it was from Lucas. She then took the envelope. The envelope was filled with Lucas's heartfelt concern. Lai Lin felt a little guilty. It seems I've made him worry. Then she wrote a letter and sent it back. Meanwhile, Lucas was very happy to receive the letter. Although the place he was in was a bit of killjoy, Lucas knew that the poison had come from here, so he had to find out who the mastermind was. Just as he was about to continue the interrogation, someone ran out from the building. Lucas was quick. A dagger grazed the man's throat. The man drew his sword and charged at Lucas, but his attack was quickly blocked by Lucas. Then, with a heavy punch, Lucas knocked the man to the ground. Lucas asked, "Tell me, who is your master?" The man was still defiant. Lucas stepped on his chest. The man cursed, "You lunatic." Lucas didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "I have indeed been going crazy over someone recently. You'll come with me. It's a good chance for me to see the Duchess." The original owner had left Lai Lin a gift that could defeat the royal family. So, the next day, she went to her study. With an uneasy heart, Lai Lin prepared to open the drawer. But no matter what she did, it wouldn't budge. Unexpectedly, there was a magic barrier on it. This made Lai Lin even more curious. What on earth was inside? Lai Lin gave up on the mysterious gift and decided to go find Lucas. After all, it had been a long time since she had seen her partner. Just as Lai Lin opened the door, Lucas appeared handsomely before everyone. Lai Lin stammered, "Long time no see. Have you been busy?" Lucas replied with a wronged expression, "You're the one who's been busy. I've been waiting here for you to come find me all this time." Just as Lai Lin was about to explain, Lucas gently took her hand and said softly, "You look well." That's a relief. This made Lai Lin's heart beat a little faster. Looking at the exquisite cake Lucas had prepared, Lai Lin's eyes sparkled. Lucas said teasingly, "Don't you think this feels a lot like a date?" Lai Lin picked up a piece of cake. "This must be delicious." Lucas sighed, "Duchess, you're so heartless." In reality, Lai Lin was feeling a little shy. Then, she composed herself and said, "About the ballpoint pen incident last time. If it weren't for you, my business venture would have been stolen by Alice." "Thank you." Lucas said gently, "Seeing you so happy makes me happy too. I want to show you something first. Come with me." But in Lai Lin's mind, she was thinking, "Can I finish the cake before we go?" Although that's what her mind was thinking, her body honestly followed him. Lai Lin came to a cage. Imprisoned inside was the leader of the mercenary group that had framed her. The poison had been traced back to this mercenary group. Lucas took a card out of his jacket pocket. On it was a portrait of the client. He was Li Shi's attendant, named Kalinii. Lai Lin tried to recall where she had seen this person before. It was from the last time Lai Lin went to ask Li Shi for money. Kalinii was the one who had delivered the payment. Lucas continued, although we don't know the specific reason. He has already resigned. This guy also gave up another lead, although that one isn't confirmed yet. Lai Lin knew, without a doubt, it must have been orchestrated by that guy Li Shi. However, with this evidence alone, the royal family would never readily admit it. After all, even if he was the deposed crown prince, the royal family wouldn't let him tarnish their reputation. After obtaining this information, Lai Lin didn't plan to linger. She needed to go interrogate the person who tried to assassinate her during the hunting competition. She then formally thanked Lucas. Watching Lai Lin leave in a hurry, Lucas smiled self-deprecatingly that I was worried for nothing. For someone who almost lost her life, she's so calm. She's truly an inscrutable person. The path back was dark, making it difficult for Lai Lin to walk. Just then, Lucas appeared by Lai Lin's side. When it comes to interrogating assassins, I should be better at it than the Duke's knights. So, take me with you. Lai Lin explained, but that person is imprisoned in the underground dungeon of the villa where my father is staying. My father would be startled if you went. Lucas opened the dungeon door, the light streaming and allowed Lai Lin to see the attire of the person before her. Just as Lai Lin was about to ask something, Lucas gave a slight smile. "Ask the head of the Information Guild. I am at your service." "Let's go, Lady Candemian." The assassination attempt on Lai Lin was, surprisingly, connected to Alice again. In the last episode, Lucas provided a lead on Lai Lin's attacker. Upon learning that Lai Lin had captured the assassin, Lucas offered to help with the interrogation. And so, after tidying his attire, he returned with Lai Lin to Duke Candemian. The Duke asked impatiently, "You want to go into the villa's underground prison with my dear Lai Lin?" At the same time, he took out his checklist of conditions for his son-in-law. After a quick comparison, Lucas perfectly met all the essential criteria. The Duke beamed and agreed. After arriving at the underground prison, Lai Lin asked if they had gotten anything out of him, but the answer was no. Lai Lin grew anxious. They had to get the information quickly before the evidence could be destroyed. At her side, Lucas volunteered, "Let me handle it." Lai Lin whispered, "What exactly are you planning to do?" Lucas replied with confidence, "Don't worry. Interrogation is my specialty." Not long after Lucas entered the cell, muffled cries could be heard from within. A short while later, Lucas emerged with a smile. "Lady Lai Lin, could we find a quiet place to speak privately?" The two then went to the balcony in Lai Lin's room. Lucas began, "I found out the identity of the person who hired him and then took out the portrait." Lai Lin didn't recognize the man. Lucas continued, "I'm certain Prince Li Shi is behind them, because this man was also a royal attendant, though he has since left the palace. There's also someone else involved, someone you know very well. It's Alice, the one who's always causing trouble for you." He also said that whenever Prince Li Shi's attendants hired them for a job, they always brought along a woman with pink hair. Furthermore, the one who ordered your assassination wasn't the attendants, but the pink-haired woman. However, I can't be certain if he's telling the truth. This made Lai Lin furious. She decided to go and confront her personally to find out her motives. As it stood, Lai Lin had already broken off her engagement with Li Shi, which should have been exactly what Alice wanted. Yet, she still tried to have her killed. Moreover, the original owner of this body knew things about the future that only a transmigrator like Alice should know. It was all too strange. The two arrived at Alice's residence. Lai Lin was surprised by how dilapidated the house was. Upon opening the door, they found the inside in complete disarray. It looked as if it had been uninhabited for a long time. Lai Lin looked around and said, "It looks like anything of value has been taken." Nearby, Lucas was sifting through some documents. It seems he has left the Empire. He probably went to the Mayaro Kingdom or the Baitero Kingdom. Lai Lin had no clue about this. However, since other kingdoms were willing to take Alice in, it must have been Li Shi's doing. They must be plotting something. But why did Alice want to kill me? Lai Lin couldn't help but reflect, wondering if she was the one who made her that way. Lucas gently comforted her. "They're clearly the ones at fault. Why are you blaming yourself?" Lai Lin said with a serious expression, "Whatever the reason, I'm not nice enough to forgive someone who is clearly trying to kill me." Lucas held Lai Lin's hand and said, "When it comes to having a bad personality, no one can beat me. So don't you dare go soft on them. I will find Alice. Don't be discouraged. Just keep being yourself." Lai Lin felt both happy and touched. Lai Lin returned to the Duke's mansion. Olivia, who greeted her, said, "My lady, a guest is waiting for you. He is with the knights at the training ground." Suddenly, the shouts of the knights could be heard. It turned out that Bellard was sparring with them. Just then, a wooden sword stuck into the tree behind Lai Lin. Lai Lin said angrily, "Bellard, Not only did you show up unannounced, but you're also bullying our knights. Are you looking for a duel with me? Looking at the furious Lylin, Bellard hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, my Lady Duke." So, what did Bellard come here for? In the last episode, Lucas volunteered to help Lylin find a mastermind behind the assassination attempt. After Lylin returned to the Duke's mansion, she found that Bellard had come over without a word of notice. Lylin flew into a rage at him. At this moment, Duke Carolaus walked over. He kindly asked, "My lady, are you feeling all right?" Lylin responded with a sincere smile. "Thanks to everyone's concern, I'm fine now." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Duke Candemir was going to have a detailed discussion with Duke Carolaus. Lylin got straight to the point and asked, "Lord Bellard, what are you doing here?" Bellard said, "A little embarrassed. I wanted to come see you and to ask you for a favor. Can you help persuade the commoner knight, Cassowin, to join our family's knight order?" Lylin was a little surprised. "Why do you want to take Cassowin? Last time, you even threatened him with a sword." Bellard explained, "Actually, after that incident, I've sparred with him. He's very skilled. It's a waste for him to be just a commoner knight, so I want to scout him." Lylin asked thoughtfully, "Don't you care that he's a commoner?" Bellard said seriously, "I don't think status is important. On the battlefield, whether the person next to you is a commoner or a noble, they are your comrades in arms. Emperor Cadrian once said, when employing talented people, one should not be constrained by their status. This is my life's motto." Lylin teased, "To hear such word from your mouth, that's really something." Bellard laughed. "Is it strange? I hear that a lot." Lylin smiled. "I think it's very cool. You will surely become an excellent Carolaus in the future." Then Lylin's tone changed. "However, persuading him won't be easy. I invited him to be a knight at the Duke's mansion before, but I was rejected. I don't understand why he wants to hide his skills. I think compared to being a commoner knight, being ignored, or doing menial jobs, it would be better to become a noble of commoner origin." Bellard explained, "He probably doesn't want to leave this place." Lylin didn't quite understand this explanation. What does becoming a noble have to do with leaving here? Bellard continued, "In this day and age, as long as a commoner knight shows decent skill, they are given an appropriate title and then dispatched to serve under a border count. At the borders, far from the capital, the only ones who fight with their lives on the line are the commoner knights. Not a single one of them is of noble birth." Lylin now understood that as long as one was of commoner origin, even if they became a noble, they couldn't escape discriminatory treatment. So Cassowin didn't want to become cannon fodder. It seemed she had been meddling unnecessarily. Bellard said, "He actually said he has things to do here, so he doesn't want to go to the border. Anyway, I want to help him." Lylin said with a wicked smile, "Did you two develop some kind of manly friendship after sparring?" Bellard thought for a moment and said, "If I have to say, it's also because of you. Anyway, I'm leaving this matter to you." Lylin readily agreed. Just then, a maid brought a blanket and draped it over Lylin. Looking at Lylin before him, Bellard was lost in memory. After he extended an invitation to Cassian, Cassian had appeared very calm and rejected the good offer. No matter what Bellard said, Cassian wouldn't budge. So he said very seriously, "I have someone I want to protect. Although she is arrogant and unpredictable, I can't forget her. I want to assign a capable person to stay by her side." Cassian slowly stood up and said, "The person I wish to serve is also like that. She is a down-to-earth person. So I also want to improve my skills through my own efforts. I hope you can understand." Looking at Cassian's determined eyes, Bellard understood that this kid was his rival in love. Lylin said to the dazed Bellard, "I still have things to do. I'll be leaving first." Bellard said with a silly grin, "Then don't forget to ask that knight for me. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea." This disgusted Lylin a little. They clearly didn't get along before. Are they dating now? She wondered. After entering the room, a maid brought out the signal from Miss Mere that Lylin had been waiting for. Lylin muttered to herself as she opened it. After all, I can't leave everything to Lucas and do nothing myself. I'll also use my own connections to find some information, preferably related to Lishi. Lylin said confidently to the maid, "Then let's get ready to see Miss Mere." In the last episode, we mentioned that Lylin's good friend, Mere, had new information about Lishi. So, after getting dressed up, Lylin took Betty and set off in a carriage. The bumpy ride made Lylin curse out loud. "I really want to get rid of this carriage. My whole body aches every time I ride in it." Betty said faintly, "But noble ladies have always ridden in these since ancient times." Lylin's fighting spirit was ignited. "If this world can't create a good carriage, then I'll have to do it myself." Soon, the two arrived at the Mere family's estate to attend a party hosted by Mere's mother. Mere's mother came out to welcome them with a beaming smile. Lylan responded in a very ladylike manner. Then she quietly asked Mir, "Is there something behind me? I feel like everyone is avoiding me." Mir quickly explained, "You don't have to mind them. Everyone is just being cautious. The culprit from the hunting festival hasn't been caught yet, right? The shaman and beta families are powerful, so they can easily avoid trouble. But if an ordinary family were suspected, they would be completely ruined and treated as the culprit." Only then did Lylan realize, is my influence really that great? This makes things difficult. It's a rare chance to attend a party, and I wanted to chat with more people. But no matter which group of people Lylan walked towards, they all quietly moved away. Lylan felt very frustrated. Mir began to comfort her. If that incident hadn't happened, everyone would surely be lining up to talk to you. So please don't be too sad. Then she continued, "The products you launched before were a huge hit. Everyone is very curious about the next ones." Lylan thought, Mir must have made a lot of money. After all, my share of the profits was a huge sum. I should go to Moda first to settle the accounts and also discuss the carriage project. Just then, Aisha and Fila walked over. In response to their kind greetings, Lylan said happily, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Then Aisha said, "Her Majesty the Empress's health seems to have gotten worse. I heard she is returning to her home country to recuperate. It seems she is very homesick." When Lylan thought of that crazy woman, she got goosebumps all over. Isn't it a more serious illness? Lylan thought, why would the Empress fall ill right after I received the imperial gift? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? So she asked Mir, which is the Empress's home country? Mir replied, the Renizia Kingdom. It's right next to the Bitero Kingdom. Lylan suddenly had a bad feeling that it seems I need to investigate this. The next day, Lylan went to Moda. This is the payment for Moda. This is all thanks to Moda's hard work. I also want to talk to you about the next product. I have a great idea. Igrin interrupted, are you feeling better? If something were to happen to a lady of the palace, it would be very difficult for us. I thought I might never see you again. Lylan said seriously, don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Igrin smiled. Then I'm relieved. Lylan suddenly said, can you give me some medicine that is good for beastmen? Igrin said calmly, it seems that egg from before has hatched. Lylan gestured excitedly. He's grown so much, and his physique has improved too. But the last time he came home, he said he wasn't feeling well. I was worried that the sudden changes were too much, causing his body to weaken. Iglin said, it can be prepared right away. Please wait a moment. She then instructed Belche to fill the prescription. Afterward, Iglin continued, based on the current situation, I believe that child might be the king of the beastmen. Lylan asked nervously, if he really is, what would happen? Iglin replied, the beastmen will gather around their king, and the king will lead them to establish a new territory. In other words, that beast man might leave you. Just as Lylan's mind was in turmoil, Iglin spoke up, let's get back to work. After that, Lylan absent-mindedly finished explaining her new project. Her mind kept wondering, is Harvey really the king of the beastmen? How can my innocent little angel be the king? But now that he's grown up, maybe he really is. But my adorable little baby suddenly turned into the number one beast man on the continent? How am I supposed to accept this? Last time, we mentioned that Lylan went to see Iglin at Modu to discuss a new business plan, only to unexpectedly learn of Harvey's true identity. If it's true, he might leave her. Suppressing her frustration, Lylan returned to the duchy. Hearing so much at Moda has given me a headache. Betty said with concern, I'll go prepare some hot tea for you. Just then, a familiar voice was heard. Harvey asked urgently, Lylan, are you all right? Are you sick from the carriage ride? You look terribly pale. Lylan forced a smile that I'm fine. But is it okay for you to run out of school like this? Harvey said pitifully, I missed you too much. I happen to have a day off today, so I came back. Lylan continued to ask, has anything special happened to you recently? Harvey thought for a moment and said, I took an exam. Lylan asked indirectly, nothing like a group of animals suddenly gathering around you? You came all this way. Let's go have some tea together. She then instructed Betty to bring the tea to the garden. But Harvey's expression seemed a little lonely. After the two arrived in the garden, Harvey gentlemanly pulled out a chair. Then he took out his report card from his jacket. Seeing the report full of high marks, Lylan couldn't help but praise him extravagantly. Harvey said shyly, it's because I promised I would repay you. Lylan was a little confused, but Harvey remembered it clearly. When Lylan saved him, he was determined to repay her. Back then, Lylan had said that if Harvey could get good grades, that would be repayment enough for her. Harvey took it to heart. After hearing Harvey's explanation, Lylan laughed out loud. This repayment exceeds my expectations. Just then, Harvey said with concern, Actually, after I heard about what happened at the hunting competition, I was very worried. Lylin replied, so you came all this way just to see me? You should be busy adjusting to school life. You don't need to worry about me. Harvey moved closer to Lylin and continued, I was so afraid you'd gotten hurt somewhere. I was worried and sad. I almost lost you. I just couldn't bear it. Then Harvey took off his top. Then he turned around and said, I want to make you feel better. Pet me like you used to. Lylin shyly covered her eyes, saying, what kind of dangerous thing are you saying? As your guardian, Lylin slowly opened her eyes to see a tail swaying back and forth in front of her. At this point, Harvey, who had turned into a leopard, explained, I was afraid I'd rip my clothes if I transformed. You're the one who gave them to me. Lylin stroked Harvey and said, give me a warning before you transform next time. You scared me. Harvey rested on Lylin's lap and said, just like before, pet me and ramble on. Tell me all your worries. Lylin chuckled. Then, after a moment of silence, she continued, actually, I was very scared too. After all, I've only just managed to experience what happiness is. I thought I was going to die, just like that. I worried that everything was over. Just thinking back to that moment makes my hands tremble uncontrollably. But to be helpless in the face of such a threat, it was so frustrating. Paying it back twofold is more my style. There's someone who always steps up for me as if my problems were his own, and that truly puts me at ease. When I need him, he's always unconditionally on my side. So I'm fine. Harvey said sincerely, I'm glad you have many people helping you. Lylin stood up and said, it's getting cold. Let's go inside. After getting dressed, Harvey prepared to leave. After all, he had only come out after applying for a leave permit, so he had to get back quickly. Lylin reluctantly pinched Harvey's cheek and said, thank you for coming to see me today. I'll do my best. Harvey returned to Camden boarding school. 3 beastmen came to greet them. They had gathered the oppressed beastmen from all over, waiting for Harvey's command to leave human society. But having met Lylin, Harvey didn't want to leave immediately. At that moment, the cat beastman, Nura, said, then let's take Lady Candlemine with us. Although I hate humans, we can take that woman. This remark touched Harvey's nerve. Harvey warned furiously, if you dare pull any tricks behind my back, I will not spare you. I know what you want, but I don't know what choice I will make. So just wait quietly. The crowd bowed respectfully. As you command, our King Harvey. After accepting Belrock's request, Lylin prepared to find Cashin the next day. Late at night, Cashin was not asleep. He was practicing his swordsmanship alone. He recalled his duel with Lord Belrock. Belrock had repeatedly urged him to use his true strength, just as he infused his sword with mana, intending to deliver a full power strike. The next moment, his sword was sent flying. Belrock said mercilessly, your swordsmanship has gone astray. What a waste of your talent. By rights, at your age, to be able to use mana so freely, you would be considered a genius anywhere. So why are you hiding your strength? What are you afraid of? His thoughts returned to the present. Cashin swung his sword forcefully, but he woke up his younger brother. Cashin said gently, it's late, Leon. Go back to sleep. But Leon asked his brother, are you going to leave like Dad did? If you're gone, I'll have to protect Mom. Cashin stroked Leon's head and said gently, I will always be by your side. Early the next morning, Lylin came to visit. Cashin's mother came out to greet her, surprised to see it was Lady Candlemine. Cashin noticed the sound outside and hurried over to see. At that moment, Lylin, imitating her father's tone, said he refused all my conditions. I swear on the name of Candlemine, I will not let this matter rest. I must go and talk to him myself. It took a great deal of effort for Lylin to stop her father. Lylin continued, it's been a while. Can we talk? After Lylin sat down, Cashin asked with concern, is your health all right? Afterwards, the two fell into silence. Just then, Lylin suddenly asked, do you hate me? This startled Cashin. Lylin explained, you not only refused to join our family, you're also unwilling to be promoted, and you even rejected my father's offer. If you don't hate me, none of this makes any sense. Cashin explained frantically, I just did what I was supposed to do. I'm already very grateful just to have your recognition. Lylin said, feeling wronged, but I don't think you're a person without secrets. There must be another reason, right? Cashin quickly explained, it's not like that. No matter what merits I achieve, I'm still a commoner. I am content being a commoner knight. If I catch the eye of the nobles, I'll be sent to the borderlands to serve under account. The people I want to protect are not at the border. They are here. At that moment, Leon's appearance interrupted their conversation. Leyland said, "So you're doing this for your family?" Cashin explained, "My father was a very skilled mercenary. He was the one who taught me swordsmanship. After his outstanding swordsmanship caught the attention of a noble, he became a subordinate of the border count. In order to provide a better life for our family, my father decided to achieve great merits to obtain a noble rank. But 4 years after he left, my father died a hero's death. That's why I'm content with my current position. After all, this is the only way I can protect the people I want to protect." Leyland said faintly, "Do you think that by staying as you are in the 12th Night Division, you can protect everything you want to protect?" Cashin remained silent. Leyland continued, "Lord Belrock is the only sword master in the Empire. He could surely be of great help to you." Cashin said with a determined look in his eyes, "I have someone I want to follow. That's why I want to prove myself at the upcoming swordsmanship tournament. The Imperial Swordsmanship Tournament is where the martial artists of the Empire commemorate the champion. You can choose a patron you wish to follow and swear your loyalty to them. If I win, I'm willing to give my all for that person. Since he has come, you should appreciate him all the more with young Master Bellard. The choice is in your hands. Even if you receive help, success is ultimately something you achieve on your own. It's a good thing that someone is willing to help you, just as you helped me." Tashevin finally opened his heart and took the letter. Seeing what was on the envelope, Tashevin was stunned. He never expected the Duke to pay so much attention to a commoner. Just then, Leon came out and shouted, "Mom says if you keep refusing, she'll kick you out of the family." Hearing this, Leyland chuckled and said, "To think your family would say such a thing." Tashevin decided to take the chance. He then said gently to Leyland, "Thank you. I will not let you down." Leyland smiled and said, "Do your best. I'm looking forward to your performance." Leyland was furious when she learned that the mastermind was Alice. Lucas volunteered to help her find Alice's hiding place. But unexpectedly, Lucas was secretly in contact with Alice. That night, Lucas, in disguise, arrived in the Baitero Kingdom. Following the clue in the letter, he found where Alice was staying. The moment Alice saw Lucas, her eyes welled up with tears as she said, "You really came to save me." Lucas smiled and said, "What was you who called?" "Of course I came." Alice cried pitifully. "Other than fleeing, I had no way to escape her. I'm all alone in a foreign land, and I can't hold on much longer. That's why I called for you. After all, you're on my side." Lucas asked seriously, "The prince has failed. Knowing that, why are you still here? What mission did he give you?" Alice said woefully, "For a woman like me with nothing, there aren't many choices if I want to remain in a foreign kingdom." Lucas asked patiently, "I need to know the details to help you. I came all this way to save you. Don't you trust me?" Alice said, "I'm going to take control of the merchant guilds and nobility of the Baitero Kingdom. Lucas, I need you to have your people spread a rumor that I'm the wealthiest person from the Empire. I'll use that to start business here. By any means necessary, I will get in with the nobles of this country and have them purchase weapons and soldiers, so that when war breaks out, no one will be suspicious. That way, I can repay her for all the humiliation I've suffered. I will stand at the pinnacle of the Empire. I can definitely do it because I remember that woman so clearly." Then Alice hugged Lucas, saying, "Only you understand me. She was just born into a good family, but we fought our way to this position with our own strength. Do you remember the National Foundation Day party?" Lucas sneered, "Of course. How could I forget the day you were so miserable?" Meanwhile, at the Candyman estate, Leyland was reporting to her father that I found a mastermind behind the assassination. Duke Candyman said furiously, "Tell me who it is immediately. I'll have their heads." Leyland urged her father to calm down. "The main culprits are Prince Lishi's former attendants and Alice. They have already fled the Empire." The secretary beside him said, "As far as I know, a total of 4 people resigned from their positions as Prince Lishi's attendants. The 2 attendants who weren't charged are also missing." Leyland continued, "I heard that these 4 attendants escorted Alice to the Baitero Kingdom, and then the 4 of them split up and went to different countries." She then took out the latest intelligence report from Lucas and continued, "They are in the Baitero Kingdom, the Milo Kingdom, and the Padian Kingdom. They also sent 1 person to Renizia." Candyman mused, "International activity. It's unlikely for mere attendants to do something of this scale for personal reasons. This is a typical method used by royalty to gather foreign support and incite war. If so, they must be acting under Prince Lishi's orders." Leyland continued, "This is information from the head of the Intelligence Guild. Alice has copied our products and is now launching her business in the Baitero Kingdom with great fanfare. I hear she's working particularly hard to get close to a major client, the Baitero royal family. Kandam Wen asked in confusion if those were magical items. Mages only exist in the Kevin Empire. Lilan wasn't sure how he managed it either, but she planned to ask Master Moda in person later. Duke Kandam Wen continued, no matter how good the project is, it's impossible to attract the discerning nobles of another country so suddenly without reason, unless someone is helping them from behind the scenes. The secretary quickly added, we've discovered that recently, a significant amount of Prince Lishi's funds has been continuously flowing into the Beiteluo kingdom. Lilan said worriedly, so their backer is Lishi. What is he planning? Kandam Wen smiled faintly. Once you know where the money is going, you can naturally predict the near future. The Beiteluo kingdom will declare war soon, the secretary explained to Lilan. The Beiteluo kingdom has recently purchased large quantities of weapons and chemical supplies. Neighboring countries have also bought over 3 times their usual amount of chemical weapons. Kandam Wen stood up and said, since we know their aim is to start a war, we cannot simply sit back and wait. Based on the timing of their declaration, we can more accurately determine what it is they're truly after. Seeing her father about to leave, Lilan asked in a panic, Father, what are you going to do about this? Duke Kandam Wen patted Lilan's shoulder. Don't worry, he said, I will never let my precious daughter be put in danger again. I'm going to have a talk with the Emperor, who can't even control his own son. To prevent the war, Duke Kandam Wen went to the royal palace of the Kevin Empire. Based on the information he had gathered, he reported his findings to the Emperor one by one. But the Emperor cut him off impatiently. I've heard enough of your ridiculous accusations. Even if 3 kingdoms were to attack us at once, my empire would be fine. I understand you're looking for a scapegoat because your daughter nearly died. But are you trying to slander the imperial family with such baseless speculation? Duke Kandam Wen patiently tried to reason with him that I know this is difficult for you to believe, Your Majesty, but the truth is already quite clear. The unusual movements of Prince Lishi's aide and the business's lover, Alice, has started in the Beiteluo kingdom. Prince Lishi must be the one pulling the strings. He must have a motive for all of this. I'm simply worried he's planning a rebellion. However, the Emperor retorted, if you ask me, it seems like the Kandam Wen family is the one planning a rebellion. Duke Kandam Wen looked at the Emperor in disbelief, then said sternly, my daughter barely escaped an assassination attempt with her life. She was clearly caught in a political power struggle. Yet, for the sake of the imperial family's reputation, the matter was swept under the rug without a proper investigation. That being the case, shouldn't you at least take precautions against the dangers I've mentioned? Is it so difficult to be wary of Prince Lishi? The Emperor said impatiently, how dare you slander the divine imperial bloodline? I will not tolerate it. Just as you wished, Lishi has been deposed as the crown prince, and the Kandam Wen family has become unshakable. It makes me suspect that you orchestrated your own daughter's assassination attempt. Duke Kandam Wen could no longer hold back. Do you think I'm mad? To use my own daughter's life as a pawn? One of the masterminds behind her assassination is the woman who is always with that good-for-nothing son of yours. If anything happens to my daughter in the coming war, I will never forgive you. The Emperor sighed softly. You dare speak so brazenly to your Emperor. It seems your family has grown far too arrogant. Duke Kandam Wen said in resignation, then do as you please. It's no concern of mine if you're killed by traitors. The Emperor said sharply, let me give you a piece of advice. Keep a close eye on your daughter. I've always felt there's something wrong with her. Perhaps she'll end up hanging herself, just like her mother did. Duke Kandam Wen asked coldly, what did you just say? The Emperor ignored him, rising to his feet and stating flatly, I know your family enjoys blowing things out of proportion. The imperial family's tolerance for your arrogance ended the moment you had my son deposed. Kandam Wen said through gritted teeth, then let this empire meet a tragic end for all to witness. You damn fool. The Emperor retorted, a tree that grows too tall and wild will end up destroying the entire forest. However, it's difficult to cut it down in one fell swoop, so it's better to let it wither and die on its own. Meanwhile, Lilan went to see Moda, but was blocked by the Imperial Guards. She used to visit frequently, but this time she was denied entry. A soldier advised her kindly, these are orders from the Imperial family. Please, you must comply. Lilan said provocatively, what if I don't comply? Are you going to arrest me? The soldier glared at Lilan and said, then it certainly won't end well for you. This attitude displeased the knights of the Kandamiwan family. They immediately wanted to draw their swords and strike. But Lilin stopped them. Since they won't let us in here, I have other ways. Afterwards, she returned to the Kandamiwan ducal estate and found a teleportation medallion. After teleporting, Lilin rushed to explain. But what she saw was a complete mess. What happened here? Where is Bayurki? Yigelian, suppressing his inner grief, said, I never expected. The magic tower I've desperately protected all this time is still going to fall. Making money without the royal family's permission. Spreading the magicians' improper ideas to the Kevin Empire. All the magicians, including Bayurki, have been arrested on these 2 charges and thrown into the royal prison. Lilin couldn't believe it. The royal family has become so aggressive. Last time, we talked about how after Lilin arrived at the magic tower, she unexpectedly learned that all the magicians had been arrested. And the reason was for helping her make money. The head of the magic tower, Yigelian, said helplessly, the royal family sent many people over. They questioned why you were entering and leaving the magic tower during this time. They also turned this place upside down. Lilin asked calmly, so how did you answer? Yigelian continued, I said you came to the magic tower because you were unwell and found it while searching for a cure. I also forged a lot of documents as evidence and submitted them. Lilin looked at the grieving Yigelian and asked, why are you trying so hard to protect me? Yigelian explained, I'm doing this only to sever the connection between you and the magic tower in order to protect the magicians. Lilin said emotionally, this is all because of me. I will rescue the magicians. Yigelian said without any expectation, don't get involved anymore. The emperor is not a good person, so I can only wait quietly, hoping everyone will return safely. Lilin asked, somewhat puzzled, why are you so unwilling to confront the royal family directly? Yigelian said in despair, do you think that in hundreds of years, no one like you has ever reached out a hand to us? Some of them wanted to use me. Others wanted to help after learning the truth. But they all disappeared without a trace because none of them could defeat the royal family. Thanks to you, we earned 5 billion. We also had fun. These are all wonderful memories for everyone. So don't come to the magic tower anymore. Facing Yigelian's dismissal, Lilin questioned loudly, do you think the royal family will release them if you just stay quiet? What if the royal family finds leverage against them and locks them up for life? Yigelian said agitatedly, this is none of your business. There's no need to involve you in this. I will handle it. So please leave. Lilin said righteously, of course it's my business. The people who helped me were taken by the royal family to be treated like slaves. As their boss, how could I sit by and do nothing? Give me some time. I will definitely rescue the magicians. Then she used teleportation magic to return home, not giving Yigelian a chance to persuade her. At that moment, a piece of paper fluttered down. After seeing its contents, Yigelian sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Lilin, having returned home, hurriedly looked for her father. Just then, Kandamiwan called out loudly for Lilin. Then he said, burning with anger, to think I serve that guy as the emperor's master. That fellow has a head, but doesn't use it to think. He might as well just remove it. To calm her father down, Lilin and Kandamiwan went to the Rose Pavilion. Kandamiwan said irritably, the emperor has become paranoid. Because the scandal of the deposed crown prince caused a huge uproar, he has been trying to cover it up. Lilin asked hurriedly, then how does he plan to handle the rebellion? At this rate, the royal family is in great danger. Kandamiwan continued, he doesn't care about the safety of the empire at all, only about the power in his hands. To think I served such a petty man as the emperor's master. At this point, Lilin also understood why the magicians were thrown into prison. They were being used as scapegoats for the deposed crown prince's incident. Kandamiwan stood up and said, although we can get out of it, it's very likely the magicians will be executed for the crime of magic. Lilin said resentfully, for hundreds of years, the royal family has covered up all its own sins, making the common people think the royal bloodline is noble. They also push all the hardships suffered by the people onto others. And all the blame for the war is pushed onto the mages, Kandamian continued. But Kandamian has always maintained that the biggest beneficiaries of the royal family's existence are the nobles. This is also why the emperor is so hard on me, Leyland said with dissatisfaction. The mages didn't do anything. I was the one who approached them to help me start my business. And just for that, they were convicted of treason. Before Leyland could finish, Candemian said with a smile, "We don't need to remain silent. Our family are merchants to the core. The only reason we call ourselves subjects of the empire is to make more money. If we just give up this title, everything will be resolved. We can live very well on our own anyway. It's not that the empire accepted us, but that we chose the empire. If we were to go elsewhere, they would probably be very happy to have us. Besides, if we were to liquidate our territory and business interests, the entire empire would fall into turmoil. Since they say my daughter is out of her mind, then I'll show those bastards a thing or two." Leyland was amused by her father's spirited words. Then she took her father's hand and said with a determined look in her eyes, "Then let's show them what Candemian is made of." She was determined to teach the arrogant royal family and dukes a lesson and display the power of the Candemian family. If we disappear from the empire for just 1 month, the entire empire will be in an uproar. Leyland said earnestly, "We can't let the common people suffer because of our fight with the royal family. Those mages who were captured might be used as sacrifices, so we must be careful." Duke Candemian said lightly, "We will only target the nobles." Leyland smiled after hearing this. "How about we block trade? For hundreds of years, the Candemian family has held the exclusive agency for the empire's trade. We only need to block luxury goods. This will have little impact on the commoners, but will cause great dissatisfaction among the nobles." Duke Candemian praised her with a look of relief, as expected of my daughter. So clever. The next day, Duke Candemian personally made an announcement. He told the person in charge that all port operations were to be suspended and that they should go on vacation. He added that he would strengthen security in the area. Watching the Duke depart, the two men were confused. Candemian, who would do anything to make money, was actually closing the trade port regardless of the losses. A person nearby reminded him, "Don't you know? The Duke's daughter was nearly assassinated at an event hosted by the royal family, but the culprit still hasn't been caught. The Duke demanded the emperor find the perpetrator, but was instead accused of planning the whole thing." Only then did the two men understand that Candemian and the royal family were now in opposition. Leyland asked lightly, "Is this the last port?" The Duke replied with a smile, "From now on, no more luxury goods will enter the empire." Leyland continued, "In the short term, it will cause dissatisfaction among the nobles' planning parties. But without a supplier, high-priced private transactions will surely become rampant. Eventually, all the nobles will be in a difficult position." Duke Candemian said with a relentless smile, "The entire empire will be in for a shock." As Candemian's dealerships closed one by one, it caused widespread dissatisfaction. People began to gossip. "I hear Candemian won't be bringing in any more goods." Then, someone in the know shouted, "I heard that after Candemian settles its business, they're going abroad." One of the nobles said in horror, "Is this true? This empire survives on the money Candemian earns. If Candemian leaves, can we still live normally here?" And so, the news that Candemian might leave the empire spread among the people. All the major merchants and those who worked for Candemian tried to stop the conflict between the royal family and the house of Candemian. But what they didn't understand was, shouldn't the royal family be begging Candemian to reconcile? Meanwhile, a secretary reported to Duke Candemian, "In just 2 weeks, the price of luxury goods has increased more than tenfold. The other nobles are requesting an audience with the emperor every day." Leyland was a little confused. The reaction is faster than I expected. There should still be plenty of stock on the market. The Duke, standing beside her, said with a smile, "I spread the rumor that Candemian would be moving to another country. Didn't I tell you? It's not that the empire chose us, but that we chose the empire. Candemian is the source of the empire's income and the lifeblood of its economy. The entire empire will soon be gripped by anxiety. The nobles can't possibly sit back and wait for the royal family to act," he said, then laughed out loud. 1 month after the Candemian incident began, the Baitero kingdom declared war on the Kevin Empire. The royal court was in chaos, faced with the pressing questions from his many ministers. Emperor Kevin could only remain silent. That night, Kevin angrily slammed the table. "That damned Candemian, a parasite living off the sacred royal bloodline. A man who became a noble, yet dares to rebel. The royal family is divine. It must not be tarnished. Therefore, I will deal with Candemian." Before he could finish his sentence, Lishi announced his presence from outside the door and then pushed it open to enter. Hearing his voice, Kevin was repulsed. He then roared, "I don't want to see you. Get out." Lishi said calmly, "When the royal family's dog bites its master, you naturally use other dogs to handle it. Times of chaos need a hero. don't they? Just like during the 100 Years' War. Carolaus, with his immense sense of honor, would never follow Candemian in betraying the royal family. As long as we ensure Carolaus stands with the royal family, the empire is certain to find stability. And as for the most troublesome matter of Candemian, let's just go along with their wishes. After hearing this, Kevin flew into a rage. He picked up a nearby wine glass and threw it at Lishi. Isn't this all because of you? Duke Candemian says you tried to assassinate his daughter in a vain attempt to rebel. Whether this is true or not is unimportant. What matters is that the royal family's reputation was nearly ruined because of you. And now you're telling me to do as Candemian wishes. You really don't take me seriously at all. Lishi calmly explained, I have already been stripped of my title. Even if you imprison me, the royal family's reputation won't be damaged. That way, Candemian will get what they want, and they will bow in submission once more. Kevin thought about it. In fact, going along with Candemian's wishes and imprisoning Lishi was feasible as long as the news didn't leak from the palace. Then he said calmly, you may leave. Lishi walked out the door, appearing unusually calm. At that moment, all he wanted was to win back Lilene's love, to hold her in his arms. A month after the Candemian incident began to unfold, the Emperor secretly summoned Duke Candemian. Before their conversation began, the Emperor asked with a serious expression, the House of Candemian, do you truly intend to leave the Kevin Empire after settling your affairs? You wouldn't have conspired with the Kingdom of Beteluo to orchestrate all this, would you? Lilin, in order to suppress her father's anger, quickly said, this is baseless information. This incident was merely caused by my father's illness and a lapse in his judgment. The Emperor gave her a faint glance. Duke Candemian said in a low voice, hearing unpleasant things gives me nervous exhaustion. Lilin continued, you should be well aware. The Kingdom of Beteluo's declaration of war has nothing to do with Candemian. If we had planned it, my father would not have come to see you last time. He would have left without a word. However, Emperor Kevin said, I believe it's possible that Candemian suddenly chose to ally with Beteluo in order to gain greater leverage. Beteluo declared war on the Empire not around the time of the swordsmanship tournament, but a month after the Candemian incident. Isn't that surprising? Lilin was inwardly displeased. Is he trying to frame the House of Candemian as traitors for the sake of the royal family's honor? As if guessing what Lilin was thinking, he then said calmly, you don't need to be so wary. I am merely relaying what was said at the Nobles' Council. I have decided to follow your advice and confine Lishi to his chambers before the swordsmanship tournament. I may have been overconfident in the strength of the Kevin Empire, which led me to act rashly. I apologize for not listening to your advice sooner. I hope that the royal family and the House of Candemian can restore our former relationship. Seeing the Emperor about to get up and leave, Lilin quickly said, I would like to speak with you about the Magic Tower. Please release the mages imprisoned in the royal dungeon. Even if they have ties to Candemian, they have not committed any crime. Kevin said impatiently, this incident and the matter of the Magic Tower are two separate things. I cannot grant your request. At this point, Duke Candemian interrupted, they helped treat my daughter's illness. How could I sit by and do nothing? We, the House of Candemian, owe the mages a debt. I hope you will grant my daughter's request. Kevin hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Can you then guarantee an end to the experiments being conducted with them? In order to save the innocent mages, Lilin, though deeply frustrated, agreed. The next morning, the Emperor announced he would send Bellard and Carolaus to deal with Daitlu. The people cheered for the Emperor and the hero, Carolaus, filled with newfound confidence. However, something inside Bellard had changed. Meanwhile, Tower Master Ygelian was organizing documents. The mages who had just been released from prison suddenly appeared from the side, rushing towards Ygelian. Just as Ygelian was feeling puzzled, Lilin spoke up. Didn't I say I would rescue all of them? I apologize for what you've been through. I promise this will never happen again. Looking at the somewhat weary Lilin, Ygelian snapped his fingers. Then, he handed her the heating blanket he had made. He then explained, based on the note you left, I kept working on it and succeeded. It seems I subconsciously believed you when you said you could save everyone, believing you was worth it. Thank you, truly. The other mages also expressed their gratitude to Lilin. However, Lilin said with a sense of helplessness, I rescued you on the condition that I would no longer deal with the Magic Tower. So, I probably can't come to the Magic Tower anymore. At this, Jilian asked seriously, will you be in danger? Is there anything we mages can do to help? Lylin sternly rebuked him. What are you thinking? What if you lose the Emperor's trust again by helping me? But Jilian was insistent and wouldn't be swayed by Lylin. He then performed a formal imperial salute, requesting her approval. After kissing the back of Lylin's hand, he said with a determined gaze, we mages will help Lady Lylin. I hope you will permit it. Lylin was startled by Jilian's sudden action. What empire's etiquette is this? Jilian answered innocently, this is how it was in the Empire 200 years ago. Please say approved. I am sincere. Please allow us to help. After a moment of hesitation, Lylin sighed helplessly and said, you've shaken my resolve. In that case, I won't refuse. After all, my strategy requires the power of mages. Please help me. I will do everything in my power to protect the mages. Jilian smiled. The other mages followed suit, spontaneously wanting to help Lylin. Lylin smiled and said, then I'll be in your care once again. Inside a nobleman's mansion in the Beteluo kingdom, Alice looked at the magnificent jewels and mountains of gold coins before her. This was clearly the life she had always dreamed of, yet her heart felt no joy. These things were not enough to make Alice happy, because she didn't have much time left. Her hand was slowly fading away. Looking at the comforting letter from Li Shi, Alice knew that Li Shi would surely abandon her to be with Lylin. But unfortunately, this time Alice also needed Lylin in order to survive. Alice needed Lylin's spirit. Just then, a mage burst in through the window. The man said flatly, the man you summoned has already left for the Kaiwan Empire. Alice stood up and said, good job, Xianan. If Lucas were here, he might have interfered with your actions. We will soon get what we've always dreamed of. Xianan asked with a confused look. I understand, Alice. But what should I do? Alice said emotionally, you must kill Lylin at the swordsmanship tournament. As long as she is alive, all my plans will come to nothing. If this goes on, I might die. Please, Xianan, help me. Xianan hugged Alice and comforted her softly. Don't be so anxious. I will help you achieve your dream. Please believe me. Even if time were to turn back, our love would not change. At this moment, Xianan's hand was also slowly disappearing, seemingly a backlash from triggering some kind of taboo. Meanwhile, after getting help from the mages, Lylin also learned about the mage who could use forbidden black magic. His name is Xianachi. He is the most talented among the mages. Dissatisfied with his current situation, he focused on practicing forbidden magic. However, Lylin wasn't sure if the mage helping Alice was Xianachi. She could only consciously raise her guard against this person. As for other matters, she would think about them later. At this moment, Lylin was in a carriage on her way to Lucas's cake shop. Lylin confidently asked Betty, how do I look today? Betty said excitedly, you look absolutely dazzling today, my lady. However, Lylin felt a bit awkward that I'm just going to drop off a gift. What's there to be nervous about? After being told by the front desk that Lucas had given her permission to come and go as she pleased, Lylin assumed Lucas hadn't returned yet and directly pushed open his room door. However, what came into view was the partially obscured body of Lucas. Lucas, thinking it was Laban, paid it no mind. After the two stared at each other for a moment, Lucas screamed, Duchess, why did you suddenly appear? Lylin asked, her face flushed. When did you get back? After a while, when they both calmed down, Lucas cried aggrievedly, I can't believe you saw everything. Lylin said resolutely, I swear, I only saw a little bit. Then, Lucas began to testify, it's not just foreign nobles. People within the Empire are also involved in Alice's records. I've memorized their faces and names. So, during the swordsmanship tournament, we must capture them alive to be witnesses. Based on the current situation, a rebellion is certain to happen. After receiving Lucas's intelligence, Lylin continued to ask, did you see the magician who makes magic items for Alice around her? Lucas said he didn't see anyone. Then, with a serious expression, he said, she copied your magical creation and is selling it, which means there must be a magician helping her. If even I couldn't find them, it means that person is extremely cautious. Then he pointed to the item Lylin brought and asked, what is that thing you have with you? Lylin said, this is a gift for you. It's called a quilt. It's dangerous outside. Then she told Lucas to lie on it and feel it. The next moment, Lucas felt a warm comfort and didn't want to get up at all. Seeing the look of enjoyment on Lucas's face, Lylin asked, how? Is it? Not bad, right? Lucas looked at Lylin before him and then said softly, do you want to lie down too? Lylin replied faintly, it's too narrow. Lucas continued, I don't think so. Besides, the person who makes a product should experience it firsthand before selling it. Lylin stopped him in time. I've already tested it. Stop your tricks. At this moment, Lucas dropped his playful demeanor and said with a serious face, I have something official to tell you. Sending Sword Master Carolaus' son to the border should also be part of Alice and Lishi's plan. The goal is to attack the palace while there are no strong protectors. This swordsmanship tournament will be very dangerous. You could be seriously injured. Are you really okay with that? Lylan just smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You be careful too. Lucas asked, How about I come back on the day of the swordsmanship tournament? Lylan said seriously, Didn't you say that only I can give you orders? I want you to stay in the Bi-Zero Kingdom. You need to stay in that place I can't go to and gather information for me. I'll need it soon, so don't worry about me. Just do your job well. I'm leaving now. Make good use of that thing. After all, it's an exclusive gift I brought especially for you. Watching Lylan walk away, Lucas was lost in thought. Just then, Levin came in and said, How much are you going to charge for this information? Lucas suddenly asked, Do you know what pure love is? You probably don't, do you? Someone like you who loves money so much will never understand. Levin scoffed angrily. Is that something you should be saying? A man who could get married hundreds of times if he just paid for it is suddenly talking nonsense. Lucas retorted, This is the first time I've felt this kind of pure love. What's being by her side is all I could ask for. How interesting. Go expand the intelligence network. Gather information from all the kingdoms. I'll have use for it later. He could have enjoyed the life of a billionaire, but he was being relentlessly cornered by a manipulative girl. To prevent the empire from being invaded and to ensure her own safety, Lylan had already begun preparations after asking Lucas to monitor Alice's every move. Lylan immediately returned to the duchy. After receiving a concerned letter from Harvey, Lylan was worrying about how to reply. I can't just tell him I was almost assassinated. Unbeknownst to her, a small bird outside the window recorded everything. After writing some comforting words, Lylan tidied up her clothes and set off for the Carolaus duchy. As soon as Lylan arrived at the gate, she was shocked by the enthusiastic welcome. Lylan also seemed helpless, wishing they would be a little more low-key. At this moment, Bellard came specially to welcome Lylan. I've been waiting. Cashin is also at the training ground. I'll take you there. On the way to the training ground, Lylan said indirectly, I heard you're going to fight against the Beiteluo Kingdom. Everyone believes that the successor to the hero's bloodline, Carolaus, will surely. Looking at Bellard, seeing the distracted Bellard, Lylan wanted to comfort him, but 1,000 words were condensed into one sentence. You have to be careful. After a moment of contemplation, Bellard said, When I'm on the battlefield facing the enemy, the thought that I'm killing someone's family and friends makes me really want to throw down my sword and run away. At least in that moment, I didn't feel like a hero, but a mere killer. That kind of meaningless war where only winners and losers are remembered. I really don't want to go through that again. It was only then that Lylan understood just how cruel war is. Looking at the dejected Bellard, Lylan wanted to tell him that since it was so hard, he should just run away. However, she couldn't say it out loud. After all, the Empire's citizens would be the ones to suffer. What could she possibly say to Bellard? At this moment, Bellard noticed Lylan's dilemma. Although I said that, I don't hate the position I'm in now. As a descendant of heroes, it is my duty to bear everything for the people of the Empire. No matter who steps up, we must fulfill this duty. It just so happens that this time, it's me who has taken this position. At least here, I'm not a killer, but a hero who protects this land. I'm sorry, I seem to have made you worry, but thank you. Lylan was stunned for a moment. Then she said gently, I'm also grateful. As a citizen of the Empire, I will await the triumphant return of the hero, Bellard. At that moment, on the training grounds, Cassowin was concentrating intently. When he heard familiar footsteps, he subconsciously glanced over. Seeing that the visitor was indeed Lylan, Cassowin's heart blossomed with joy. He hurried forward to greet her. Then, the two of them asked with some curiosity, What are you doing here? Faced with their questioning, Lylan was a bit flustered. Deciding not to beat around the bush, Lylan said seriously, Cassowin, I hope you won't participate in the swordsmanship tournament. I don't think I'll have the capacity to protect you. This stunned both Cassowin and Bellard. Cassowin asked, You know it will be dangerous that day, but you're still going to participate? Lylan replied, Of course, I'll participate. Cassowin said firmly, Then I have no reason not to. If there's danger, it's all the more reason for me to win first place. I don't know why you're telling me this, but if I knew you were in a dangerous place and chose to run away, that's what I would truly regret. Although Lai Lin wanted to persuade Cassawin, she couldn't say in front of so many people that there would be a rebellion at the swordsmanship tournament. At that moment, Bellard interrupted, "Let's start training. First, 100 laps around the training grounds." Bellard watched Cassawin's departing figure and said, "He's the one in charge of protecting you while I'm away, so you don't need to worry too much, Lai Lin." However, the two had no choice but to drop the matter. Just then, the little bird that had been eavesdropping flew back to Cadmayburn Academy. It reported to Harvey that there would be danger at the upcoming swordsmanship tournament that Lady Lai Lin would be attending. She has been going back and forth between the Morta Intelligence Guild and Duke Carolau's residence, seemingly preparing for something. Harvey gave a helpless smile. "You tell me not to worry, but then you go and do dangerous things behind my back." At this time, many beastmen had gathered around Harvey. Then, Harvey stood up and ordered everyone to prepare an ambush at the swordsmanship tournament being held in a week. If anyone tries to harm Lai Lin, tear them to shreds. Next episode's climax. The swordsmanship tournament is approaching. See you next time. To prevent the Empire from being overthrown, Lai Lin rushed around making preparations. She returned to the ducal residence with a weary expression, not even in the mood to wear the new clothes that had been made for her. She immediately instructed Betty to bring Lien over. Seeing the somewhat dazed Lai Lin, Betty was very worried but unable to help. Bellard's earlier words about being a hero made Lai Lin realize the weight of his responsibility. He could be called a model leader. What about the real Lai Lin and Li Shi? Although I haven't seen what Lai Lin and Li Shi's organization accomplished, I'm sure it was a complete mess. Lai Lin looked up at her reflection in the window and muttered to herself, "You want to use me to return to the position of regent. Perhaps you desperately hope Li Shi's rebellion succeeds, but I won't let you have your way anymore. I will destroy your position so you can never enter the royal family again. Neither you nor Li Shi are qualified to be rulers. If you're not happy about it, then send me back to my original world." Lai Lin collected her thoughts. First, Li Shi will rebel at the swordsmanship tournament in a week. His targets are the emperor and me, the nobles and their knights, as well as the participants of the swordsmanship tournament, surely include many formidable individuals. The enemy certainly won't want to clash with them. They will definitely focus their firepower on the targets. I can use this to minimize the losses, but it's undeniable that the Emperor is tacitly approving this rebellion. In other words, if we act recklessly on our own, we might be framed as traitors, even if the Emperor is willing to sacrifice his own life for the royal family's honor. I see no need to risk my life for it. Just then, two little bluebirds carrying a bag started tapping on the window. It turned out to be intelligence Lucas had gathered for him, containing information on the rebels and how to deal with them. Reading Lucas's encouraging words in the letter, Lylene's confidence soared. A while later, Lien arrived. Lylene hurriedly took him to the magic tower. To prevent the sacrifice of innocent people and to protect those he loved, he needed Lien to lead the mages to fight alongside the Knights of Candamaiwan. A week later, on the day of the swordsmanship tournament, Lylene assigned tasks to the knights in his family's training grounds. He ordered them to quickly find and subdue the people in the portraits. As for Eiffel, the sword master from the Mayaluo kingdom, they were to stall him as much as possible. Lylene added with a serious expression, "You also need to remember, do not worry about the Duke and me under any circumstances. We will be perfectly safe. The knights assigned to protect us only need to put on an act. Please do not get injured, and certainly do not sacrifice yourselves. Otherwise, you'll get a pay cut." Although the knights were very confused, they still responded in unison. The swordsmanship tournament arena was buzzing with excitement. It was Lylene's first time attending such a grand event. However, his eyes were constantly searching for Caxuan. Lylene knew Caxuan wouldn't lie, but still hoped he wouldn't be here. At that moment, Duke Carolaus appeared by Lylene's side and said, "Is there someone you're rooting for? You seem to be looking for someone." Beleed's young lad, whom he's been cherishing like an apprentice lately, has appeared. He asked me to tell you that you can look forward to that person's performance. The news of Caxuan's participation left Lylene with mixed feelings. Just then, Emperor Kevin and Crown Prince Howard made their appearance. Kevin shot Lylene a cold glance. Unafraid, Lylene returned the look with equal intensity. As the tournament officially began, Caxuan finally entered the arena. Seeing the high-spirited Caxuan step forward to compete, Lailan was a little worried, but also very happy. The Duke of Candemiwan said faintly, "There's a rumor that you were the one who introduced him to Lord Bellied. Even if you only persuaded him at the young lord's request, for that person, it was an opportunity he gained because of you. He probably wants you to see this more than anyone. It's truly a shame in the end." After the announcer declared the official start of the match, Lailan said lightly, "The match is starting. Shouldn't we be going as well?" The Duke of Candemiwan smiled and replied, "Yes. Now we can truly sit back and watch." Then, Lailan took out a magical item. After a brief flash of light, the figures of Lailan and the Duke gradually blurred. After a moment, their images stabilized. How will Lailan handle this crisis? See you next time. To avoid assassination, Lailan used a magical item to project an image of himself. Meanwhile, he took the Duke to the magic tower to meet its master, Igrin. Lailan asked excitedly, "Is the magic illusion activated?" Igrin replied, "The illusion magic is currently stable enough. As long as no one speaks to or touches the phantoms, they won't be exposed." At that moment, Lien's voice came through a receiver Igrin had made. Lien and his team had already pinpointed all enemy locations and were just waiting for Lailan's command. Lailan immediately ordered them to begin the operation. He then said to Igrin, "Can you use magic to show us various locations at the venue?" With a wave of her hand, Igrin displayed scenes from all over the swordsmanship tournament. You can even zoom in on the images. The Duke advised from the side, "Many nobles are in contact with Li Shi, but we still need to determine who is actually under his control." Lailan stated with a determined gaze, "I will not let a single person who rebels against me and the Emperor get away." Meanwhile, the screen showed that one team had already successfully captured their target. Lailan said with great confidence, "Bring it on. I will catch every single one of you." On the other side, Caxuan was fighting an opponent in the swordsmanship tournament. He soon sensed that something was off. Caxuan questioned, "I've never heard of another swordmaster in the Empire. Who are you?" The man tugged at the bandages on his face and sneered, "You're quite sharp." This man was the swordmaster of the Myro Kingdom. The man, Eiffel, decided to drop the act and directly use his awakened power. He charged at Cashin again, shouting, "Let the battle begin." On the stands, the Emperor and the Crown Prince were still watching the show, unaware that the knights behind them were already making their move. They injured the Emperor's personal guard. The Crown Prince beside them was stunned by the guard's screams. But Emperor Kevin just glanced over indifferently, watching the fierce battle behind him. He said viciously, "A bunch of insignificant fools, daring to trifle with the royal family." At the same time, a group also rushed out from Leyland's stand, intending to assassinate him. At this moment, Cashin only felt that the Emperor's and nobles' sections were very noisy. Eiffel said lightly, "This is endless. I was thinking if you didn't get in my way, I could spare your life." To probe the man's purpose, Cashin asked, "Is it His Majesty's life you're after?" Eiffel sneered, "They might be, but I'm not. I heard she is an annoying noble lady. Even from a distance, you can tell she's a beauty. What a pity. But my client wants her life." Then, Eiffel infused his sword with magic. Then he threw it with all his might in Leyland's direction. Just when he thought it was a sure hit, Cashin blocked it with his body. Eiffel said in surprise, "You actually blocked my sword? I've never heard of you being a sword master." Cashin looked at him coldly and said, "Since you dare to speak of harming the Duchess in front of me, I cannot allow you to take another step. Bring it on." But what Cashin didn't know was that the real Leyland was already strategizing in the magic tower. Leyland had already captured all the rebellious nobles. She thought she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but then she saw Cashin fighting a bloody battle. Leyland watched him gradually fall into danger and hurriedly asked Igreen to send her back. Igreen calmly said, "Even if you go back, you can't do anything. You'll only get in their way, Leyland." Realizing her impulsiveness, she could only pray silently for Cashin to escape quickly and not lose his life. Looking at Cashin's battered state, Eiffel said, "It's time to end this. I don't have time to play with you anymore." Cashin was well aware of the gap between them, but he couldn't let this man go, or Leyland would be in danger. Can't I protect her this time either? Do I have to watch Leyland die again? Is it going to be the same this time? Have I failed to protect her before? Did I lose her at some point in the past? This feeling of losing a loved one is too painful. I desperately want to protect her. I don't want to go through it again. If I had another chance, I would definitely protect her. I won't let myself have regrets again. At that moment, Cashin's inner power fully awakened. With one swing of his sword, he blinded Eiffel. Eiffel screamed in pain, "You bastard! You were hiding your strength all along." He no longer cared about his dignity as a sword master and rushed forward recklessly. However, in the next moment, Cashin cut him in half at the waist. Cashin had successfully turned the tables. This time, he finally protected Leyland, but the price was enormous. Cashin could no longer support his exhausted body and collapsed to the ground. After the swordsmanship tournament, how will Leyland handle the aftermath? See you next time. With his determination to protect Leyland, Cashin successfully awakened and severely injured the enemy kingdom's swordmaster, Eiffel. Leyland, far away in the magic tower, saw this scene clearly. Although Lien and the others had already captured all the key figures and were waiting for further instructions, Leyland was in no mood to give orders at that moment. The Duke beside her comforted her, "Don't worry. I would do everything in my power to save that knight. You need to focus on the task at hand." Leyland gently caressed Cashin's image in the projection and said, "Thank you." Then, Leyland regained her composure and began to methodically give orders. She told Lien and the others to stay alert. Padian's forces are also involved. The rebellion isn't over yet. Just as Leyland finished speaking, many soldiers appeared at the swordsmanship tournament. They raised their swords and charged towards the emperor, shouting, "Kill the emperor. The revolution is now." After seeing this in the projection, Leyland instructed Lien and the others to move away from the emperor's position. There's no need to interfere with them. Igraine asked, puzzled, "Aren't you going to protect the emperor?" Leyland said coldly, "His Majesty has many excellent knights by his side. He should be fine. But it'll be troublesome if something really happens to him. Let's wait for him to get a little scared before we rescue him." Lien, first, moved the citizens to the venue. However, at this very moment, many archers appeared on the rooftops. They aimed their arrows at the Duke and Leyland. The citizens in the rear audience seats had not yet fully evacuated. As the arrows were fired, the sheer volley of arrows left Lien and the others completely helpless. Just as the arrows were about to hit Leyland's image, Harvey arrived in the nick of time with the Beastmen. He knew very well that the Leyland behind him was a fake. However, since Leyland was doing this, there must be a reason. No matter what, there was only one thing he had to do, and that was to protect everything Leyland wanted. The archers were only stunned for a moment, then continued to shoot arrows at Leyland. With swift reflexes, Harvey reached out and caught an arrow. Then he threw it forcefully back at the enemy. A single strike pierced through one of them. Seeing this, the soldiers on the ground also split off some of their forces to deal with Harvey. However, they were only getting crushed. At this moment, Harvey sensed an extremely unsettling aura. Just then, Kevin, from the Emperor's seat, stared at Harvey and muttered to himself, "To think the lowly beastmen would protect Candamwen. I thought they had only bought off the Intelligence Guild. I didn't expect them to have a secret weapon hidden away. These guys will interfere with my writing of the royal history. How annoying." The scene shifts to Leyland. Seeing Harvey also appear at the swordsmanship tournament, her heart could no longer remain calm. At this time, Lien reported again, "The Beastmen are helping us. If you tell him which nobles are involved in the rebellion now, we should be able to capture them on the spot." Leyland was very worried, afraid that Harvey would get hurt just like Cassian. Ygritte, beside her, said calmly, "Don't worry. When an awakened beastman fights a human, they almost never lose. The blood of a ferocious beast flows through that beastman. Their strength is comparable to a swordmaster." Leyland asked in return, "Then why did they face the crisis of extinction?" Ygritte continued, "Even the most powerful beastmen have a weakness, and their weakness is magic. As long as they don't oppose a mage, they won't get hurt, so you don't need to worry." After Harvey took care of the soldiers on the ground, he looked at the archers up high. He decided to abandon defense and choose offense. Then, Harvey ordered Nuala to protect Leyland. Then, with a charged-up leap, he jumped right in front of the archers. However, at that moment, a green-haired man suddenly switched places with an archer. He actually cast a magic spell. Harvey, unable to dodge in midair, could only brace for the impact. This person was none other than Xian Nan, the genius mage from the magic tower. He spoke coldly. "A mere beastman dares to act so presumptuously here. I have business with your master. Now get out of my way." As the situation becomes more and more complicated, how will Leyland resolve it? We'll find out next time. Just when Harvey and his men thought victory was in their grasp, the sudden appearance of the mage shattered their illusion. Harvey, sent flying by the blast, was now in a rapid descent. Fortunately, a flying beastman caught him in time. At this moment, two crow-like beastmen flew quickly towards the mage. That's the mage who killed our brethren. Tear him to pieces." Xiaonan smirked disdainfully. A powerful surge of magic erupted from him. Harvey hurriedly shouted to stop them. "Everyone, don't attack. Just surround him." However, it was too late. The two beastmen who charged at Xiaonan were already heavily injured. Xiaonan looked down on them and said, "You think you're match for me? A bunch of lowly creatures. Know your place. Fire the arrows." Then, Xiaonan enchanted each arrow with explosive magic. Many beastmen were injured under this dense assault. At this time, the beastman guarding Harvey urged, "Lord Harvey, you must escape. We will hold him off here." Harvey paid him no mind, only trying to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, Leyland was somewhat surprised. "There's a mage involved in the rebellion? Who is this person?" Ygritte did not answer. The previous master of the magic tower had specifically warned her before his death. Magic possesses the power to destroy this world. Therefore, there will surely be descendants who forget the sins we committed and attempt to rebel. If they make the same mistake again, the mages will never escape the cage of sinners. At this moment, Iglian's heart was filled with rage. The magic tower has endured for 100 years. Just as they were about to see the light of day, it was unexpectedly destroyed by this person. Once his eyes filled with killing intent, at that very moment, a magic sword shot towards Leyland. Harvey promptly shielded him. As time went on, the situation on the field became increasingly dire. Fear began to rise in the hearts of many beastmen. At this moment, Nura shouted loudly, "Pull yourselves together. Everyone protect Lord Harvey. We have already lost our main forces, Lord Yarman and Lord Shua. We absolutely cannot lose Lord Harvey." Hearing the beastman's words, Harvey's heart filled with frustration. "I cannot lose the comrades who followed me into this battle. I must protect everyone." The desire for power in his heart caused Harvey to awaken once more. He lunged at Shannon, but his move was seen through and dodged. Shannon continuously used magic to attack Harvey, who had transformed into a leopard. However, even though the attacks hit, they had no effect. Harvey saw the moment Shannon was lost in thought and struck fiercely with his claws. Shannon was hit hard and slammed onto the floor. This blow robbed him of his ability to resist. The rebelling soldiers were frightened into retreating. The beastmen and knights all breathed a sigh of relief. Harvey, now wearing a cloak, approached Shannon and asked intently, "Why did you attack Leyland? Answer me." Shannon said nothing. Harvey threatened, "If you don't answer, I'll kill you." Just then, Shannon used his last bit of magic. He shot a magic spell towards Leyland. It seemed his scheme was about to succeed. He muttered to himself, "I will complete the mission." Harvey knew clearly that Leyland was nothing but trouble, but his body moved uncontrollably, fearlessly shielding Leyland. Just as Harvey was about to lose his life, Iglian arrived on the battlefield with Leyland. Shannon looked at this familiar sight. He knew it was Iglian. Iglian looked at Shannon coldly, as if looking at a man who was already dead. "So, how will this battle conclude? See you next time." Just as Harvey was in a moment of great peril, Leyland brought Iglian to save the day. Shannon said faintly, "I didn't expect you to break the magic tower's prohibition." Without a word, Iglian directly fired a magic ray, hitting Shannon's shoulder. This space was already under the control of Iglian's magic circle. He knew the tide had turned against him. At this time, some ordinary people outside the field saw another mage arrive and thought he was here to save them. However, others were enraged. They slaughtered indiscriminately during the Bayin War. Why weren't all the mages executed? It's because the royal family let them live that such a dangerous thing has happened again. Iglian clenched his fists, not knowing how to respond to their accusations. Just then, Leyland said righteously, "Lord of the Magic Tower, you are here to protect our Kevin Empire. We are truly moved. That person is an evil mage who joined forces with the rebels." The Magic Tower knew of this, and, unable to bear seeing the Empire torn apart, chose to intervene. "I don't know how we can ever repay this kindness." Under Leyland's guidance, the crowd realized they had misunderstood the mage before them. Leyland continued to praise, "The Lord of the Magic Tower, who fought against the traitors for me and the people of the Empire, has protected the Kevin Empire today alongside the Beastmen." Seeing Leyland promptly help him resolve the crisis, Iglian smiled with relief. It seemed he hadn't misjudged him. But just as his concentration wavered, Shannon broke free from the magic circle and escaped. Afterwards, Iglian said to Leyland, The magic tower will take responsibility for healing the beastmen here. This child, although seriously injured, is not in life-threatening danger. You can rest assured. Lai Lin, holding back his emotions, expressed his thanks. Iglian smiled and replied, "Didn't I say? The magic tower would do anything for you." Under Iglian's exquisite control of magic, all the beastmen's injuries began to slowly heal. Lylin looked at the battered Harvey, her heart filled with emotion. He was so close. He knew that wasn't me. Why'd he still desperately try to protect that fake? What a fool I am. Seeing that the Beastkin tribe was safe and sound, Lylin hurried to the side of the severely injured Cashin. Lien reported that his shoulder was severely injured. If we want to save his arm, he must be sent for treatment as soon as possible. Please keep talking to him. Don't let him lose consciousness. Before Lylin could speak, Cashin said guiltily, "I'm sorry." This left Lylin at a loss. "I'm the one who should be apologizing. This time, I succeeded in protecting you." Then, he picked up the sword from the ground and swore an oath to Lylin. "I swear to dedicate this sword, which carries my new soul and body, to you. I swear to wield this sword of victory and honor, and to serve you with all my heart. I hope you will allow me to stay by your side." At that moment, Lylin suddenly saw Cashin's sealed memories. In a past life, Lylin sat on the throne. Cashin blocked Bellard's path. Bellard sneered coldly, "You've gone mad. All your supporters have betrayed you." Lylin looked back calmly that I simply chose my own path. Even if this path leads to condemnation from all and ends in my death, I do not care. Suddenly, a child emerged from behind Bellard. The young boy cried out, "Mother, did you ever truly see me as your son?" Lylin rose and said coldly, "Do not shout. I never taught you to be this way. I told you, you will stay put and be a stupid puppet, just like your father who died at my hands." Bellard decided not to talk to Lylin anymore. He tightened his grip on his long sword and said to Cashin, "Sir Cashin, if you stand down now, I will grant you a clean death out of respect for you as a knight." Lylin chimed in, "Cashin, don't overdo it." She saw Cashin's insistence on protecting her. Lylin also said with self-mockery, "If there's a next life, please don't choose me." However, for Cashin, the only one who could possess his soul and his sword was Lylin. Just then, the original host appeared. He looked at Cashin with gentle eyes and murmured to himself, "You've made the same choice again. I clearly ordered you, if there was a next time, not to choose me again." He then questioned the current Lylin, "Have you not yet opened the drawer of my desk? The Emperor is very afraid of you gaining the power of the Beastkin and the mages, so he's been constantly instigating conflict between these two factions. But you are close to the new king of the Beastkin and have also gained the support of the current master of the Magic Tower. Perhaps now, everything can be achieved." Before he could finish, Lylin interrupted, "What on earth are you talking about? The conflict between the Beastkin and the mages happened 100 years ago. You've clearly only lived for 20 years. Why do you speak as if you've known these people for a long time and experienced it all yourself? Are you really Lylin?" The original host seemed to be provoked. Staring intently at her, he said, "I told you, you are Lylin." The original host's sudden appearance surprised Lylin, especially when the original host claimed to be the true Lylin. She asked in confusion, "Aren't you?" The original host said faintly, "I only lived under the identity of Lylin. I just forgot the memories of that time. Even so, I never forgot the hatred for the imperial family in my heart. Relying on that hatred, I could do whatever it took to achieve my goals. Whether it was my own status, power, or people's greed and earnest desires, I could use it all. In the end, I killed the emperor. After that, when I began my regency, I was no different from the one called the tyrant Bellard. Every day was filled with nothing but horrific slaughter and blood. As I faced death under Bellard's sword, the memories deep within me suddenly surged forth. I finally understood the reason I could only become a tyrant, and the origin of my vengeful heart that used Li Shi to kill the emperor. In the fading darkness, I cried out, begging the heavens to give me one more chance. At that very moment, Alice suddenly reversed time. Judging by her actions, she must want to replicate the path I once walked. To see such a failed life and still desire it. How foolish. It was then that Lylin realized. No wonder no matter what she did against Alice, Alice could always get away with it in front of her. Because this novel is a book about Alice defeating Lylin and standing at the pinnacle of power. The original owner continued, "Because he reversed time, my soul and body, which didn't belong to that world, were separated. My body became an empty shell that pushed me out and summoned you, the real Lylin. I only stole your body to achieve my own ends, while your soul went to another world, taking my memories with it. I lost my memories and became a tyrant, which, in a way, is also your fault. Lylin said angrily, what does that have to do with me? And I've already told you, I'm not from this world. Before Lylin could finish her sentence, the original owner interrupted. Lylin, you have no way back. So stop talking nonsense about returning home. Just stay here and help me. Helping me is more beneficial for you, since you have to live here now. Lylin asked, you mean you want me to help you corner the Emperor? What exactly do you want from me? The original owner said flatly, the Emperor forcibly tore my soul from my body and then possessed it. If the imperial family is cornered, the body that holds my power will be revealed. That is the moment I am waiting for. After killing the Emperor without achieving my goal, I eventually went mad. I need to repay the debts I incurred here in the past. Bellard executed me after I went mad. Tahiwan sacrificed himself to protect me, and the Beast Men and the Magic Tower did not coexist peacefully under my rule. As for Lucas, he's just like he is now, although he seems a bit more honest. Even though I failed, you can't succeed. Those people who were connected to me, the ones I dragged down, they've all chosen to help you, haven't they? I'm so envious of you. Watching the original owner disappear, Lylin clenched her fists and scoffed. I am the real Lylin. What on earth was she rambling about? This must just be a fictional world. I'm just a character, the same as them. Just then, the Duke hurried over. Lylin, the Emperor has escaped. We must go to the palace at once. We can't give him any time to prepare. When Lylin didn't respond, the Duke asked frantically, Lylin, are you okay? You look pale. Were you frightened? Lylin looked at the man who was her father and at Cassowin lying on the ground beside her. She started to ponder the original owner's words. Are these people really my friends and family? Memories flooded her mind, and she could no longer distinguish which was reality. In response to the Duke's concern, she said with a trembling body, you're right. Let's hurry to the Imperial Palace. Lylin was determined to bring this all to an end. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's estate, Rishi was still sipping red wine, fantasizing about his future. Soon, everything will be back on the right track. My dear Lylin, I hope you will pledge your allegiance to me when I become emperor. Just then, the door was thrown open with a bang. He shouted furiously, how dare you commit treason? Rishi was stunned. He hadn't received any magical message. Could the rebellion have failed? The emperor continued to roar. Did you think being the shame of the imperial family wasn't a big enough stain on your name? Rishi felt a surge of indignation. He had made so many preparations. He had even allied with 3 other nations, and yet they couldn't even dispose of a single emperor. What a bunch of fools. Then, Rishi moved to destroy the magical communication orb. The emperor was about to stop him with magic, but just then, 2 knights arrived. To avoid revealing himself, the emperor decided against it. And now, with all evidence of his treason destroyed, he said without fear, I don't know what you are talking about, your majesty. Do you have any proof? To completely resolve the matter of Rishi's treason, Lylin, disregarding the danger, stormed the imperial palace with Rian and the others. The guards at the door tried to stop them, looking troubled. His Majesty has not granted you an audience. Are you defying a direct imperial command? Lylin retorted, His Majesty is in there, isn't he? I'll handle this myself. Then she yelled, Your Majesty, you abandoned the swordsmanship tournament in a state of chaos. Whatever you are doing, stop hiding. I have come to demand an explanation for your actions. Just then, the door opened. Please come in. His Majesty will see you now. Lylin immediately blocked the door and said, Rian, stay here. Don't let this door close. At this, the emperor said, How long do you intend to carry on with this nonsense? Lylin replied angrily, I no longer trust the imperial family, so I will protect myself. The emperor spoke. Where is Lu Siluan? I should be speaking with him. Lylin gave a scornful laugh. Why, father? He's busy cleaning up the mess you made of the swordsmanship tournament. I suppose you were too busy with other matters to remember. They're all sinners. Don't you find them familiar? Of course. My father informed you before the swordsmanship tournament started. They need to confess with their own mouths who they did this for and what they did. The emperor directly used his hidden magical power to trap everyone inside the Great Hall. The emperor threatened, You should be careful with your words in the imperial palace. Didn't your father teach you that? Lylin clenched her fists and retorted sarcastically. I see now. Prince Li Shi is just as outstanding as you are. He failed in his previous attempt to assassinate me, and now he's trying to usurp the throne. The emperor just chuckled and then asked, So what do you want? Lai Lin said with a serious expression, "Please punish Li Shi. I wish for him to never appear before me again and to apologize to me." Without the slightest hesitation, the emperor solemnly apologized to Lai Lin in front of everyone, admitting his fault. Just as Lai Lin thought the matter was over, the emperor's tone suddenly shifted as, "Oh, let's just consider this matter closed. The loyal house of Candom has worked so hard for the nation. I absolutely cannot fail you." Lai Lin asked in surprise, "Are you planning to act as if the rebellion never happened?" The emperor said faintly, "What more do you want? I will execute Li Shi as you wish. I, the emperor, have also apologized to you. Li Shi is not here. The people present will only think he wasn't the aggressor. Isn't that enough?" Lai Lin questioned angrily. "How is any of that acceptable? The commoners who came to watch the swordsmanship tournament were almost killed for no reason. And despite that, you still believe that burying the truth is for the good of the nation? The people have only one expectation of the emperor and the imperial family: to use strong and stable imperial power to protect their lives. What you intend to do will throw the people into chaos." Lai Lin said indignantly, "You make it sound as if it's all my fault. The one who created chaos through rebellion was clearly Prince Li Shi. Even if I don't speak up, the people have the right to know who the mastermind behind the rebellion was. You should also listen to the will of the people. That is the nature of your position. Am I wrong?" The emperor sighed. "You really remind me of my younger self. However, reality is not as wonderful as you imagine. The position of emperor is quite different from your ideals. You've never been in this position, so it's normal for you not to understand me. You should go home for today." Lai Lin said through clenched teeth, "I will not go back just like this. Announce Prince Li Shi's crimes immediately and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. House Candom risked everything to capture these rebels, not to listen to this. Aren't you the one who treats a loyal, outspoken subject as a traitor and silences them? This whole incident happened because of your negligence. Therefore, you must take responsibility." The emperor exclaimed, agitated, "Do you not care for your own life? You are the one threatening the empire. To think you would ally with the beastmen and the mages guild that plunged the empire into chaos. I told you before, that was the last time I would tolerate you." Lai Lin found it strange. His killing intent was even stronger than Li Shi's had been. The emperor continued, "I have endured for so long. Why can't I endure it this time? Your father is the same. Does he intend for father and daughter to betray the imperial family together at your instigation?" Just then, the body's original owner suddenly appeared. He said to Lai Lin, "Keep provoking the emperor." Lai Lin had no choice but to brace herself and say, "It seems we must part ways. House Candom can no longer follow your majesty." Looking at the agitated emperor, the original owner roared, "Hurry up and unleash this body's power. You want to use it too, don't you?" However, at this moment, the emperor calmed down out of course. A commoner cannot understand the imperial family. A momentary disagreement made me a bit emotional. I don't need to deal with this personally. After all, I still have that. At this, the original owner disappeared, cursing under his breath. Lai Lin felt her heart race. The killing intent that had been pressing down on her vanished. That was too close. She had been in real danger. That damned original owner. She thought, he'll get his body back. He didn't hesitate to provoke the emperor and put me and the knights in danger. Knowing when to quit while she was ahead, Lai Lin turned to leave with the rebels and her knights. The emperor said faintly, "Did you know? I have a Zhongju by my side. Those black-haired dogs have served the imperial family for hundreds of years. They are like shadows. They are experts at tearing apart anyone who threatens the imperial family. So, you had better be careful." Just then, Duke Carolaus walked in. Lai Lin never would have imagined that the man she respected and admired was actually on the side of the imperial family. Duke Carolaus glanced faintly at Lai Lin. Lai Lin felt a sense of dread. This is just too absurd. Well then, we'll see you next time. The rebellion orchestrated by Li Shi was successfully thwarted by Lai Lin. News of this quickly traveled back to the Beiteluo kingdom. The prince was furious upon learning of the failed rebellion. "I invested so much in that," he fumed. Alice, who was nearby, overheard this. She immediately excused herself from the nobleman who had approached her. Walking alone through the royal palace, she muttered to herself, "Oh, my dear Li Shi, how pitiful. You failed again. You're so incompetent, but you still have some use to me. So, just hang in there a little longer." Inside the residence of Duke Candemian, Betty had specially prepared a bouquet. Seeing this thoughtful gesture from a maid's, Lilene's mood finally began to improve. Betty said with a smile, "So, you must go and complain to Harvey about everything. Please don't forget that we are always on your side." Lilen replied sincerely, "Thank you all." The scene shifts. She used the teleportation circle at the monument to travel to the magic tower. Before she could even steady herself, Yaij Lien rushed forward, grabbing Lilene's hand and said, "My dear Duchess, I've been waiting so anxiously for you." Lilen was startled by his sudden action. Just then, a black cat bit him on the head. However, Yaij Lien wasn't the only one getting hurt. Many other mages were also facing retaliation from the small animals. Yaij Lien explained, "We brought these beastkin back to the magic tower to heal them, but the moment they recovered, they started pestering me like this." Ignoring the bleeding wound on his head, he said urgently, "You have to calm those guys down first." Lilen was hesitant, "But I can't use magic, and I'm not very strong. How can the great master of the magic tower just push his problems onto someone else like this?" Yaij Lien said with an aggrieved look, "I'm allergic to fluffy things." Just then, the commander of the beastkin bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lady Lilen. My name is Nolira. I would like to speak with you alone." Lilen sensed something was unusual. "Just the two of us." The next moment, Nolira glared at Yaij Lien and said coldly, "I do not wish to speak in the presence of mages." After a moment of silence, Yaij Lien dejectedly led all the other mages away. Lilen finally understood what Yaij Lien meant in his letter when he said something big was happening at the magic tower. So this was it. Facing the formidable beastkin, Lilen broke into a cold sweat. "Please, calm down. Those mages from before, they're actually very kind people." Upon hearing this, Nualira let out a low growl and then bit her lip. She spoke, "We need Lord Harvey. We hope that you can persuade him." Looking at Nualira kneeling on the floor, Lilen was confused. "What do you mean, persuade him?" Nualira explained, "Lord Harvey is the former king of the beastkin, Armin." Lilen interrupted, "Are you certain?" Nualira continued, "The sin of the Beast clan is especially potent. However, to protect themselves, Beastkin do not release their scent until they come of age. So, we knew when Lord Harvey came of age. Lord Harvey is Lord Armin's descendant. Afterward, some of our combat-capable Beastkin went through many hardships and finally found him. Thankfully, he was in good health when we saw him." Lilen said quietly, "Actually, he has suffered a lot. He was a slave for a very long time. He even considered giving up on life. It would have been better if you had found him sooner." Seeing Nualira's guilty expression, Lilen comforted her. "I'm sorry. I should be grateful that you found him at all. Yet here, I am blaming you." Nualira said softly, "You truly are a kind human. No wonder Lord Harvey said he couldn't leave you. But we Beastkin must return to the Promised Land. The Promised Land is a place created long ago, protected by a blood barrier to safeguard the Beastkin. To maintain this barrier, the blood of the current Beastkin king is required. Lord Armin was the one who maintained it, but he is gone now. As his descendant, Lord Harvey must become king to take his place. For the sake of our safety, if someone can help him become the king of the Beastkin, we would be willing to go through fire and water for that person. Lady Lilen, Lord Harvey is an equally important person to you, is he not?" Lilen felt deeply conflicted, but then Nualira pleaded with her once more. "Please, you must convince Lord Harvey. I'm begging you." Lilen fell silent. She had thought that Harvey, like herself, was all alone. In the process of caring for him, she, who had also come to this world alone, had found comfort as well. "I was only thinking about using the things that made me happy to make Harvey happy. It wasn't until after he got sick that I started to think about him. And yet, Harvey still came back to me. I've been making him suffer all this time." Despite this, Leyland reluctantly comforted them, saying, "When Harvey wakes up, I'll have a good talk with him." Upon hearing this, Nuala was as happy as a little fox. "Lady Leyland, you're such a good person." Leyland patted him and said, "I'll do my best." But the final decision is still in Harvey's hands. After Leyland promised to persuade Harvey to return to the Promised Land, all the beast people quieted down. Looking at the sleeping Harvey, Leyland felt a pang of heartache. Is he really just asleep and not in a coma? "Nuala, who was beside them, explained, after all, he's barely slept for the past month. He went to school during the day and had to find time to go to that grand assembly hall at night. We gave him the list of people participating in the assembly, and he's been investigating their whereabouts late into the night. Leyland looked gently at Harvey. If I had told you earlier, you wouldn't have acted so rashly. Then she whispered, please wake up soon. I miss your eyes. The other Beast people started discussing amongst themselves. To miss someone in our culture, that's equivalent to a marriage proposal. Nuala's thoughts raced. If Lady Leyland and Lord Harvey get married, perhaps they could return to the promised land together. Nuala exclaimed loudly. Lady Leyland might become Harvey's mate. We must treat her well. Leyland felt a chill run down her spine. Ygritte asked, are you leaving now? Just then, Leyland suddenly asked, Master of the Magic Tower, why don't you come home with me? These words stunned both the Beast people and the mages. Before Leyland could finish speaking, the mages became excited, as expected of Lady Leyland, to be able to steal the heart of the Master of the Magic Tower. Nuala, furious, shouted, that evil mage. He's even trying to steal Lord Harvey's mate. Seeing the situation escalating, Leyland quickly explained, no, you've misunderstood. I just need his help with something. Ygritte said with a look of resignation, my Lady Duchess, you've stirred up trouble again. After the commotion over the battle for a mate subsided, Leyland took Ygritte to the study. She hoped he could help her open the magical seal on the drawer. Ygritte focused his concentration as the two magics battled against each other. The intense fluctuations made Leyland subconsciously step back. A moment later, the drawer seal was broken. Leyland said faintly, was it that easy? Ygritte was a little disappointed. While he was rambling on about the principles of the magic, Leyland emptied the contents of the drawer. Ygritte picked up one of the books and said, this looks very interesting. Leyland leaned in and asked, you can read the ancient language? Ygritte explained, well, I have lived for a very long time. Books written in the ancient language are not common. Let's take a quick look. The book recorded that a hero and an emperor would be born on the same day at the same time to restore the empire together. The hero protects the empire with great power, while the emperor, with a gentle temperament, provides the people with inner peace and guidance. The hero and the emperor are in a constant cycle. A balance is achieved between the two, but regardless of the form it takes, once the balance of souls is broken, all kinds of diseases and disasters will engulf the land. Then, it will become an unstoppable flood that swallows the entire empire. This is the hidden myth of the Kevin Empire. What is currently known from the book is that the hero's power has been stolen and the balance of souls has been broken. But because the following content is damaged, the important parts are no longer legible. Leyland was a bit confused. How can I force the Imperial family to a dead end with just this? Damn the original owner. If you're going to say something, say it clearly. What am I supposed to do with a document I can't even read? If you want me to obey, at least tell me the conclusion. At this moment, Ygritte spoke up, Lady Duchess, the documents scattered around seem to be a list. I will cast a translation spell for you. You can go take a look over there. And so, the two of them continued their research until evening. Leyland came to understand that it was a document containing information on the identities of the deceased. These people had all spread new ideas, or were exceptionally talented, but refused to obey the crown, or had research forbidden. History. They had all once tried to oppose the imperial family, that I was just thinking about how to deal with the emperor. We need to make good use of this information. Lariana turned and said, Master Moda, you keep deciphering the myth. I'm going to investigate the history of the empire. Igraine said with a weary expression, you brought me here just to break a seal, and now it's turned into all this. But Lariana, looking excited, replied, aren't you curious about what was erased? Let's get our spirits up and do this. Igraine couldn't refute her, and had no choice but to follow Lariana down this path of no return. Alice, upon learning of the rebellion's failure, still maintained a relaxed expression. However, back in the kingdom of Bytro, all the nobles were talking about her, hoping to hand her over to the empire to quell its anger. Alice was well aware that the nobles' opinion of her was shifting. Just then, Lucas asked with a smile, I heard your lover failed. What are you planning to do? Surrender? Alice replied calmly, that was merely Rish's plan. Mine hasn't even begun. As long as Rish is still alive, it's enough. Lucas retorted, and what will you gain from that? The current crown prince has only one task left. Is that what you're after? Alice smiled and said, the pinnacle of the empire. I will stand higher than that woman, so she can never look down on me again. Lucas asked, puzzled, is that it? Alice replied calmly, what else is there? Lucas sighed. How dull. Why are you two so different? Alice stopped in her tracks. Who are you comparing me to? She asked. Lucas whispered in her ear. When you meet with the nobles of Bytro, you imitate Miss Lariana. It's laughable. Even so, you'll never become the real Lariana. Alice flung her door open. How am I different? Those arrogant nobles are nothing special. As long as one has the means to flaunt their wealth, they'll come clinging to you like stray dogs. If you're referring to her petty cash, I've already earned more than enough. I have jewels far more precious than that woman's. And it's the same with the nobles of the Bytro kingdom. Before, they looked down on me for being a mere viscount's daughter from abroad. Now, they're all imitating me. My every move causes a stir in the Bytro kingdom. I've become an object of envy for countless people. It's me they envy, not Lariana. Lucas said no more, simply leading her to a mirror. "Do-you-see?" he asked. "The last party, you said her dress looked like a pheasant's. But now you're wearing the very same dress. You called it vulgar, didn't you?" Alice lost her senses. She shattered the mirror in front of her. Lucas continued, "The one who always follows in her footsteps can never become her. It's impossible. I've finally seen your true face." Alice was flushed and panting heavily. Lucas, however, departed nonchalantly. He teased, "Since I've struck a nerve, I'll just take this myself." Reban, who was beside him, said faintly, "You're so cruel." This rebellion has become the catalyst for the rift between the royal family and Candamain. And Carolus, as expected, has sided with the royals. What are you planning to do? Lucas thought about the intelligence he possessed, certain it would be of help to Lariana. He then said to Reban, "You stay here and keep an eye on this woman. I'm going to find my Duchess. After all, she needs me very much right now." Meanwhile, in the library of the Candamain Duchy, Lariana was still looking up information about the hero and the emperor. Just then, she heard a rustling sound from within the library. She looked up curious. She saw Betty and Lien chatting intimately while looking at a book. From Lariana's perspective, the two of them looked like a couple in the throes of love. This immediately piqued Lariana's interest. Think I'd stumble upon something so interesting. They looked so good together. Just then, Lariana bumped into a nearby stack of books, and the noise startled the pair. Lien quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. We didn't know you were here." Betty scurried away in a panic. "I'll go help in the kitchen." Lien followed right after her. Lariana smirked. Lien and Betty heading to the kitchen together. I wonder what they'll cook up. To be young. Just then, Lariana casually picked up a book. It was a history of the Carolus family. This made him think of that day again. What on earth did Lord Carlos and the Emperor talk about? Why did he still choose the royal family after hearing such a humiliating title? Even a bystander would be angry hearing it. But after seeing Carlos's cold gaze, Laren calmed down. He sighed helplessly. I really don't get it. At this moment, he looked out the window, watching two small birds in flight. Laren muttered to himself, I wonder if Lucas knows anything. That Carlos was willing to be a pawn of the royal family. This greatly disappointed Laren. Little did he know this was not his true intention. Since that day, Carlos would come to the backyard every night to train. The thought of what the Emperor called him that day made him extremely displeased, as if he had fallen into an abyss from which he couldn't escape. Just then, someone was quietly approaching him. Carlos quickly drew his sword. The man hurriedly raised his hands in greeting. After seeing who it was, Carlos smiled, that I was wondering who it could be. Long time no see, head of the Information Guild. What are you doing sneaking into my residence so late? Lucas took out a piece of information that I've brought information regarding the Carlos family's lost treasured sword. Carlos was a bit surprised. This was an absolute family secret. How'd he know? He then denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Lucas shrugged, saying with some regret, I thought you were in great need of this information. It took me a great deal of effort to investigate. Carlos's expression gradually turned serious. Where's the source of this information? Lucas was unmoved. If you don't want to know, I'll take my leave. Seeing Carlos fall silent, Lucas smiled and said, looks like I've hit a sore spot, haven't I? If you're willing to tell me why you need this information, I'll give it to you. Care to make a deal with me? Carlos didn't answer. Instead, he said as if to himself, the royal family plans to frame the Candamain family and confiscate their property. This isn't what I want to do, but I cannot defy the Emperor's command. The royal family must hold some great leverage that allows them to control Carlos. Lucas was somewhat puzzled. Carlos explained, it's exactly as it sounds. We are the Emperor's sword, but the strange thing is, a Carlos is not a sword made of steel. Yet, for generations, the Dukes of Carlos have have never defied the royal family's orders. Even when the royal family issues dirty orders that tarnish our honor, even on a battlefield opposed by everyone in the family, we must become heroes. Even if the blade is pointed at ourselves, the Carlos have always chosen loyalty to the royal family. Every head of the family has received similar orders, and I am no exception. But that day, when I passed by the young lady of Duke Candamain in the palace, I felt as if something inside me shattered. It turned out that at that moment, the original master appeared and whispered to Carlos, "Find my other half. That is the only way to break our curse." But just then, the emperor's roar startled him. "It's time for you to act for your master again. Obey the royal family, Carlos." In that instant, I understood. The reason we, the Carlos, are manipulated by the royal family, and the reason they can control us at will, is because the royal family stole the treasured sword passed down through our family for generations. If being the Duke means being manipulated by the Emperor, then I have no desire to pass this title on. This must end with my generation. Lucas found it hard to believe. No matter how he heard it, it sounded a bit much. Carlos didn't know how to respond. Lucas continued, "I don't make deals based on trust. How can you guarantee that what you just said is true?" Carlos said earnestly, "Everything I've said is true. I swear on the hero's sword, on the honor of Carlos, and on my own life. If the information I provided isn't true, you can come and take my life at any time." Lucas smiled. "The head of the Information Guild hereby swears to exchange information with Carlos in all sincerity." Meanwhile, inside the Duke of Candamain's residence, Laren was still pondering how to summon Lucas. A red handkerchief meant that Lucas would come in person. Usually, even when I don't call for him, he loves to break in through the window. But now that I actually need him, there's not even a letter. I really don't know what he's up to. Let him just try and show up. I'll grab him by his head. Just at that moment, Lucas happened to arrive. He overheard Lylin muttering to herself, "You wanted to see me that badly? Not only were you curious where I was, but you were also sad that I didn't write." Lylin said angrily, "You're really too much." Lucas smiled, "Don't be angry. I was just kidding." Lylin was a little shy, "But I'm still happy to see you." "Oh, right. I need you for something. Come in quickly. I'm closing the window." Just a single shy expression made Lucas's heart race. It seems that after not seeing each other for a while, Lucas's feelings for Lylin have deepened. The long unseen Lucas brought good news for Lylin. She immediately ordered Betty to prepare tea and then served it to Lucas herself. Watching Lylin's diligent appearance, Lucas smiled, "But I didn't expect you to call me over just to put me to work. You're really good at ordering people around. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Where did you get it? What can it do?" Lylin looked proud. "This is the secret weapon that will allow me to return the insults I've received from the Emperor countless times over." Lucas was a bit stirred. "Are you really going to make an enemy of this country's emperor?" Lylin said in all seriousness, "Well, he provoked me first." Lucas didn't know how to respond. Then he asked in return, "Aren't you curious about what happened to the traitors? Alice has completely fallen out of favor in the Baitero kingdom, and the crown prince has been locked up in the royal underground prison." After hearing this, Lylin flew into a rage. "That bastard got what he deserved. Why didn't the emperor send me the official document about Lishi's imprisonment? I can't believe I'm only finding out now. I heard you caught all the traitors at the swordsmanship tournament. You're really amazing." Lylin was a bit embarrassed. After all, you had already told me all about their plans. I thought I had made foolproof preparations, but in the end, Cashin and Harvey were still seriously injured protecting me. I was so focused on dealing with the royal family that I didn't even consider they would worry about me. I was so selfish, yet they call me a good person. I don't deserve it at all. I only saved Harvey before on a whim, and I helped Cashin simply because I didn't want to see a handsome knight get bullied. Everything I did was to satisfy myself, but they risked their lives for me. I'm the biggest hypocrite in the world." Lucas looked at the dejected Lylin. "Seeing as you're in such a bad mood, want to come with me to see something cool? The boss of the Intelligence Guild has an incredible hidden treasure. Aren't you curious?" The scene changes, and the two arrive at a small cottage in the countryside. Lylin asked, confused, "This is your treasure vault? It looks rather ordinary." Just then, many small children came out of the house. They smiled and welcomed Lucas. "Who's that next to you? This is the first time you brought someone over. She's so beautiful, like an angel." Lylan laughed, feeling their warm and happy atmosphere. Having known Lucas for so long, this was the first time she had seen him smile from the heart. Soon, it was time for lunch. Lylan smiled and collapsed to the side. Finally, I'm free. Lucas laughed out loud. It's a real shame that I'm the only one who gets to see this expression of yours. He slowly sat down beside Lylan. Lylan asked curiously, "Who are these children?" Lucas explained, "They're all homeless people just like me. Back then, I was eating bread while getting beaten up. That's when I realized that as long as you have money, you can solve anything. So I sold everything I could sell and used that money to take in these children. Although they were abandoned because others thought they were worthless, they are my treasure. And you're my treasure too. So you don't need to feel guilty, even if your actions didn't stem from pure kindness. Extending a helping hand is what's most important. Do you think they didn't notice your intentions? They chose to risk their lives for you because they like you. You saved that beast-man child out of self-interest. But in my eyes, you are like the sun. After seeing such a dazzling light, I don't think anyone would be willing to leave. Being with you would surely bring great happiness, wouldn't it?" Lucas's sudden compliment caught Lylan off guard. She hurriedly covered her blushing cheeks. After a moment of silence, Lucas's expression turned serious. "I want to see Carolhouse. I got some information about the royal family. The royal family plans to eliminate the House of Candamain. This plan will be led by Carolhouse. Not only that, but I also found out that the royal family possesses a power that can freely manipulate Carolhouse. And that power is their family's long-lost treasured sword." Lylan found it hard to believe a sword could have such power. Lucas explained, although it's hard to believe, the Duke said he could guarantee it with his luck. In short, Carolhouse and the royal family are not on the same side. So you should show the Emperor what you're made of. Standing there foolishly and letting people bully you isn't like you. Lylan smiled. "That really isn't like me. After all, I'm not some kind and gentle palace maid." Lucas teased, "With such a handsome information broker on your side, this is a war you absolutely cannot lose." Lylan laughed heartily. "I'm honored to have someone so capable helping me." While waiting for their meal, children gathered to listen to a story to pass the time. Lucas suggested they go take a look. They saw that the children had prepared props and a set a long time ago. In a certain village lived a boy and a girl who were cherished by the gods. The boy had the power to till the land and grow crops, while the girl possessed a sword with mysterious power. She protected the village with her sword. Everyone praised her. However, the boy felt that the girl had stolen the villagers' affection from him. He watched the girl return, thinking to himself, "If I had that sword, I could monopolize everyone's affection." But no one could lift the girl's sword except for her, because the sword was the girl's friend. Suddenly, the boy had a brilliant idea. "All I have to do is get rid of the girl." Hearing this, Lylan was a little shocked. Is this really a story for children? The gods warned the people that if they harmed the children and angered the heavens, the entire village would be filled with plague and disaster. To deceive the gods and obtain the sword, the boy tried to turn the girl into his puppet. Lylan was a bit surprised. She felt the story sounded somewhat familiar. The boy lured the girl into the forest and gave her a hard push from behind. The girl fell into a swamp. She begged the boy to help her. However, what she received instead were the fangs of a demon. He took the girl's power for his own. The boy, now in control of the sword, began to help the village and won their affection. Because the boy carried the will of the gods, he was thus known to the world as the Emperor. However, as the price for deceiving the gods and stealing the girl's body, that village soon faced a great plague and disaster. And that's the end of the story. Lylan asked Lucas, "Did you teach them this story?" Lucas immediately denied it. "I just heard somewhere." Don't you think this story is very similar to ancient mythology? Similar? I was wondering if this story came from someone who studies mythology. Specifically, Count Borlenenkaven. He is a leading figure in the field of mythological research. Do you know anything about this person? Lucas asked, somewhat puzzled. That's exactly the same as my father's name. Lylan was incredulous. Lucas asked in disbelief, "What did you say my father did?" After the story, the children said goodbye to Lylan. She smiled and waved at them. As the carriage moved further and further away, Lylan was a bit impatient. "Lucas, you're the head of the Information Guild. Haven't you ever investigated your own father?" He gazed out the window and said in a low voice, "I spent several years searching the entire empire and found no information about my father. I only remember things from my childhood. One day, royal knights burst into our home with an official document saying my father was the main culprit for inciting a rebellion. Although I managed to escape through a secret passage, passage. I heard that my father and mother were executed on the spot. After that, the House of Caven disappeared from history. If the royal family intentionally hid the information about Donkavin, then it's normal that I can't find it. They must have eliminated everyone related to that incident. Lylan felt a pang of sympathy. So, all this time, Lucas thought his father was a rebel. It seems that myth dealt a huge blow to the royal family. That's why they deliberately and swiftly eliminated Count Burin on the charge of rebellion. But that's just a myth. Hasn't the royal family gone too far? But what if that story is true? What if the current emperor really used an immortal body to absorb the hero's power? Then, Lylan dismissed the thought. It was simply too absurd. Is Lucas all right? Meanwhile, Lucas was still recalling that day. The person who rushed him into the secret passage was his father. What on earth was he thinking? Lucas, your father did nothing wrong. The emperor slanders those who don't obey him as traitors and executes them to make an example of them for the others. And I will stand with these survivors and expose the emperor's crimes. No matter what despicable tricks he pulls, I will surely live with my head held high. Lucas looked into those sparkling eyes, completely unable to resist. After a while, the two returned to the Candemian ducal manor. Lucas said gently, I've always trusted you, so I'm counting on you to stand with me. Just as the feelings between the two were growing, the Duke of Candemian suddenly appeared, roaring, Who are you? Why are you holding my daughter's hand? Let go at once. Looking at the Duke, who was furious enough to breathe fire, Lucas tactfully greeted him. Looking at the familiar face, the Duke felt a trace of relief. So the head of the Intelligence Guild is pursuing his daughter. At this, Lylan quickly changed the subject. Was your trip to the palace smooth? Did His Majesty say anything? I'm done with it. I'm never attending a noble council again. I'll even make all my subordinates nobles. That guy will only sober up when he sees the nobility completely ruined. How dare he threaten to kill our family members right in front of me? I'm also going to seize the royal family's economic power and let them starve. Unless he's emaciated and crying, begging me, I won't even give him soup. Now that the troubles have lessened, I must also fulfill my duties as a father. Lylan asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Those who try to kill you at the swordsmanship tournament. I will never let them go. Those families who try to take my precious daughter from me. They're finished. Feeling the Duke's affection, Lylan felt a little guilty. After all, she was just an outsider. The Duke continued, you should think about how to repay the two people who protected you for me. I heard that knight has already sworn his allegiance to you. Doesn't that make him your knight? Lylan explained he didn't swear it to me, but after seeing her father's gentle gaze, Lylan was a little lost in thought. Then, she made up her mind, I will gather all my strength to protect the ones I love. I'm sorry, original owner, but I will be the one to accept Cashin's oath of loyalty. Lylan said with a determined look in her eyes, please hand over the traitors caught at the swordsmanship tournament to me. I want to show the Emperor how the ones he desperately protected to safeguard the royal family will be the ones to bring it down. The Duke asked with a smile, how do you plan to handle it? If the swordsmanship master, praised by the common people, personally exposes in public that the traitor who devoured the empire is Prince Li Shi, and that the royal family covered it up, then they will never be able to escape the consequences. Since the emperor wants to use slander to eliminate the Candemians, then we will use an undeniable truth to bring down the royal family. Lylan no longer hesitated, determined to fight the royal family to the end. The next day, inside the Candemian manor, she hoped Lucy could find a newspaper company willing to publish news that opposes the royal family. Lucy asked, puzzled, regarding the truth about the royal family. You could be interviewed yourself. Why must you have that knight come forward? Lylan patiently explained, he is the new swordsmanship master and also a commoner. It will be easier to gain the trust of the people. Paired with a handsome portrait of Cashin, sales should be quite good. This will prevent people from saying we're on bad terms with the royal family and are deliberately manipulating public opinion. However, this is all on the condition that Cashin is willing to help. After all, his family would be put in danger. Lucas, sitting beside her, asked, then why did you still choose him? Leyland remained silent, because his investigation revealed that a huge amount of royal funds had flowed to the border, and it was all undisclosed. It's certain that the royal family is interfering in the border war. That is also where Cashin's father is located. The royal family will surely use this weakness to control him. In that case, it's better to tell him the truth and fight alongside him. At this moment, Lucas suddenly spoke up. So that's your type, the knight with that striking, pitiful face. Leyland was a bit speechless. What are you talking about? Why do you come here to work every day? Do you think this is your house? Lucas said unhurriedly, I want to be here whenever you need me. It's more fitting for me to stay here, wouldn't you say? I've already gotten the Duke's permission, so you don't have to worry. Lucy's face was full of admiration. T.O. think she's won over the head of the Intelligence Guild, as expected of the young Duchess. After the meeting concluded, Cashin came to the Duke's residence. Leyland expressed her gratitude for his arrival. This is the first time you've come to see me on your own initiative. Thank you for accepting my request. Cashin bowed deeply. It is only natural that I answer your summons. My lady, may I become your sword? A knight within the ducal residence drew his sword at the right moment. Knight Cashin, please pledge your allegiance to the young Duchess. Leyland said with a gratified expression, in the name of Candyamwen, I bestow upon you the title of Count and a fiefdom. Consider this my response to your sincere oath. Cashin knelt on one knee, saying he was unworthy of such a great honor. But Leyland said, it is what you deserve. I know you are a knight of integrity and incorruptibility, but granting a fiefdom and a title without the royal family's permission, you know what I mean by this? The one bestowing this honor upon you is not the emperor of this country, but I, Leyland. Are you willing to follow me? Even if it is a dangerous act of treason against the royal family, are you still willing? If you regret it now, you can leave at any time. Cashin said with a determined expression, I swear on my knight's sword, I will devote my life to you. Including my soul, everything I have is yours. As evening fell, Leyland went to the underground prison, looking at the four rebels. She snorted coldly, T.O. think father keeps prisoners in such a comfortable place. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? Also, whether you confess or not is unimportant. You've only given me the pleasant dilemma of figuring out how to torture those who've harmed me. How about I just round up and kill everyone related to you by blood? At this, the four men's composure began to crack. They grabbed the bars of their cell and roared. Did you get the royal family's permission for this? How can you act on your own authority? Leyland gave a wicked smile that I don't need such things. It's faster to just annihilate your entire clans and seize your lands. Before you did this, you couldn't possibly have not heard the rumors about me. It seems you were trying to show loyalty to your master. However, Rishi is now imprisoned in the royal jail. With you lot still alive, wouldn't you be a thorn in his side? Pity your family members who know nothing of this, yet will be brutally tortured. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of wails erupted. They all began begging Leyland for mercy. Just then, a man spoke up, I'll confess everything. Coincidentally, Cashin also walked over. Please make sure they confess everything. As the Empire's swordmaster, you must expose the truth of this rebellion for all to see. Cashin bowed respectfully and said, Leyland's sword, Cashin, will obey my master's command. Harvey, who had been unconscious for a long time, dreamed of his mother. Her embrace was so warm. But after his mother left, he endured many hardships. Then one day, he finally welcomed a sunshine of his own. That person was Leyland. Harvey wanted to stay by her side forever, willing to give his all for her. As the Therianthrope king, he also had duties he must fulfill. He was caught in a dilemma. Leyland had told him she hoped he would live for himself. But how exactly was he to do that? Just then, a beam of light illuminated his dream. He finally opened his eyes and woke up. Harvey kindly greeted the Therianthrope, watching over him. Leyland suddenly spoke, It's so good that you're awake. I'm sorry for not telling you those things sooner. However, Harvey asked with concern, Have all your wishes come true? Regardless of whether that was you at the tournament or not, there's only one thing I can do, and that is to protect you. That's all. Just then, Nura poked Leyland. Leyland was a bit embarrassed. I know it's not right for me to say this right after you've woken up, but they really need you. Harvey took over, I know. So from now on, I will protect them. After all, it's what I should do. Leyland was a little surprised. This was the first time Harvey had ever said what he wanted. Nura said earnestly, Miss Leyland, you should come with us too. Harvey stopped her in time. What Leyland has to do can only be done here. From now on, we have to live on our own. Hearing this, Leyland felt a bit reluctant and sad, thinking they would never see each other again. Iglin spoke up with a suggestion. Why don't you live nearby? There are many abandoned structures here, and it's a forest that no one but you ever goes to. Just as Leyland was about to introduce Iglin to Harvey, Harvey suddenly went into a combat stance. We can't trust the words of a mage. Leyland quickly pushed Iglin away. He has always felt guilty for the mage's mistakes. The injuries he sustained at the swordsmanship tournament were also treated by the magic tower. Harvey was still uneasy and remained resistant. Lylin persuaded him patiently, "If the mages try to hurt you again, I will definitely protect you then." Only then did Harvey open his heart. "You really haven't changed a bit. I choose to believe you, not him. When you're done with your work, you can come see me anytime. I'll be waiting for you here." Lylin's heart was filled with complex emotions. She strode forward and hugged Harvey. "I'll visit often." Harvey looked at you gently. "If I could, I would want to be with you forever." He reached for Lylin's hand cautiously, but in the end, let it go. He knows he's still not worthy, but I will work hard, just like you taught me. Yaisiak, whose rebellion had failed, was locked in the royal underground prison. He looked dazed and devoid of hope. Just then, a beam of light shone in. He looked at the figure that resembled Lylin, eager to explain himself. The next moment, his neck was slit. The flowing blood was collected in a bottle. This person was the Dark Mage. "The plan is still in motion. Before we come for you, please wait patiently," deposed Crown Prince Yaisiak. Meanwhile, in the Empress's palace, Alice was personally comforting her. "Your Majesty, the Empress, you must pull yourself together." At this, the Empress kept repeating, "My once perfect son is locked in a prison. Everything has gone wrong. What was it all for?" Alice interrupted her. "All the more reason you should take action. It's not over yet. If you can use the power of your motherland, His Highness Yaisiak can still become the Emperor." The Empress said in frustration, "The plan I sacrificed my entire youth to build has failed." Alice looked disdainful. "Did you think that sloppy plan of yours could ever succeed? You vixen who seduced the Emperor to become Empress. Can you hear their sickening laughter even now? Don't you want to show them what you're made of? When the time comes, those people won't even be worthy of shining your shoes. The one who once spoke lies of love to you will also begin to beg for your forgiveness. Isn't this the kind of pleasure you've always wanted? Let them see you with everyone crushed beneath your feet." In the ducal residence, Iglin was reporting his findings to Lylin. "The souls of the Emperor and the hero can only grow stronger after gaining the people's trust. After the Emperor absorbed the hero's power, he needs even more power to sustain both souls. It seems that to defeat the Emperor, we must exploit the people's suspicion of the imperial family and create a great rift between them." Iglin remained skeptical of this discovery. Lylin said with a determined gaze, "I believe it. So please believe in me and follow me. I will spread the truth that the imperial family has hidden to all corners of the empire. For that, I need your power." Iglin said with a straight face, "I misjudged you. I thought you would have me use magic to burn everything to ashes. In fact, Laren thought so too." Iglin continued, "I will set up a magic circle in the Memorial Plaza in advance. You need to find a way to get our mages into the party." Laren was full of confidence for this battle. "Let's make a big scene." The next day, Mir looked at Laren, who had arrived as promised. He smiled and said, "Lady Duchess, I have been waiting. Let's go to the second floor." Laren had come this time to ask Mir to get on good terms with Her Highness, the Grand Imperial Consort, and gain her absolute trust. "Because my family has completely fallen out with the Imperial family, it's very difficult to get a chance to see the Imperial Consort." He asked with concern, "If you find this difficult, you can refuse. After I become familiar with Her Highness, the Imperial Consort, what do I need to do?" Laren took out a bag of magic crystals that I hope to use these to decorate the party venue. "But no one must know that these are magic crystals. I also need you to help forge identities for my people, so they can infiltrate the party in advance. However, I can't give you more details right now." Mir interrupted, "You don't need to tell me about the party. I will do as you command." Recently, Miss Aylin has been searching for something at various parties. Although the specific reason is unknown, there are rumors that she will become the crown princess. It seems she is impatient and frustrated about something, which is why she is causing trouble everywhere. You must be careful. Laren was a little confused. Why should I be careful? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Just then, Nuala suddenly appeared. He shouted excitedly, "Miss Laren, Lord Havel, he seems to be waking up." Just as Havel was waking up, many carriages arrived outside Mata. At first, they were thought to be uninvited guests. Unexpectedly, there were carriages sent by Laren, loaded with food for the beastmen. Laren hurried out to greet him, waving with a happy expression on her face. However, under the cloak was Lucas. Laren asked him why he was here. Lucas replied, "Because I missed you so much." Laren corrected him, "You can't just say lines like that." Lucas laughed. "Actually, I'm here to give you the latest intelligence from the kingdom of Tolis." Just then, Iglian stopped him. "He can't come in. He is the Empire's intelligence broker. I don't want Mata to become a resource for his trade. Please leave. Lucas smiled calmly. How heartless. But this is something you must hear. There is a mage from Mata who is now in the kingdom of Ptolis. He is now planning to destroy everything you protect. Lord of Mata, are you prepared to lose everything before your very eyes? After a moment's hesitation, Iglian let Laren and Lucas in. Laren was still complaining. How dare he threaten the Lord of Mata? Lucas was unmoved that I'm just making full use of the value of my information. Besides, I wanted to see what the Lord of Mata looks like. After seeing the handsome and young Iglian, Lucas's fantasy was shattered. I thought you'd be an old man with a white beard. Then, Lucas got to the point. Currently, the Imperial family does not plan to invite Cadmian to the founding anniversary party. Laren was already aware of this. And then there's Alice, who hasn't been seen in a long time. On the day of the anniversary, she will launch another surprise attack. They not only want to usurp the throne, but they also want to capture Laren alive. Laren was a little confused. Why are those two targeting me again? Are they using me as a punching bag? But the reality was they wanted to use Laren as a sacrifice for a magic ritual. After hearing this, Iglian fell silent for a moment. He explained this is black magic. That magic might actually be possible. Laren pressed, what else do you know? Lucas continued, Alice has eliminated all the nobles who opposed her. At the same time, with the Queen's permission, she is conducting some kind of experiment in the kingdom's underground prison. The place is filled with cries and an ominous black-red light. Iglian explained, black magic that uses people as sacrifices is usually one of two types, spatial manipulation or human modification. But the former is extremely difficult to achieve, so it's highly likely she is performing human modification. Laren was shocked after hearing this. What on earth is that crazy woman doing? Lucas had a serious expression. This time, they won't be showing any mercy. Do you have a plan? Do you intend to walk into that fiery pit? What if we hide before then? Perhaps we can guarantee our safety. Lylan didn't hesitate for a moment. If I hide, they will let us go. His Majesty the Emperor, Li Shi, and Alice have all appeared. There's only the National Foundation Day party. No matter what happens, I must go there and put an end to all of this. Seeing Lylene's unwavering conviction, Lucas's tone changed. If a magician appears there, the magic tower you protect won't be able to stay out of this matter. Even so, do you plan to hide behind the Duchess? I'm telling you this to give you another chance. Igelin slowly said, I once thought of abandoning everything to become a demon. If I could never be forgiven, then I would destroy everything. After all, the magic tower possesses such power. Lylin interrupted him, but you didn't do that. Igelin smiled faintly that I couldn't do that. My master did not want his successors to bear the name of sinners. Besides, perhaps you are the one who can lead us to the light. Seeing that Igelin had also made his decision, Lucas revealed a satisfied smile. Igelin said solemnly, on National Foundation Day, I will go with you. With Lucas's help, Lylin successfully brought Igelin, the master of the magic tower, to her side. Inside the Duchy of Candermain, the Empire's only sword master, Cashin, was being interviewed. At this moment, Lylin was immersed in the joy of petting a cat. Harvey suddenly asked, can we really live here? Lylin retorted, of course. This was originally your home. Live here and be at ease. Just then, Cashin finished his interview and came over. Lylin stood up and asked, did the interview go well? It must not have been an easy thing for you. Thank you so much. Cashin smiled faintly. It's what I should do. Lylin looked at him with a gentle expression. Just then, a newspaper reporter, Sally, greeted Lylin excitedly. She was very grateful that the Duchess had given her the exclusive story. These are for the report. Photos of Cashin in his daily life. Lylene's eyes lit up. Cashin in his everyday attire was just as dazzling. With photos like these for the newspaper cover, combined with the report on Li Shi's treason, she was going to deal a heavy blow to the imperial family. Just as Lylin was feeling happy, Lucas came up behind her. He whispered in her ear, so the Duchess really does like this type. Lylin was startled by Lucas's sudden appearance. How heartbreaking. It seems I'm the only one working diligently for the Duchess, while the Duchess is busy collecting photos of handsome men. Isn't having me enough for you, Duchess? However, the only reply was silence. Lylin introduced Lucas to Harvey. After you entered the sanctuary, he helped you a lot. Lucas glanced at Cashin. This handsome knight speaks very eloquently. Thanks to him, proving your innocence is practically guaranteed. The preparations are all finished. Unlike some people who are taking it easy, I've been running around for the Duchess. So much my feet are about to catch fire. Harvey just scoffed. It seems Lylin has many reliable underlings. Lucas was clearly not satisfied with that term and started arguing with Harvey. Nearby, Cashin was replaying the earlier words in his mind. Does Lylin like my type? On the other side, within the imperial family, the situation for Marquis Shaman and Marquis Bika was very difficult due to the assassination attempt on the Duchess. They would likely lose their standing in both high society and the political world. However, the Emperor's tone shifted. Have you ever considered that this matter of rebellion is more like a play staged by Candermain itself? First, the assassination attempt to boost their family's prestige, followed by being attacked during a foreign invasion. And in the end, they claim it's all Li Shi's fault and even try to threaten us. Marquis Bika shouted emotionally. That is the real treason. This was the exact sentence the Emperor was waiting for. It is precisely because Candermain intends to rebel that the nation has recently fallen into chaos. I will strip them of their power, honor, and assets. It's about time. You may all leave now. Marquis Shaman turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Then the Emperor continued, Marquis Bika, you are more courageous than the fleeing Marquis Shaman. You also possess the loyalty that Duke Candomwen lacks. I can give you something they do not have. That is the position of Crown Princess. I feel your daughter is a better fit than Candomwen's. Coincidentally, a ducal position has just opened up. The Emperor smiled confidently, as if everything was under his control. To reward the hard-working Lylin, Lucas brought a special gift to the ducal manor. But when he got to the study, he couldn't see Lylin anywhere. Lucas moved closer to look. It turned out she had fallen asleep. He gazed at her sleeping face. Lucas's heart ached for her. She must be exhausted from work. She's the type who never complains about being tired. When she wakes up, she'll surely pretend nothing happened and insist on working. How adorable. She always regains a little energy after having sweets, even if it's just a tiny bit. But I still want to see you happy. He poked Lylin's cheek, urging, hey, sleepyhead, aren't you going to get up? Still half asleep, Lylin heard a faint beating sound and suddenly felt very much at ease. Just then, she opened her eyes, only to find herself on top of Lucas. It seems Lylin had accidentally pounced on him. Lucas said with a playful pout, I didn't expect you to be so forward. Lylin's face instantly flushed. But when she heard Lucas had brought strawberry shaved ice, she instantly perked up. Lucas teased, the shaved ice is as red as your cheeks. Just as Lylin was happily eating her shaved ice, a visitor suddenly arrived. It was, unexpectedly, Miss Yu Ailin, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Lylin felt there was no reason to meet her. Just as she was about to refuse, Betty said, His Grace the Duke has already let her in. Lylin was surprised, wondering why he would do that. She rushed to the drawing room. Seeing her father chatting happily with the visitor, Lylin stepped in and interrupted, I can entertain her from here. As she saw her father off, Lylin looked with displeasure at the hypocritical Yu Ailin. She said bluntly, I won't waste my breath on you. You should leave. Yu Ailin replied unhurriedly, I do apologize for my sudden visit. You and your father seem to have a wonderful relationship. I came uninvited today because there is something I must tell you. I am about to become the crown princess, and one day I will be the empress. What a shame, since it's the one thing you've always wanted. Lylin looked unfazed that I have no interest in the crown princess position. It seems you're quite fond of my leftovers. Are you done? You can have that worthless title. I don't need it. How boring. Yu Ailin suppressed her anger and said, Remember this. When I attain a higher position than you, I might just have you exiled. Lylin scoffed, Suit yourself. But that will never happen, even if you become the empress. Still, dreaming is free, so fantasize all you want. Yu Ailin retorted sarcastically, I do hope you'll serve the empire as a devoted subject. Hearing this, Lylin no longer held back that you're becoming more and more like that delusional friend of yours. Didn't I tell you? You should have higher standards when choosing friends. Betty, after she leaves, remember to sprinkle salt in the entryway. Yu Ailin clutched her arm, trying to contain her emotions. Stung by Lylin's taunts, Yu Ailin's pride was deeply wounded. She stopped on her way out, turned around, and marched back toward Lylin. She grabbed her by the hair, snapping, How does it feel to be humiliated? I bet you never thought you'd find yourself in such a pathetic situation. What gives you the right to look down on me? Who even wants to be the empress anyway? Why me of all people? If only my father cared about me half as much as yours does. It turned out that 2 days before Yueron's visit to the ducal manor, her father, Marquis Beta, had specifically told her that the Candamine family had lost its influence. Now was the perfect opportunity for the Beta family to shine. Yueron was thrilled. She didn't mind not being the heir. All she wanted was to prove her worth and earn her father's recognition. However, Marquis Beta said meaningfully, "The precious flower I've cultivated with such care is finally about to be of use. You will marry the crown prince. This marriage will connect our family to the royals. This is a joyous occasion." Yueron clutched her father's clothes tightly. She pleaded desperately, "I don't want to be the empress. I won't be greedy anymore. I'll assist my brother, just like before. So please, I beg you, don't send me away." But all she got in return was a slap from her father, followed by a tirade. "You foolish girl, get a grip. Now is your time to be useful. You'd better start thinking about how to win over that greenhorn crown prince." Yueron caressed her stinging cheek, recalling the news she'd heard. Lilin had reportedly become the heir to the Candamine family. She was intensely jealous and envious. How am I any worse than her? Why does she get to inherit her family, while I'm being sold off for the sake of mine? Her thoughts returned to the present. Lilin, whose hair was being pulled, kept telling her to calm down, but she wouldn't listen. Lilin had no choice but to kick Yueron in the leg. Then she punched her in the chest, and the two were finally separated. Seeing her kneeling on the ground in pain, Lilin quickly said it was self-defense. However, Yueron burst into loud sobs. Lilin was speechless. Why precious day off? What is all this? Yueron cried, "I'm clearly more talented than my brothers, yet I'm not even given chance. Why is it so easy for you? You're so annoying." Lilin said impatiently, "That's your family's problem. Why are you venting your anger on me? I'll give you a chance to explain. If you can't convince me, you won't be leaving here in one piece." By now, Yueron had calmed down. "I enjoy the sense of achievement that comes from my own hard work. But more than being smart, my father wants me to be prettier, more ladylike. I don't like ornate jewels, I hate wearing dresses, and I don't like being groomed for high society. But as a marquis's daughter, I have no choice." Lilin said impatiently, "If you don't like it, just tell the marquis." Yueron continued, "You think everyone's father is like yours. All he cares about is which powerful family I can marry into. I'm sick of living my life according to my father's will. But I hate you even more. I thought seeing you look resentful would make me feel better. We used to compete to be the belle of high society, and now you're just going to throw all that away to become the Candamine heir. Why does everything go so smoothly for you? I hate how you get to do whatever you want." Lilin hit the nail on the head. So, you're causing a scene here to ruin your own reputation. Once a scandal gets out, the royal family will definitely want nothing to do with you. And then you can stay in the Marquis of Beta's house, right? Is that all? Why don't you try to become the heir yourself? It sounds like you're envious of me. Do you want to be me? I'm going to be a duchess. What do you say? If you want, I'll help you." So naive. Yueron cut. You think the world is as simple as you believe? You little brat, you're really the worst. I hope you fall flat on your face. I'm leaving. As Yueron turned to leave, Lilin muttered, "Good riddance. Hope you trip on your way out." At that moment, something clicked for Yueron. She had found a new goal to strive for. After causing a scene at the ducal manor, Yueron was enlightened by Lilin's offhand comment. She began to visit Lilin often for tea, though Lilin never really treated her as a guest. She would say to herself, "The social circle is a mess these days, but it's still better than being at home. I hear the royal family is secretly purging those who oppose their decrees." Lilin, of course, knew about this. It was Lucas's handiwork, after all. Although the commoners trust the royal family now, that trust will be broken one day, because that is Larine's ultimate goal. Lu Aylin complained, "Even in this situation, my father still wants me to marry into the royal family. He must be out of his mind." Larine replied faintly, "Your expression has relaxed a lot recently. Did something happen?" Seeing Lu Aylin's shy appearance, Larine was secretly pleased. It's convenient to have her provide me with information. Lu Aylin also saw through Larine's intentions that I finally know why you agreed for me to come back. You're using me. Larian laughed out loud. Just then, Harvey walked over. Larian turned to look. Harvey asked softly, "Are you busy right now? I have something I want to talk to you about." Seeing Harvey for the first time, Lou Aylin's face immediately turned red. Larian promptly ordered her to leave. "You can go back now, or I'll throw this on you." Lou Aylin cursed Larian while greeting Harvey. Larian said helplessly, "If you keep cursing me, watch out for bird droppings on your way back." After seeing Harvey, Larian beamed. "What did you want to see me about?" Harvey said earnestly, "I want to go back to school." Larian asked, confused, "You're going to be the Beast King. You shouldn't need to go to school, right?" Hearing this, Harvey felt a little dejected. "I am to be king, but I don't know anything right now. I have no parents or teachers to teach me the knowledge needed to be a king. Even for the sake of the Beast Men, I have to go to school." Larian was a bit reluctant to let him go. "Actually, it will be hard to learn much even if you go to school. If you're willing, I can find a professor for you here. A teacher who knows the ways of an emperor. Do you want to stay?" Harvey was silent for a moment, then said, "You once asked me what I wanted to do and what my goals were. When I saw you working so hard, I decided on the goal I want to achieve. I want to create a world where humans and beastmen can live together." Larian was a little shocked because this was an incredibly difficult thing to do. But Harvey had a determined look. "I've been thinking about this. I don't think we can go on like before. The knowledge taught by humans has been a great help to us. And as long as we have my Beast King blood, we can live safely within our borders without interacting with humans. But if we could have the same knowledge as humans, maybe we could understand each other. The reason I can think this way is thanks to you. Even though you're human, you accepted and acknowledged the beastmen and mages that everyone else ostracized. I saw that report. You wanted to use the swordsmanship tournament incident to help the beastmen and mages survive. As for me, I don't want to just follow behind you. I want to stand proudly by your side. This is my goal and my final conclusion. If I continue to live in ignorance like this, I'll never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Larian quickly stood up to comfort him. "You can't think that way." Harvey interrupted. "You hid the matter of the swordsmanship tournament from me because you thought I couldn't help, right?" However, Larian just didn't want Harvey to get hurt, but Harvey didn't see it that way. "When you were asleep, I looked at the documents you were reading. Seeing you asleep from exhaustion, I really wanted to help you, but I couldn't understand those words at all. At that moment, I understood why you don't rely on me. In your eyes, I'm still that little kid who needs your protection. I'm an immature king right now. So, as I am now, we are not equals. After learning from you for a while, I gradually figured out the path I must take. I want to become a bridge of mutual understanding between humans and beastmen. It's all thanks to you that I can even have this idea. When I return, I will have found the answer and become my true self. Rather than asking you to come back quickly, I want to walk alongside you." At this, Larian had an epiphany. The child at Harvey would always ask if Larian could come back early. So this was his answer for not staying. Larian subconsciously squeezed Harvey's hand. "Even if my attitude hurt you, I hope you always think of me as a good person. The comfort you've given me is incredibly precious to me." Larian smiled faintly. "Then this time, it's my turn to wait for you. You must come back to me." In order to stand shoulder to shoulder with Larian, Harvey decided to leave her to study the way of the Emperor. The day of parting finally arrived. Larian specially prepared a carriage for him. After all, this was the last thing she could do for him. Harvey didn't say much more. After getting into the carriage, he set off with determination. Lylin watched him go from a distance. As Harvey disappeared, Lylin felt a little down. It looks like the house will be quiet for a while. Just then, someone emerged from the nearby grass. It was Lucas, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. He handed Lylin the latest intelligence report. It seemed the situation was developing as she had anticipated. She gazed absently in the direction Harvey had gone. After a moment's thought, Lucas said, "I want to be a rich, unemployed man. So, could you give me more money and have me do less work? I swear I'll give you my all. I've been getting so tired lately." Lylin just stared at him for a long moment. "If you're tired, you should have just told me. Don't just stand here. Come with me." She then led Lucas to her office. Although he grumbled that it wasn't a suitable place for a date, he still obediently ate his cake. Lylin said gravely, "The National Foundation Day is approaching. The imperial family will join forces with Carolaus and Marquis Bika to frame Candamine. Imagine how arrogant he will become then. Moreover, Carolaus can't defy the imperial family's decree right now. We must find the treasured sword hidden by the Emperor. Besides, I don't want to see Lord Carolaus indiscriminately killing innocent people." Lucas said seriously, "I've been searching for the treasured sword hidden in the Imperial Palace, but infiltration isn't easy. Therefore, we need to find someone who can move freely in and out of the palace. Lilan was troubled. A helper who can help us oppose the imperial family and also has free access to the palace. Just then, she suddenly thought of Bellard. He was formerly the crown prince's escort knight and is a member of the Carolau's family. He should have free access to the palace. Lucas asked pointedly, but will he readily believe the story about assembling the sword? Besides, he has sworn allegiance to the imperial family since birth. Do you have a way to win him over? Lilan carefully recalled what she knew of Bellard's character. He doesn't want another war. He doesn't want to see people losing their lives and homes. Lilan had a flash of inspiration. The imperial family's secret funds flow to the border every year, and then war breaks out. If we can find out the true purpose of that money, we might be able to persuade Bellard. He wouldn't be loyal to an imperial family that threatens the safety of the people. Meanwhile, Bellard, who was guarding the border, suddenly received a secret order to return to the capital. But the bodies of his soldiers had not yet been laid to rest. Why would his mother turn against Candamine? Is a lady-in-waiting doing well now? Numerous questions troubled him. Just then, a soldier said there was another letter, but it was unsigned. Upon seeing the seal on the envelope, Bellard immediately guessed who the sender was. Lilan of the palace. She didn't resent Bellard and Carolau's, knowing they were also forced into their situation. I will eradicate the evil forces running rampant in the Empire. Therefore, I must make a choice different from that of the privileged class. I don't know how to persuade you, so I will be direct. I need your strength. Please, lend me your aid. The letter might be discovered by the imperial family during its delivery. If you decide to help me, please sign your name. Bellard felt from the bottom of his heart that the lady-in-waiting had a way of stirring one's spirit. Just as he signed his name, the letter suddenly began to glow. Bellard immediately prepared to draw his sword to face the enemy. At the very moment, the blade swung out. The figure of the lady-in-waiting appeared. Sorry to have startled you. Because the situation is urgent, I had to come and find you myself. As for how I got here, I'll explain it to you slowly later. Let's talk business first. To successfully win over Bellard, Lilan came to the border in person. As she observed her surroundings, she said, "The commander-in-chief's tent is a bit plain. You really are nothing like a nobleman. I mean that as a compliment. Did you sign because you were interested in what I had to say? I will explain my plan in detail. As for whether you'll help me, you can decide after you've heard me out." Lilan hands you the latest intelligence on the Empire, adding some details. The royal family plans to eliminate the Cantemir family at this founding anniversary celebration. At the swordsmanship tournament, Crown Prince Lix started a rebellion to reclaim the crown. He sent you, a sword master, to the border as part of his plan. To do this, he even started a war. For the sake of its own reputation, the royal family chose to stand by and do nothing, even though they knew the people would be in danger. All this time, the Cantemir family, who protected the empire, was tragically abandoned by the arrogant royal family. This is the true nature of the royals. Bellard was confused. Did Mother know all this and still swear loyalty to the royal family? Lilan said earnestly, "I'm going to fight the royal family. But it's not just for the safety of my own family. It is also for Lord Duke Carolus. The Carolus family has a lost treasured sword. Did you know that the sword contains a hidden power?" From Bellard's expression, it was clear he didn't know. Lilan's face grew serious. The fact that the Carolus treasured sword is cursed. The Duke was the one who told me. The sudden news made Bellard lose his composure. He demanded loudly, "Did you come here just to tell me these fabricated stories?" He couldn't accept that the courage he had admired his whole life was the reason she remained loyal to the royal family. Even when the royal family's orders were wrong, she still chose to obey. Then he realized he was being rude. "Hearing this from you, it feels strange. I can't bring myself to believe this so easily." Lilan said she understood, but she still needed Bellard's help. She wants to find the sword, regardless of whether the curse is real or not. If everything I've said is true, after we find the sword and break the curse, what will you think then about this meaningless war? Bellard immediately objected. "If you knew how many soldiers have died for this, you would never say that." Lilan explained, "For some time now, wars have been breaking out frequently along the Empire's border, and they only occur in specific areas. Did you know that? The royal family has secretly funneled large sums of money to the lands protected by the border count. Why isn't that money recorded in the ledgers? You should confirm it for yourself. Find out the true meaning of this war." The board account will tell you the truth, because you are someone who can be trusted. I hope you can conduct your investigation without the royal family knowing. Can you promise me that? Bellard didn't hesitate. He would get to the bottom of it. Having revealed everything, Lylan smiled and asked him, as the heir to the Cantemir family, I serve the people of the Empire. What is it that you fight for? If you have a change of heart, remember to find me. At that, Bellard slowly asked her, My lady, do you truly believe all this? Lylan blurted out, I believe it. You must contact me. If you don't, I'll come back. After Lylan had gone, Bellard muttered to himself, that lady, she's not like a noble at all. So straightforward. I won't let you down. Meanwhile, Duke Cantemir was looking for Lylan. She appeared before her father right away. She asked him what was the matter. The Duke said gravely, it will be dangerous for you to attend the anniversary party. Lylan wasn't concerned, but I can't stand by and watch the royal family destroy everything you've worked for, father. I'm going to settle things with them. But don't you worry, I have plenty of help. I just don't want you to go. The Duke chuckled grimly. If I went, that Emperor would surely have the execution block ready to see me off. But since my daughter insists on going, how can I just wait? I will support you from outside the palace. No matter what happens, I'll be right behind you. You don't need to worry. Then his tone shifted. For such an important party, I trust you've already found the perfect partner? I'm looking forward to seeing who it is. Lylene's mind went blank. She suddenly remembered she needed a male escort for the party. Many faces flashed through her mind. Who should I ask to be my escort? My advice, an adult doesn't choose. Take them all. To completely crush the royal family, Lylan decided she would strike hard at the founding anniversary party. However, to attend the party, she needed a male escort. Duke Cantemir laughed. Knowing my daughter, she will surely choose the perfect partner. You know as well as I do, bringing a new partner to an event like this is the same as announcing a new lover. Anyone is better than that damn, good-for-nothing crown prince. Father left Lylene's room with those expectant words. Duke Candemian, who was just smiling, suddenly looked worried. The time for Lylene to leave me is drawing near. The secretary beside him smiled slightly. Then I shall prepare for the wedding ahead of time. I will create the grandest one in the empire for you. However, your grace, do you have a particular son-in-law in mind? Duke Candemian said solemnly, Lylene's choice is my choice. She will surely find the person most suitable for her. However, by the next morning, Lylene still hadn't slept. Her father's bombshell of a statement had kept her thinking all night. To think that bringing a male partner to a party was equivalent to announcing one's lover. Just then, Betty came in to tidy the room. As she helped Lylan get ready, she asked, who will you be attending with on National Foundation Day? Lylan was a bit embarrassed. I'm still thinking about it. In truth, she hadn't thought about it at all. But if she wanted to overturn the Emperor's decree, attending with Bellard would be the best choice. If Candemian and Carolaus were joined forces, they could seize the Emperor by the throat. Although it's a good idea, he hasn't accepted my invitation yet. I should probably ask someone else. After getting ready, Lylan went to her office. By this time, Lucy had already placed today's newspaper on the desk. Lucy said calmly, recently, regardless of status, some hot social news has been circulating among the nobles and commoners. For example, this irresistible anime mobile game, Inufei. Its vast world building and new gothic style allow players to immersively experience a mysterious and fantastical vampire world. With a huge variety of combat characters and skills, the impact and satisfaction are maxed out, and it's very generous with its gacha system. Completing events gives a total of 160 free pulls, and there's a guaranteed SSR within 60 pulls. What are you waiting for? It's now an open beta. Click the bottom left corner to go online and experience it. Lylan looked on with curiosity. As it turned out, it was all gossip about swapping partners at parties. However, the headline on the front page was striking. The dazzling flower of the social world who dumped her dashing fiancé. Who will be her next partner? Seeing this, Lylan snapped the newspaper shut with a helpless smile. Please, everyone, be a little less concerned. I don't know either. Just then, she saw a promotional slogan for a dance studio in the newspaper. A sudden inspiration struck her. Who did I dance with last time? The image of Lucas unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Lylene's face immediately turned red. At that moment, Betty pushed the door open and said, Mr. Lucas has arrived. Shall I bring him to your room? Lylan said awkwardly, No, that's all right. Take me to the courtyard. Internally, she quipped, It's all Dad's fault for making me lose my composure like this. Afterwards, Lylan and her attendants went to the courtyard. There, she saw the radiant Lucas. He smiled slightly. He then took Lylene's hand and said gently, Allow me to be of service to you. Seeing the well-matched pair, the maids all showed expressions of blessing. The two chatted as they walked. I've already told Bellard that the Carolow's family is being used by the imperial family. He didn't look like he believed me, but once he learns the truth, he will seek me out. Until then, I need to secure my position. Also, I will contact you before National Foundation Day. So, why have you been looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just say it. Just then, Lucas suddenly brought up the newspaper report about Lilene's next partner. He smiled and asked, so, what are you going to do? As the head of the Information Guild, I can responsibly tell you that there is no one in the entire empire who can dance as well as I can. Besides, the flower of the social world deserves a handsome man like me. Lilene was speechless. Are you being shameless or just full of confidence? Then Lucas's tone changed. I'm joking. What you need is a partner with a stable political position. For example, the young master of the Carolow's family who has the support of the people, Cassius, who distinguished himself at the swordsmanship tournament. Bellard is probably too busy for now. The trending swordsmanship master is a suitable choice. As he was talking to himself, Lilene suddenly asked, if someone else became my partner, would you be okay with that? Lucas fell silent for a moment before saying, I know better than anyone that I'm not the best choice for you. At this moment, Lilene mustered her courage and said, the head of the Intelligence Guild is so guarded. Since we're new partners, we have to give it our all. I don't need anything else. My partner is you. Haven't we already promised to overthrow the royal family together? Hearing this, Lucas's heart blossomed with joy. He took Lilene's hand and said, I am your partner. Then, he gently pulled her into his arms, looking at her affectionately. Would you like to dance with me? This time, not in secret, but as partners. Lilene recalled the last time she danced with Lucas under the night sky. With a shy expression, she lightly tapped his chest with her small fist. Then, the two began to dance gracefully. Lilene and Lucas were both very happy, and so it went on until the evening. For more exciting content, we'll see you in the next episode. After the recent confession, the two now sat in the office without a word. Looking at the serious-faced Lucas, Lilene's heart couldn't calm down that he's really handsome. With a face like that, how has he not been discovered and still managed to become the head of the Intelligence Guild? Just then, their eyes met. Lilene frantically averted her gaze, thinking she had said her thoughts out loud. She sighed helplessly, there's still so much to do. Why can't I concentrate? Suddenly, a letter came through Agreen's magical imaging device. It seemed Bellard's investigation had yielded results. Just as Lilene had said, the royal family's secret funds were all used to provoke wars at the border. The border counts couldn't tell anyone the truth. The mansions in the capital, gifted by the emperor as rewards, were actually to hold their families hostage. Those who defied the emperors were branded as deserters and disappeared one by one. Lilene felt disgusted. The more she learned about the emperor, the more she found him to be a terrifying person. Meanwhile, far away at the border, Bellard was in agony if the loyalty I dedicated to the empire was all in vain. Why did my comrades in arms have to die? Who was I fighting for? If all of this was a war created by the emperor's greed, what meaning is there in the blood we've shed? You said you needed the power of Carolow's, right? On National Foundation Day, I will go to the capital with the other border counts. Please tell me what I must do. Just as you believed in me, I will surely believe in you. Lucas spoke up, reminding her, do you really believe that young Lord will genuinely help us? It's possible he could lead the border counts to side with the emperor. Lilene retorted without hesitation, I don't believe in him. I believe in the Carolow's family. Lord Bellard knows the weight of a hero's name. So let's just focus on our own work. Seeing Lilene place so much trust in Bellard, Lucas felt a little jealous. Afterwards, the two began to discuss how to infiltrate the palace's underground chamber. Entry is forbidden there, and magic is completely sealed off. This means it's a hidden space that not even the emperor and the royal family can approach. The sword of Carolow's is likely there. So, is there a way to get in without being discovered? An idea flashed in both their minds. They had suddenly thought of something. Lilene instructed Betty to prepare a carriage. She was going to the school to find Harvey. Meanwhile, Harvey was teaching Nuella when the door was suddenly pushed open. She said excitedly, someone is here to see you. Just then, Lilene followed her in. I came without telling you in advance. Is this a good time? Clearly, Lilene's worries were for nothing. Harvey was very happy to see her. Afterwards, the three of them went to the school's meeting room. After some simple pleasantries, Lilene got straight to the point. I'm going to tell you what I plan to do next. During the swordsmanship competition, I hid my plan from you, which led to you getting seriously injured. I promised it wouldn't happen again, which is why I'm telling you now. but you have to promise me you won't do anything reckless again. Harvey replied solemnly, I will. I promise you, Lylin. Lylin smiled slightly. Thank you. However, this story is a bit long. After she had laid out the entire plan, Harvey said lightly, so the conclusion is Lylin is going to another dangerous place. Lucas explained for her. She's the type who gets restless if she doesn't handle things herself. At this, Harvey was rather displeased. It's because you didn't complete the task Lylin gave you that you've come to me. These words made Lucas a bit awkward. Lylin said apologetically, I'm sorry. It seems we need the help of the Beastmen this time. Harvey, however, didn't mind, and no matter what it is, I'll help him. If there's no passage for people to get in and out, and magic is difficult to use, then leave it to the short-statured Beastmen. Even if the sacred sword has changed its form, the Emperor's aura will remain. Then we can find him. No matter how well he hides, he can't conceal the scent of a human. Lylin reminded him again, this matter is truly dangerous. You could get hurt. However, Harvey thanked him. I will be careful. Thank you for telling me in advance. Thank you for trusting me and entrusting such an important matter to me. Lylin smiled faintly that I should be the one saying these things. Thank you for helping me, Harvey. Just then, an urgent report came from outside the door. Watching the two of them converse outside the door, Harvey was the first to speak, pretending to be a capable adult. But in the end, you can't do anything. To prevent Lylin from getting hurt, I will protect him well. He is a precious person to me. Lucas replied coolly, help me find the sacred sword, because that is the key to protecting the palace maid. Harvey's tone shifted out of course. In the end, the one who protects Lylin will be me. Lucas was somewhat speechless. How can you even think of such things? Anyway, just do your best. However, the two had only reconciled on the surface, secretly competing with each other, just as Lylin was secretly carrying out his plan to overthrow the imperial family. The emperor wasn't idle either. The marriage between the current crown prince, Halbert, and Yu Ailin had been decided. The house of Marquis Beijir was causing new repercussions in the political world. People within the imperial palace were gossiping. Do you remember the day of the swordsmanship tournament? Miss Lylin appeared with a large group of knights. Actually, on that day, Candom attempted a rebellion. Not only did they try to involve other countries, but they also brought beastmen and mages. In the end, they even coveted the throne. Hearing these rumors, Marquis Beijir was very satisfied. If the duke's position becomes vacant, then it will be mine. As soon as they met, the emperor praised him. Your methods are more brilliant than I expected. The rumors from inside and outside the imperial palace are endless. Marquis Beijir said humbly, I merely took advantage of people's desire to know hidden truths. As the family supporting Candom collapse one after another, everything will be realized according to your majesty's will. The emperor said faintly, when the heroes of the empire are passed down like legends. That is most beautiful, don't you think? Oh, black-haired beast. Carolaus did not reply. He just stared ahead with a grim expression that let's end the idle chat here. Why did you seek me out today? Is it because of our children's marriage? Haven't I already announced the engagement between my son and your daughter? Marquis Beijir hurriedly replied, I have never doubted your majesty's sincerity. It's just that I have a slight concern. The Carolaus family is indeed powerful, but it's doubtful whether Candom, who has joined forces with the vile beastmen and mages, will let this matter rest. The emperor said coldly, this is merely a worry that mortals would have. For those insolent enough to challenge the imperial family, one need only sever their hands. My trump card is not just Carolaus. It is the undying sun of the empire. Even if humans try to cover it with their palms, they cannot block it. Candom strong fangs have already been pulled. The long history of the Kaivan Empire will be rewritten. You shall witness with your own eyes the great transformation that I will once again bring about. Meanwhile, inside the Candom residence, the Duke was furious. Damn that emperor. To think he would pin the crimes committed by his own son on us. Pack your bags immediately. I can no longer live in such a filthy place. Hearing his father's roar of anger, Lylin hurried over. Father, what on earth is wrong? Seeing the chaotic room and the floor littered with waste paper, Lylin was somewhat stunned. At this moment, the Duke calmed down. He said faintly, I have something important to tell you. It would be better to leave this place before the National Foundation Day. But Lylin couldn't understand. That wasn't the matter from the swordsmanship tournament already resolved. However, rumors are now circulating among the nobles that we are attempting a rebellion. Now, even the nobles who once stood with me are starting to declare that they can no longer support Candom. Lylin expressed her understanding. After all, no one wants to be tainted with the crime of treason. For the nobles to change their stance so quickly, I'm afraid the emperor has started to make his move. The duke said helplessly, right now, his goal isn't just to expel us. He's also preparing to set a trap to finish us off for good. But Lylan didn't want to leave just like that. The duke said sternly, this is a matter of life and death. If you're captured by the emperor at the National Foundation Day ceremony and tried on the spot, I won't even have a chance to fight back. I don't want to lose you. Lylan felt the same way. She said seriously, I want everyone to be happy. In this country, I have made many precious friends. They believe in me and support me. I also have a father who adores me. This empire is too important to me. That's why I want to create a world where no one is discriminated against and no one has to suffer anymore. I know you're very worried about me, father, but I still want to fight until the very end. I'm sorry for not being a docile girlfriend. But dad, please, trust me one more time. After a moment of internal struggle, the duke hugged Lylan tightly. He said earnestly, don't get hurt. Come back safely. At night, Lylan was walking alone in the garden. She couldn't understand why the original owner of her body was so obsessed with the throne. Even living like this could be considered a happy life. Didn't Alice see Lylan's past life? Does she also want to be like Lylan, to take the position of regent and control the political situation? I don't think I've ever received a report about Alice having children. What does she really want to achieve by turning back time? Combining that with what Yigelian said before about using citizens as sacrifices, black magic, and the report Lucas got about my divine power. She shivered at the thought. Don't tell me she really wants to use me as a sacrifice? Just then, Betty approached with a letter. It turned out Mir's plan was a success. It seemed they could infiltrate the venue ahead of time to set things up. However, with Alice's involvement, my operational plan needs to be revised. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Tower Master, Yigelian, suddenly felt sore all over. His little assistant beside him smiled slightly. It seems Lady Lylan is about to arrive. Because every time the Lord Tower Master feels sore all over, Miss Lylan shows up. Yigelian sighed helplessly, no way. But on second thought, perhaps there would be some new and interesting experience. That didn't sound too bad. He began to look forward to Lylan's arrival. To ensure the plan went smoothly, Lylan specifically called on the Tower Master, Yigelian, and Mir. Someone said, somewhat awkwardly, my lady, are you sure you want to use the servant's carriage? Lylan smiled faintly that if we want to deceive the palace's spies, it's best to be thoroughly disguised. I don't mind. Let's go. In the carriage, Lylan was very grateful that Yigelian could come with her. As it happened, he also had something to give her. It was an ornately crafted magic wand. After fiddling with it for a moment, Lylan began to go over the operation details. We will infiltrate the banquet hall of the National Foundation Day ceremony. The items to activate the magic circle are ready. The magic to distract the others is also perfectly prepared. At this moment, Yigelian took out a ring that could change one's appearance. Just by turning the lock on it, you could transform. Lylan, after using it, she looked like a completely different person. Even she couldn't recognize herself. Then, she asked the question that concerned her the most. Is there really human transmutation magic that uses living people as a sacrifice? Yigelian fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, the magic to create a human can never succeed, nor should it. Although such research did exist in the past, it was terminated after the death of Emperor Bimon. It's an incomplete magic. However, if Financia is researching that magic and intends to use you, my lady, I will never let that happen. It was you, my lady, who brought us mages out into the world with great difficulty. I don't want to lock these children in the magic tower again, and I don't want to lose you. So, our operation must succeed. Lylan replied, full of confidence, of course. When everyone arrived at the banquet hall, Meal greeted with a smile, Your Majesty, the Empress. Thank you so much for the invitation today. Mariana, the Empress, said happily, I've been waiting for you, but I see you have some unfamiliar maids and attendants with you. Meal smiled faintly that I said I wanted to take a look at the banquet hall, and they insisted on tagging along, so I brought them. After hearing this, the Empress didn't press the matter. As for Leyland, she just wanted to get to the banquet hall quickly. When the doors opened to reveal the scene inside, Neil exclaimed, It's truly beautiful, Your Highness. However, for Leyland, the decorations were a bit too dazzling, almost blindingly so. The magic crystals that had been given to Meal were now decorating the entire banquet hall. Time to create a distraction. Leyland signaled to Belche with her eyes. He understood and cast a spell. At the same time, Leyland shouted, "Everyone, quick, look out the window." Just then, it began to rain peaches from the sky. This put the soldiers on high alert, wondering who was responsible. While everyone's attention was on the peaches, Igrin seized the opportunity to set up a large magic circle. Leyland hadn't expected the plan to go so smoothly. By the time everyone realized what was happening, Neil cautiously glanced back at Leyland, who confidently gave him a thumbs up in return. Afterward, Leyland and her group arrived at the magic tower. Igrin slapped her forehead and said, "I can't believe such a ridiculous plan actually succeeded." Leyland laughed heartily. It was the only possible outcome. Since the plan went so well, let's play a game to relax. We have just enough for a game of Fight the Landlord. This game brings together various regional styles from all over the country, with special gameplay ranging from classic rules to local Easter eggs. Every mode is authentic. It's easy for beginners to pick up, while veteran players can find their own exclusive fun. There's always a game mode that will suit your taste. You can also organize online games to play together. Click the link in the bottom left corner to start this joyful journey with me. Igrin and Belche remarked, "You certainly are in high spirits." Igrin asked curiously, "Aren't you going to cancel your transformation?" Leyland replied nonchalantly, "It's not often I get to look different. I want to take this opportunity to see someone. Can I return this ring later?" Igrin said she didn't mind, as long as Leyland didn't cause her any trouble. Leyland had a mischievous thought. Lucas always startled her whenever he appeared. This time it's my turn. He'll be so surprised when he finds out it's me. I can't wait to see his reaction. Leyland couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. In order to play a prank on Lucas, Leyland had specifically borrowed a ring that could change her appearance. She arrived at a cake shop. Our lady ordered a cake. "Could you please check for me?" She then whispered the password to the attendant, who understood and led Leyland to the second floor. But just then, a commotion nearby caught Leyland's attention. A noble lady said with contempt, "To think you'd steal a cake. You lowly creatures are all the same." The little boy explained, "I didn't steal it. The manager said I could have it." Seeing him dare to talk back to her, the noble lady sneered, "Oh, so you didn't steal it? Then give it back to him." Her attendant promptly threw the cake onto the floor. "This isn't a place for beggars like you to wander in and out of. You'd better learn your place. Now pick it up and get out." At that moment, Leyland walked over. She picked up the cake from the floor and slammed it onto the noble lady's table. "The cakes here are delicious. Don't get them everywhere. You should eat it all. And that nasty temper of yours? It's like an illness. Maybe eating something sweet will cure it." The noble lady was stunned and quickly demanded, "Do you know who I am?" Leyland wasn't about to back down. "That I don't care who you are." Any decent person would have stepped in. Just then, Lucas came over. He comforted the little boy. "Let's go get you another piece of cake." Lucas walked up to the table. "What a mess you've made," he said. "You will pay for the cake and the cost of cleaning the floor." The noble lady was about to erupt in anger. Lucas whispered in her ear, "Viscountess Erin, you've been secretly taking your father's funds to gamble at the casino. If you keep making a scene, my lips might just get loose." Erin immediately deflated. She meekly went to the front counter to pay. Lucas then led the disguised Leyland upstairs to the second floor. He asked Leyland, "What commission brings you here?" Leyland smirked. "Actually, my lady wanted to know how handsome the guildmaster is. Now that I've seen you, I understand. As for the reward, how much would be appropriate?" She inwardly hoped to see a surprised expression on Lucas's face. However, Lucas just smiled faintly. 1.89 billion, he said, looking at her stunned expression. Lucas laughed heartily. "Did you think I wouldn't recognize you, Lady Leyland? In the Empire, only you treat everyone as equals. Let's continue our discussion in the office." Being recognized so directly, Leyland felt it was a bit dull. Afterwards, Lucas shared his research. The treasured sword that the Emperor possesses isn't just for controlling Carolaus. Leyland asked, puzzled, "Does it have other abilities?" Lucas retorted, "Didn't you mention before, my lady, that parts of the ancient myths were deliberately destroyed? So I've pieced it together. The Emperor wanted to seize the hero's sword, but it was intolerable. So he sealed the hero's body somewhere and stole his power and his sword. The destroyed text in the myth probably hints that the Emperor's soul is the true evil god." Leyland continued to ask, "He imprisoned the hero instead of killing him." Lucas explained patiently, "Two souls blessed by the gods cannot be destroyed even in death. So he must have stripped the hero of his power and then sealed him away somewhere." Hearing this, Leyland had some doubts. During the swordsmanship tournament, the original owner asked me to help him find a body. If the original owner is that hero, something is strange. Why didn't he just ask me to help him find the sword? If he had, this matter could have been resolved without provoking the emperor. My family was almost put in danger back then. Just then, the original owner suddenly spoke. I'm surprised you noticed that, but I didn't want that sword to fall into your hands. That's why I didn't tell you. My sword tempts people with a desire for great power, ultimately leading them to ruin. Even those with kind souls are no exception. The former Emperor Bimin became a tyrant after tasting its power. Although I ended him with my own hands, a soul, once fallen, cannot be redeemed. The resurrected emperor stole my body and obtained the sword. Since then, he has been constantly transferring bodies, accumulating monstrous power. If that sword falls into your hands, you will repeat my mistakes. You're my last hope. I cannot lose you. Besides Carolaus, who inherited my bloodline, no one can wield my sword. So, what you must do remains the same. Force the emperor into a corner and make him release my body. Leave the rest to me. If you find the sword first, you must not keep it in your possession. If you can't do it, no one can save me. After hearing this, Lilin was a little angry. She was so exasperated she laughed. Is this current emperor a man or a ghost? What on earth am I fighting against? Under the cover of a dark and windy night, Harvey arrived at the Imperial Palace with the Beastmen. The little hamsters used their small size to their advantage and infiltrated the basement. They searched everywhere and finally stopped in a room that resembled the one in the drawing. The lead hamster said, "This is the place. Split up and search." Outside the palace, Lucas exclaimed in admiration. To think they'd use such a tall tower to get in. Harvey said flatly, "This is the most ideal route. It allows direct access to the basement without being detected by anyone. They should have arrived by now. You told me we absolutely must not touch the sword after finding it. If we really find it, wouldn't it be better to just bring it directly?" Nuala, who was beside them, chimed in, "I agree. It's said to be an important item. What's the reason for only locating it?" Amidst the many unfriendly gazes of the Beastmen, Lucas said calmly, "It's not because I don't trust Harvey that I'm doing this." Lilin said the sword changes a person's personality, so we shouldn't touch it. I'm also curious about what that means. In any case, it'll be good enough if we find it today. There's not much time left. Meanwhile, in the basement, the little hamsters had already searched every room. But they found nothing. The lead hamster was puzzled. According to the portrait, this is indeed the emperor's tomb. But why are all the coffins empty? Let alone a sword. There isn't even a single human bone or a strand of hair left. Did I miss something? Just then, he felt a draft coming from under his feet. He searched carefully and finally found a crack in the floorboards. There had to be a space underneath. At that moment, another person found the way down. With just a light step, the floor split open, revealing a staircase leading down. They had finally found something unusual. After a quick search, they immediately returned to Harvey and reported everything they had seen in detail. It turned out there was a coffin deep in the basement. No matter what they tried, the lid wouldn't open, but there was definitely something sparkling inside. Hearing Harvey and the little hamster's words, he suddenly thought, "Didn't you smell anything?" Now I finally understand. The strange feeling I had when I first saw the Emperor at the swordsmanship tournament. The Emperor doesn't seem to be human. Although he moves, for a living person, he completely lacks the warmth he should have. Instead, I could faintly smell the stench of decay from his body. What would you call such a thing? Hearing this, Lucas broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of enemy are we facing now? He then pleaded with Harvey. "Can you follow my plan one more time?" Harvey said with a straight face, "If it's for Lilin, I'll do anything." Lucas smiled faintly. No matter what the enemy is, our team is not to be trifled with. The next day, Cassius, who had become a sword master, received a summons from the Emperor. But he wasn't happy about it at all. For his merits in protecting the people and the empire, he was specially promised that any request he made would be granted. Cassius said flatly, "I only did what I was supposed to do." The Emperor smiled calmly. "There are many steadfast people like you. Seeing you is like seeing the great sword master, Baru. It's as if a hero is standing before me. You must share the hero's strength and wield your sword to protect the empire. Therefore, you must swear an oath. The Kandemran you are loyal to is not worthy of being your master. They are traitors who threaten the empire. I deeply understand your grievance for swearing loyalty without knowing anything. Become the captain of the palace's direct royal guard. How about it? Once a commoner receives a title, they must change their family name and live out their days. You can be an exception. Swear your loyalty to the empire at the founding anniversary party. I will give you the chance to eliminate the rebels. Afterwards, you will be known as a hero of the empire. I guarantee that glory will follow you. After hearing this, Cassius wanted nothing more than to draw his sword and kill this emperor. But just then, he remembered Lucas's instructions. Don't get angry and draw your sword no matter what the emperor says. As a commoner, you can officially attend the noble's founding anniversary. This is part of the plan for the court lady. Please cooperate. His thoughts returned to the present. He pulled his hand back and reluctantly agreed to the emperor's terms. But at that moment, his heart thought of Lylin. The moment he swore his oath of loyalty, even his soul already belonged to Lylin. This makes for a much more exciting spectacle. We'll see you next episode. Alice, not seen for a long time, finally appears. She brought mercenaries to the royal underground prison. Collect these bodies and guard the formation. When the people I send arrive tomorrow, let them in. The two soldiers joked, we have to listen to the pretty lady's grandson. If you get scared because of the Empress Dowager, you can hold my hand. Seeing no response from Alice, the two muttered to themselves that I'm going out to run an errand. Take care of the knights guarding the gate. You don't need to do the rest. Alice muttered with a cold expression, just die tomorrow. Mercenaries like these are useless. Afterward, she went alone to the street where Rishi was. Seeing his listless appearance, she forced a smile and said, my love, you've been waiting for me, haven't you? However, Rishi just gave her a detached glance. Everything I prepared has been overturned. There's only one chess piece left. After the pleasantries, Alice drew the sword she carried. You said it, didn't you? That you would put me in the highest position, where everyone looks up. Please promise me that immense power that no one would dare to mock. I will become a chess piece myself, standing on the board with a sword in hand. Looking at Alice's audacious expression, Rishi scoffed internally that a woman who can't do anything without me dares to use me. How ridiculous. At the same time, he thought of Lylin, the woman who, with a gentle expression, had encouraged him to become emperor. To win Lylin back, he chose to endure. I know you want to use me, but I'm more than willing to accept it. Even if all the pieces I've prepared are sacrificed, as long as the king is alive, there's still a chance to win. I promise you, tomorrow I will stand at the pinnacle, trampling over the bodies of others. Alice knew it was a lie. You're still full of lies, right up to the very end. Unfortunately, we no longer need to save the king here. I've already found the perfect replacement. Not someone who constantly lies to me, but a being I created who listens only to my words and will absolutely never betray me. Lylin, I'm different from you. You failed, but I succeeded. Now, take me to see Lylin before she dies. Be she, this is the only thing you're useful for. Lucas, from a corner, saw this scene unfold clearly that I heard something interesting. Good thing I kept an eye on the deposed crown prince. He then turned and went outside, speaking to a bird. Go and tell your king that things will proceed as planned. The final battle is tomorrow. Now, go and carry out the most important mission. At this moment, Bellard was rushing to the capital. This time, I must protect her myself. The master of the magic tower, with a solemn expression, also learned that the final battle was tomorrow. He prayed, may the hands we hold guide us toward the light. Through the bird's message, Harvey also learned the news. The other beastmen, standing by behind him, said in unison, Lord Harvey, please give us your orders. We will follow you forever. Harvey said with a grave and serious expression, the promised land we must return to is by Lylin's side. We must protect my savior with all our strength. At that moment, Cassowin was still struggling with his refinement. The thought of Lylin made his resolve harden, and no matter what happens, my body and soul belong to you. At this very moment, Lylin, the star of this grand banquet, was waiting for someone in the back garden of the ducal manor. She questioned the newcomer, where have you been? You're only just getting back. Tomorrow is the founding anniversary. Today is the last day we can train in peace. Betty, standing to the side, said with a mischievous smile, Miss, you only had to say you wanted to see it. The latecomer, Lucas, walked quickly toward Lylin that I'm sorry. Changing my clothes took a while. Did I keep you waiting long? Lylin replied irritably, another outfit you've stolen from somewhere. Lucas said coquettishly, I wanted my lady to see me. Don't you think I look handsome? Lylin teased, you should stay this cute forever. Lucas kissed her hand, wrapped an arm around her waist, and said affectionately, if it pleases my lady, I would do anything. May I ask my lady for a dance? Lylin, a smile spreading across her face, wrapped her arms around his neck. Of course. You're my partner. After all, tonight, let's enjoy this secret ball, just for the two of us.